Hello everyone. In our today's video, we're going to make a quick food restaurant applications. As you can see right now, this is a very good applications which having that binary status and others. I'm going to make this screen bigger so that I can show you everything very clear view. So I have a header. Now this header is a dynamic header. If I just scroll at the top, you see how another header coming at the top to go and visualize the scenario. And as well as you can see in the header, we have the menu, very classic menu. We have our home, menu, restaurants, blog, about, and contact. Then we have our search tab where we can search according to the food. Like I want to have something like a chicken, right? If I search chicken, all the chicken menu available items is right there, which having also showing the rating, pricing, and others. Then we have our card for the order items. I also have my logo. Now for this one, I'll make sign out just to see the scenario before I sign in. I have sign in button. I have a sign out button. See how the animation is looking, right? It's very cool and good. In that over here, I can now have the button to happen to like the title, having to the description and others, or the now button, view menu button. At the bottom of that, how it actually works. Choose your favorite and we deliver your meals and eat and enjoy. So like a very typical paragraph about how our restaurant is functioning. Then we have about our menu. Choose your favorite. Now from here you can choose, like you can view the menu. If you click here, automatically it will redirect to you the single menu page. Over here you can go through the menu dishes like to see overall viewpoint. Then also you can see at the, if you just go through that, you can see how we have the different menu setup to go and passing by. Then at the right side we have our soup and salads, chicken, lettuce, like all the details and the rating as well. We have the details here, pricing ratio and spice level and others, the platter sizes and others. We can make add to cart from here. If we make add to cart, you see it's already added. About the ingredients, about the customer review. So I had reviewed on, so I can see the review, and as well as you can go through, like for making it like to thumbs up or thumbs down, you need to make login to create or do any other reviews. So of course we're gonna do it later on. Then we have also human like button here, like the tab here, where you can see all the similar categories menu right over here. Then below that, we can click on view all menus, which one gonna tab you to that menu parameter here. You can see we have the 12 products. If we scroll bottom, you can see it will load the other one. And from there, you can like filter through the name A to Z. You can filter through the pricing high to low, and all the filters gonna be, I think it's low to high. You can also make high to low just to circulate and have a very good viewpoint. Let's go back to the home again, and you see the breadcrumb is also showing right there. Then we have our restaurant features, like wherever our restaurants is situated. If we click any of the restaurant like this one, Sunny Grilled, we can see the details about the restaurant, about what kind of restaurant it is, about the available menu over there, restaurant information, then opening hours, everything you can see right here about is all about that restaurant right there. And after the restaurant, we also have that what we are curving. We are happen to be passing all things according to the categories. If you click any of the particular categories, you can see we have home categories, then that categories. Then if you click on that particular categories, we can see all the category section is right here. Go back to the home again, and from here at the below level, we also have the feature posts about our menus and others. This is a very good to have because you can like block through your own dishes like this one, best ever food dessert recipes. If I click over here, I should be able to see, okay, this is a very good banner right here. Then we have the food items. So you have all the texts right there to see, and it's side by side differentiation to go and passing by and about the author. Now that's very good. You can search through that. You can go through the other latest post available there. You can also subscribe for the newsletter as well. Go back to the home again. So after that, we have at the bottom layer, which is called the footer. In the footer, we have that quick food menu, quick menus, opening hour, and the contact information. So that's it. And now one thing before going any further, I want to let you know this is fully responsive for any devices. You can see in the small devices how the menu is looking over here. It's very simple and very good to see how the way is functioning. Now over here, let's go, we can actually go through the sign up, and here we have two options because we use the Firebase to make the full authentication parameter. We have the Auth and we have also that email and password login. So let's go, just I'm going to make a sign in with my account which happen to have that admin permission. So we can see the user dashboard as well as also the admin dashboard. And now before going further, this is the I'm running from the local, and also I have my studio right here. In the studio we have two setups. One is the dashboard to make the Sanity new setup to look the dashboard very clean, to have a very good overview. Also we have the structures where we can go to the food management, we can view all the items, and we can also add and do whatever we want. Then also this is the live link which I'm going to share in the description so that you can go and confirm it, you can place your order, you can see a lot of other things. And there will be another link which will be for the purchase link if you're looking forward to have it. And when you're going to get the purchase stats, almost all the setup is right there, from how you can start and everything. It will be available there after you got the projects. If you have any questions, you can reach me out, then we can sit together for a session to help you out if you're having any inquiries. Okay, done. Let's go back to the project. Now over here, we're going to go with a very small setup called the sign in, which we already made. We are happen to have the sign in. I'm going to go try to make an order, very small order to see. I have 3 items to make the order. Now you see we are happen to have the toaster at the top. You can also keep it at the bottom. Once you're going to make it, I'm going to show you how you can do it in a very decent way. Now let's go back to the card. In the card, I was trying to make it pretty decent, neat and clean. You can see in the left side, we have the items where you can add, you can remove items, you can delete items. You can also clear the entire card or keep items, and also can go back to continue shopping. This is all about how the way you match and feel it better. What I was trying to make to conserve in a very limited and decent way, which can be really impactful. And one more thing is that, especially if you go from the top menu, you can see the menu status, you can see all the restaurants right here because we have so many outlets. We can see the about, so means about our restaurant, about the food item and others. You can also see the contact form right here, and you can submit the contact. Automatically it will pass the details, and there will be a map integration setup. You just need to provide the key, which I was just disabling that one. I don't want to go put it there. If you want to put that key, it will automatically reload your entire map there. So let's go back to our card. Now in the card, in the right side, we have our delivery address. Now you can see we have 3 addresses. I'm just showing here 2. If you have more than 2, you can just render it right here. If you click add new address, you can add also, but you cannot delete address from here, because for deleting address, you need to go to dashboard. I will show you from where you can delete that too. So this is the home address I will choose. Then order summary, subtotal that much, 73, blah, blah, blah. This is just, now these calculations, it's going to depend how you are looking forward to have it. So you can go with that simple, because I was not that much setting up on that, because this is just make it in very crucial way. So now, hello Nur Muhammad, you are signed in and ready to check out. Okay, proceed to checkout. Let's go on. So now in the checkout, you can see I am now from the card. I'm not in my card, I'm now in the checkout, right? And you see the address is how it's passing by, and all the breadcrumb how it's looking so decent. Now I have the delivery address, I can't edit it, but here I can do 2 more things. One, I can go cash and delivery. I can go either online payments, which is Stripe. And also I have the order items, whatever items I order. So let's place the order to have the value. Now this is the processing and preparing the payment gateway. So 73.19, which I need to pay in dollar. So I'm going to provide a dummy address setup 4242, which is the default address setup for the Stripe. 12, a valid month and date, and 123, the default CBC. Then I'm going to put my name here. And after that, I'm going to hit pay. And as you can see, after reloading, it's gonna do all the setup to make and done the payment. Then now here, as you can see, I'm getting an error, and that error is a minor bit of error, which I'm gonna fix right now because it's just in local. And this error was just showing from here, which is just coming from the order status. See, I'm running from the local, so you can see those kind of error, but in the production build, nothing error and no others is right there. Because I want you to show, even you have the error, you can just get by, go to the line and fix that. So we're going to fix it right now if you're having any error. So now this is our order placed successfully. Thank you for your order. We have received it and we'll start preparing it shortly. We are happen to have a unique order number. We have the order status, which is pending, and payment method is online payment, so means is paid, and then delivery address, and we can also have it like a small order summary to see the value. Now I can go to see the view all orders, or I can go directly to track this particular order. Now in the order, you can see order is placed. You can see the status, how it's going on. It's pending, right? So order is placed. Now there will be some more setup. It can be confirmed, preparing, out for delivery, and then deliver. So the estimated timing right here, payment method, which is paid online, and then the order total. If it's not yet paid, you will see the button to make payment that time. Now having the delivery address, all the details right here. Now let's go back to our dashboard setup, where you can see all the structurable data. You can see here we have a 4 tab. One for the dashboard to see all available orders, active orders, completed, or total how much I spent over here in this platform, like that. Now order story right here, so you can see the order history where you can view the order. So this is the one which we were happen to seeing that beforehand. Now let's go back to the order again. Now this is the address, like the delivery address viewpoint. You can edit address from here, or if you're looking forward, you can add more addresses right here. You can also delete one if you're looking forward. You can have the profile settings, because we have a 2 different setup. We have the Sanity Studio, then also we happen to have the Firebase Studio. So this is both. I'm trying to manage much more free consumption by which we can adopt a very robust applications. Now, as you can see, so this up to you. You can edit profile from here. You can upload your photo. You can do all the things. Now, this is just a customer overview. Now, this user also happen to have the admin information. So you can also view the admin dashboard. Let's go to view the admin dashboard. If you're having to other users, you can't visit. Like we are setting to the proxy here. We have 2 layers of the permission there. One is the proxy. Then another one is to directly engaging here in the route. So we have 2 embedded scenario. If our proxy is missing, we can also check in our local setup. Now here in the dashboard, I can see all the scenario like a dashboard setup. Then we have the order setup. We can see all available orders. You can see this is the one right now which has happened to order. So now the status is pending. You can change one by one and it will affect. I will just make it deliver, and as you can see, we just delivered, and the editable for the first time, then it's going to be coming on the value port. So I'm going to make that save changes. So what we made is deliver. You can see it's delivered. Also, you can view the users from there. So you can see so many people already logged in. Maybe after watching the video, you also logged in and start pushing that through. Then we also have a view port set up to view the order, like the product. If you click on that, it will automatically render to the directly to the studio where you can see the product and you can directly edit it. Also, you can make that feature right here available for you if you're looking forward to having the pagination right away. Then we have the product reviews, because if anyone, okay, I'm going to show you when the review is happening. So instead of coming right here, I'm going to go and take that back to site in a new tab so that I can view it properly. So let's go directly in my dashboard, because one order which just now I have been placed, it need to be see what's the status for that. Now in the dashboard, you see there is a lot of orders there. I'm going to go directly in my orders because that's something can be mismatched. So this is the one which is the 73.19, which is make paid. If we click on the view, see how the animation is running, and that one is done because we make it delivered. So order place confirm, and there is an enclose button which going to be totally cover that, which I'm going to enclose later on in the video. So right now, as you can see, I have everything done. This is a full cycle to fulfill an order. Now I want to make a review on particular. This is the vegetable salad, which is wow, I loved it. So now let's make a review for it. I'm going to go right to review. So for that, I'm going to make a 5-star. Let's say taste is great. Love it, and submit the review. So now it's directly gonna go in my backend. So you can see it's just providing that. Now I want to write another review. You can see thank you for your review. Now if I reload, because there is some of the constants which we don't want to set that setup, right? You can see now I think it's somehow it's kind of caching problem, because it will not let you put that, because I tested it before. It's gonna work, because as the local, some things sometimes is gonna mismatch, but it will work. So now let's go back to here, and I'm going to just reload the button that's the first review which we get. So I'm going to approve that review. So now let's just click approve. So it's already approved. Now you can see that's the one. If I want, I can delete that also. So now it will not come instantly, because the review is okay. It's came instantly, but there is the setup to make that like it will not, it's supposed not to be. So now let's see this also making, you can like it, you can dislike the comments. Everything is working as shuffled by, and in future we're going to build this entire setup within for the app purposes. And by the way, one more things I want to really share with you, because in our React BD, the link you'll find in the description, we launch one course which also for gonna starting by the March of 26th of the March, which gonna be launched there. So you can enroll there. If you need a discount or if you're a student, let me know in the comments, or you can reach me out directly through my email and others. And there is another very important parameter which we are rolling through. If you go directly in the home, and I reduce some of the ads so only you can see the side ad. Now you can see we just refurbish some of the setup. You can see the latest packages you can use, useful tools you can use, and this is the important one, helping developers to grow. We're launching one campaign for the year 2026, and we're already having the $192 from the various people, and our target is $5,000 to fund. And for why we are going to fund. So now you can, before going further, you can see that you can track the live one, how you are paying. So all the members list is right there. You can, if you are sharing the money for that, let me know in the comments, or you can directly reach me out why your name is not there. We're going to add that name and what we are going to do. So that is the most important question. So the campaign goal is that to help around 25 developers, right? So if we can get 5,000 USD, we will share that within 25 developers. Of course, you can apply for the support, right? You can also need to just sign in with the Google. Simple. Use the Google account to make the sign in, and that's it. You are good to go. You have no need to worry, right? After signing, your setup and others all will be anonymous. You need to put your name, your location, why are you a student or not, and your background, and why you need the support. Just a little information, all will be hidden. Then at the end of the year, we're gonna try to either we're gonna make if we have a lot of register, then we will try to arrange a contest. If we have the limited, we're gonna make a raffle though. Then we're gonna decipher. Of course, there will be a panel of judges, because I'm gonna invite so many, like 5 to 10 good developers who can decide either a draw with evaluation, so that we can help the people around. And also you can donate. If you need a support, you can register. But if you don't need the support, you can support. Then of course try to support. Use that buy me coffee link to directly go by, where you just need to you need to say that this money is about for that support. Of course, you're gonna find that. And if you're in from the Bangladesh, you can directly support by using the Navbar or Bcash. Of course, the bank account details which I'm working by, it will be uploaded here very soon. So all the best if you're looking forward to have it. And by the way, for the free projects, feel free to go and break it down, take whatever projects you like, make your dream come true, be the developer which you're looking forward to. I think that's enough. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna start building our application. So before building, I want to just circulate one more setup. We need to understand what actually we are building, right? We're going to building an application using the Next.js, like the latest version. All the setup, it will be latest. So there will be a client like the front end side. Then also you're going to have in an admin portion. Then also you're going to have in a portion where we can have the dashboard. So I'm going to just close everything. And for our live link share, we can just keep that one quick.reactpd.com just to have a very, very good understanding what we are looking forward to having. So first of all, we're going to have the setup. Of course, that will be the repo link in the description. We're going to set it right now, and I'm going to provide the link so you can also unclose the setup like yourself. So now, as you can see, I already cloned that application right here as the quick-food-yt. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open my terminal from here. As you can see, it's right here at the bottom. So maybe it's going to be minimizing a bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to directly go in the nextjs.org to start with. So let's see. Now over here, we can just go directly what kind of stack we're looking forward. Next.js is very clean. And if you're building application, because you see this making the backend, like the front end, API, everything we're going to use in the Next.js. Like we only single app. You don't need to deploy the API, no need to deploy the admin, no need to deploy the client. A single application, and you're going to have everything to be done in a proper way. So to build, I think you know already why we are using the Next.js. So get it started, and from there you're going to go in the installation. And to start with that application, you of course need to have that Node.js installed in your machine, and if it's installed, you can simply check that node versus a node-b, so you can see the version, and also you can make that npm-b, or you can use that pnpm-b, because we are gonna using that pnpm to create our application. So let's go back right there. And in the quick start, we can see that pnpm. So you need to have this command to run in your terminal. What's the command? It to be, I'm going to just minimize a bit to see it better. So the command should be pnpm, should be the create, and that should be next-app and add latest. And that I'm not going to provide the name. I'm going to make the dot. Why? Because you see, I'm already in my directory here. If you doesn't have the directory, you can just keep it empty. If you start, of course, like if you enter in first, it's gonna ask for the application name, right? But I don't want to go by, so I'm gonna just close that one, shut it down. So what I want within the same repository. So pnpm create next app at latest. And of course, you can use the the recommended, and that gonna toggle through like whatever the recommended behavior you're gonna use your previous versioning of the applications. But what we're gonna do, as you are using with me, I'm gonna go with the customized settings. Click on that. We want the TypeScript, entire build going to be as the TypeScript, and we want the ESLint, and also we want that React compiler. I think it will be yes for the React compiler. Tailwind CSS, yes, and the source directory, better to know. You can also keep the source directory, and then app router, yes, and aliases, no. I think now it's gonna initialize and install everything. While it's installing, we need another portion is that which gonna use that Shadchan UI. This is the UI we're gonna use to build our all of those beautiful components and others. That's what we're gonna use to build those setups. So this is gonna be a very, very good setup to go by. So let me just go right here. It's installing. So let's go directly in that menu, get it started, click on that. And over here, and by the way, you can also make your theming. You can create your new theming, just create a new project, which already I showed you in a video. I'm gonna drop the link in the description, so you're gonna know how you can start with. So from here, as you can see, you can directly go by, or I'm gonna go in the docs. I'm gonna just give it a little bit of time because it's already downloading a lot of things, so gonna be a little bit of chunky. So let me finish that. Or I think it's okay, it's good to go. So from here, I'm going to go using, because you can pick your framework. If you doesn't pick your framework, you can go with directly with the create, but I'm going to go with the framework. So Next.js is that. So click on that. I need to install like that pnpm dlsx Shadchan at latest init. If you go in npm, yarn, bun, all going to work same. I love to use the pnpm because of it's going to saving a lot of storage property from there. So I'm going to just click on the pnpm, copy that on the clipboard and save it. And then enter. Now I didn't run the project yet. I'm gonna do run at a time, just install everything and then start the server. I think that would be good. So it gonna ask some of the things to be initialized at all. So first of all, how you can start, you can say I'm gonna go with the neutral. I'm gonna also go with some more setup is that, okay, that's it. And how to install a component, very simple. You can see directly, you can just add the button, you just copy, paste it. It automatically gonna, you can see it has the libutils already created. I'm gonna make it bigger. And then also in the components, you can see it's gonna happen to have all the buttons set up. So right now we need to run our applications, clear everything, pnpm dev, which gonna start spinning our application in localhost 3000. So if you right here, you can see this is the default application layer. If you go in our app on the pages, so on the page, you can see this is the applications. We can see all are running from here. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just clear everything. I'm gonna take a div here. I'm gonna take an h1 tag and welcome to, let's say, welcome to Quickfoot. That's it. So this is the message we have. And also if we want to get the button, simple, just add the button. Okay, hello, that's it. You can see we have the button. Now we want to have a variant. We can simply pass the variant. Let's say I want the destructive, like the red one. You can see simply we can get the button. No code, it's already there. Everything is installed, but we don't want to have the button right here. Now we need to have to think about one more setup is our theming. You can see we have some color combination here and all are coming from the theme. And to get the theme from there, you can directly go to in our, let's say, Twixen. You can see there is a lot of theming parameter which is can be really helping. You can just go start customizing. You can see if you choose any of the theme right here, you can just simply copy the code and then you can paste it in your global to CSS. it will be fine. So not like there, globals.css, this is the one. You just need to like remove that, remove root, remove dark. You can need to just pass that, and automatically it's gonna reflect within applications when you're gonna start building, right? So what I'm gonna do, as I know what I'm gonna making that, so I'm gonna just replace my entire theme, which is gonna be an inline, and we're using, okay, I need to install that. So let me just go, and I think I'm gonna open a new terminal, and here npm add, just to add that CSS. So right now we have the inline background color, we have the radius, we have, see the primary color, so which the changing variation, and the chart and others. I think that is pretty lazy to good to go. Then also you need to have some more setup to go by. One is that to go initialize, I'm going to also make a proper readme, so you need to know, you can know what kind of things is going on. So if I just save it, you will have the idea what actually we are building, all the functional setup, all the other setup, and also all the support setup, also the project setup, everything is right there for you. And now before going further, I want to install all the dependency which we are using for that PNPM from the PNPM, because you see in the components we have the UI. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get entire UI setup what actually we're using. So I'm gonna open the terminal. So let's go, and I'm gonna just make that one as, let's say it's gonna clear everything. And from here we need to happen to have, you see we add the button, so button is already there. We're going to use that alert, let's say dialog, that we need to get it. And if you space, you can add multiple. I'm going to use the avatar from there. I'm going to use the badge. I'm going to use the card. And then I'm going to also make that carousel, because we are going to show the carousel, of course. Then we're going to have also the checkbox. And after that, we're going to have the dialog. And then we're going to have that drop down, and that should be the menu, dash menu. We're going to have the input. And then label, and of course then a B select, and then separator, and after that we're gonna have that sheet, and also the table tabs, and the last one is that text area, enter. So it gonna, you see in the UI we have only one button. Now it's gonna go and grab everything for us to go and spinning by, and we are good to go. You see all the setup is created. So now this is very cool to go by. Now what I'm gonna do, I need to pass that, right? So I need to pass that for you so that you can understand the bit how we are actually gonna start our applications. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna push that in my repository. So here in the repo, I'm gonna do, let's say project setup is done. Hit enter. So now I'm pushing everything here in the repository. So there will be two repository link. One going to be whatever I'm having right now, the setup. So this is the repository where you can find all the setup. I'm going to copy that, and here I'm going to just pass the link so that you can understand. So let's say there should be a quick foot, let's say QUICK, quick foot setup, save changes. So now this is the link for you to understand all the starting block, right? So this gonna, okay, I need also one more things which I forgot to get it, because otherwise you will not have the dummy behavior. So the things that to go by, so this is the page, not the page. So there should be a public here, and I want to remove every single default behavior here. So let me just pass that deleted everything default one, and over here I want to get you one more file, which just a bit, just one more an image here. So that is the lib, this is the app, that's the components, and I think where is the public? I think I removed entirely. So let's say public, and this is the SVG. Like that's the for the pattern for there, and here I also need to have two setup, which gonna be passing that the BG and grid, and of course I want you to have the asset setup so that you can go and also pass the images. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass all the images for you. So that's the blog images, you see all the blog images here, all the restaurant images here. So now this is the way you can start spinning off, and you can see all the logo setup and others. So now you have a very good foundation to start building your application. So all the setup is provided to you. So now if you just see over here, you can just simply grab the repo to start with, and it's a public repo. So you can just simply go and clone it, and whatever we are having now from the image to others, You can also have it right now to build your building blocks and do all the setup. You can see this entire layer is right there. So now what you're going to do, you're going to start building our infrastructure to make it looks better. So before going further, I want to configure two setup. First thing first, I need to have two kind of things. So we're going to do the configuration. So later on, we should not to worry about anything, right? So first thing first, in the app layer, you can see, or especially we need to set up our like the demographic. So now in the app, we're going to have two certain kind of things. One that would be, let's say, for the dashboard, where it will lie our dashboard, and then another one it's gonna be also make our, let's say we're gonna make the quick food, or you can make the client, so you can see all the client features it's gonna happen to have there. This is the very good way to connote it. And also another one, a directory gonna be passing the admin, which gonna be /admin to go and pass other setup. Then also you're going to have to have our API route, of course, and then we're going to have to have our, let's say it's going to be have our auth, because our authentication is going to be very dynamic. So what I'm going to do, you can see that page here. So I'm going to just drag that page to the client, because this the page going to be the client centric, right? I'm going to keep yes to see all our client page. Now over here, I'm going to have two kind of menu, like in that, like especially in that auth here, we're going to have three directory. One, it's going to be, let's say, it's going to be providing the error if we are having any error from the auth setup. Another, it's going to be happen to have our sign in route where we can make the sign in. Then another, it's going to be making our sign out. And why I'm going to talking about this first, you need to understand that as well, because see, this data in our application, static data is very less. See that banner, this coming from the server. See that data, this coming from the server. Especially here, only this logo and other coming from there. But here, this all coming from the server. So we can create the header if you are looking forward to. So this is up to you, but I'm going to configure, then we're going to start making the build. Of course, we need those buttons. We need to configure the first hand. We're going to do that for sure also. So now this is going to be sign up, sign in, right? So now let's go back to our client, and in that, let's say in the components here, we see in the UI gonna be holding all of the building blocks coming from the shell, which we're having already, right? Then we're gonna also happen to have another directory or called the folder where we can put our common ground, like we can make the command or we can make all the header setup and others. So I'm gonna go directly, or especially to make it as a common, we can simply go to make it better aligned, or yeah, common. I think the common it would be good. So let me go make a common header. So let's say it would be common, and here I'm going to create a file which called be the header.tsx rafce to create it a very faster way. That should be our header, and to enable that one you need to install that react I think the ES7 snippet here. So ES7 snippet, React Redux snippet, which you can create RFCE to just to create the things in a very easy and quick way. So now this is the header, and I want the header not to appear in all the page, right? It will not appear in the all the page. So you can see this is the layout over here. So I'm going to do some more connotation. One is the page, right? I'm going to add some more text here because we need to also make the font. So I'm going to make that, let's say, lorem of 40. So this is the lorem text. Now, if I want to see the fonts here, I'm going to see what kind of fonts we are amplifying right now. You can see in the font details, we are having UI Sans, but we need to have our actual font, right? How we can configure the font and others. So this is the font which if you see right here, I think, let me check which font we are using. In right here we are happen to have the Montserrat. So now you can see in our the top prioritize of the layout. Here we have the gist mono, we have the gist sans. I'm going to keep that too as it is. If you can remove, if you want to, you can remove it. So I'm going to go with that Montserrat. So it should be I think the Montserrat, right? SERRAT is equal to, that should be that, let's say Montserrat. I'm going to coming from the next font. As you can see, the top is imported, and from there I'm going to just take the function within the object. We're going to pass the variable, and the variable should be coming to as that dash font sans. So it's gonna manipulate our default sans font. And then also the subsets, I'm going to use the subset as Latin, and I'm going to make the weight, and the weight going to be coming from as an array, and you're going to go with that. Let's say it's going to be coming from the 300 setup to 400 setup, so we need to pass like till 900 we will go by. Then after that we're going to also make the display, and display it will be swap. Now after that, you can see it's already untitled because we are highlighting, like we are manipulating our like the default setup from there. So now over here, I'm going to use that, let's say in right here, I'm going to make that Montserrat variable. That's it, we're good to go. So now if we just try to choose, let's see which font we are actually looking forward to. You see, still we are happen to have that UI sans serif. So let me just check why still we are rotating here. I think, yeah, UI sans serif yet. Of course, we're gonna fix that things to be write down in a proper way. And then what we can do some more. So here, I think also you can see that create order. This is not looking so good. So we need to actually let the font work, but it's not working. So to implement that, let me just go. Why it's not working? It should work. And one more thing I think I need to cover after the anti-alias or before the anti-alias, I need to declare what kind of fonts I'm looking forward, and I'm gonna just make that default variable of the font sans. So as we did that, as you can see right now, all are changed, and we got that our Montserrat font is defined. Now this is very cool to go by, and I want to change that. You see there is a logo and quick food and other setup, which is because we are also passing that SEO setup, which is pretty cool. So what I'm gonna do, instead of that create next app, I'm going to make that our actual things, which going to be, let's say, quick food. So quick food, and that should be a modern, let's say modern Next.js or modern restaurant app, food delivery app. That's it. You can see that is changed. And also I'm going to use my own favy icon, which going to be recirculating, not this one. So I'm going to remove this one, which is not the default Next.js application layer. Now I'm going to use that favy icon. You can see right now it's same. You cannot decipher till you happen to have the link. So I think this is very cool. So right now, as we have that, I'm going to just quickly shuffle to have our header to be make it good. So now the header, of course, you can see this is our root layout here, right? If we put anything, it will circulate in entire application setup. So we don't want to have that. Now, because if you look closely, if I just logged in with one of my accounts, so I can show you what's actually going under the hood, because you can see in the admin or in the login, we doesn't have those kind of header, right? So this is the different header. So what we need to do, I have this layout here. I'm going to create another layout in the client. And of course, in the layout on the client, you cannot make multiple child, right? So I'm going to just remove those things. No need. Or I can also remove that import for the metadata, because all I want to remove, because this all are configured in the root layer. So this only, it will be a simple layout, like a simple root layout. Here I don't want HTML, I don't want body. I will just enter a div here, right? And I'm going to remove that body HTML. Also I'm going to take the children, and I'm going to pass it here. That's it. So now this is just going to be taking the children, and over here at the top, because as is coming only the client side, I'm going to keep the header, right? So if I make the header, you can see we happen to have a header, because this is the root layout setup, right? So now if we go directly in the admin, if I make a page, right? Let's say I'm going to make a page.tsx RAFCE, that should be our admin page. Now I want to make that, let's say, admin page, and now let's just go as /admin, and if you try, you see admin page but without our actual header. So this is how you're gonna combine, this is how you're gonna relocate and reshuffle the things. So right now I'm gonna go in our header to make other things done in a pretty decent way. So let's go make it. Now, first thing first, we need to know what actually we're building. In the header, we have 1, 2, 3 segments, one for the logo, the middle area, and then all the other icons. Then also, when you're scrolling, you see another one is coming, the similar setup, and also in the responsive area, you see this one is also coming. So especially the header is going to be a very good headache, a big headache here right now. So you're going to build up one by one, partial by partial, to make it looks better. So first thing first, what actually we are building? First, we're gonna build our main header, right? And that header gonna be, let's say, it's gonna be hidden when scrolled, right? That's what we're gonna building, right? So scrolling or scrolled or scrolling, and then we're gonna build also our, let's say, it's gonna be the sticky one. So sticky one. So the sticky one should be, let's say, sticky header, sticky scrolled header, right? So that would stay like once it appears on scroll. So it should be appears on scroll. So that's the one, right? And then another one it's gonna be, let's say that gonna be, let's say, for the mobile sidebar. So the mobile, that should be sidebar overlay, right? Or entire sidebar setup. So this is going to be coming of the three things. And then another going to be also passing right from here, because as we are building the blocks right here, that search model, right? So that search model also going to be implemented from here. So search model, because you see right here, once we click create the search, this model is also appearing right from here. So trust me, the header is going to be one of the very much connotated data layer for you, but it's going to be fine once we know how to build those things. First of all, I'm going to just make this one as an empty braces. A lot of things going to be there. I'm going to take that as a header data here right now. And within the header, I'm going to take, let's say, first it's going to be happen to have the logo. Then it's going to be happen to have the navigation. So let's say it's going to be navigation, and then gonna happen to have the icons bar, right? So this the three things gonna be there. For the logo, there should be one, so logo gonna be there. So there should be another div. There should be, let's say, navigation, and then gonna be another div here. That should be go for the icons bar. So now we have three setup, right? This certain kind of things is right now. And of course, for the opacity layer, for the others, I'm gonna not now putting that. First, we're gonna make a small separation of header. I'm gonna make the class name, and then the class name, I'm gonna make it as a sticky. So I'm gonna go with the class name setup. And for certain instances, I'm gonna go and create those class name in a pretty normal way. You know why? Because class names, you know what actually you need to type and put, right? So here, first one is that gonna be sticky top 0 Z40 widthful border B BG background of the 60 backdrop blur MD suppose backdrop filter BG. Like the filter gonna be on, you see, once you are hovering, once you're going, you see how the backdrop is showing, but that's the specification we are covering. So this is gonna be happen to there. Now we need to also be enabled that we need to have a certain kind of max width parameter. And to do that, you see in the container here or in the commons, we're gonna also create another file called the container. So container.tsx rfce. So in the container, actual ratio of that our like the setup layer, like what kind of class name ratio we want, that gonna be providing. And of course, as we're using the TypeScript, we need to provide the interface which gonna be passing as a props. That interface gonna be happen to have the children, which gonna be React node, also happen to have the class name, which gonna be coming. If it's coming, it's gonna be as an optional. So now here we can simply grab the props, and on the props, we're gonna have to have the children. We're gonna have to have our class name, and we're just gonna pass our children right here. And for the class name, is not like that. And for the class name here, we instead of write that, we're going to use the CN. The CN is already created, also using that for the Shetchen UI is already there. In the CN, we're going to just to go out of the conflict for that particular instances. We're going to click to create that max width, let's say 7XL, and MX auto. I'm going to keep a padding X of 4, and then also we're going to pass that class name in the default variable if we are passing any classes. Now in the header, see this 3 layer. I'm going to just cut everything. I'm going to make within that container, right? Container. Okay, import it and put everything within the value here. Now, if I save, you can see right now I'm having a container value. So now also if I put a class name, let's say VJ of red, I can simply get to see like that. So now I am having a pretty good structure of the container. And also I can go through directly in our layout, because right now you can see everything under, it's not everything, but most of the things coming on the container view. So you can keep it like that if you're looking forward to. Now for the container, we can also make some of the certain kind of class name. What kind of class name you're talking about? We can make a flex, we can make a height of 24, make a flexible height, we can make it flex, we can make it item center, we can make it justify between to cover everything within the between parameter. I'm going to put the logo, navigation, and the icons. And for the logo as we are happen to have there. So if we just go in that, let's say I'm going to go with the data, or I will just explore the image right here where we're going to passing all the images. So click on the apps and get all the components, images, and there is the logo.png. So this is the file which gonna containing our entire logo setup by which we are going to fetch the logo. So what I'm gonna do, let me just go and create another common component here, because we will try to capture the logo in a separate component by which you can also make it better to happen. So that would be our logo. So I'm going to just import the logo right here in the header. Instead of the div, it will be simply our logo. That's it. Now let's go back to the logo, and we're going to just import it from our file. So should be import logo from dash dash. Let's say it will be go with that I think images / logo.png. So instead of the div, we can either remark it with the link rat. So the link, and whenever we're going to click on that href, it will always redirect us to the home page. Now over here, we're going to have two certain kind of things. One, another div here, and then either you can keep a button. If you don't want to div, you can keep the button. That will be both and fine. So now we'll get that image from the next image, and in the source tab, we're going to use that logo as the image. And for the alt tab should be, let's say, quick food logo. And also for the class name, I want to make it object cover. And of course, the logo, I want to make it as a paradise. Now you can see the logo is not look so good because it's getting much more in a very hazy manner. You can see that would be the logo setup. So what we can do here, put a class name. We're gonna make it I'm gonna make it as a relative, and also we're gonna make it width should be 12, height should be 12, and the transit. And I'm gonna make that also. I'm gonna make it a group hover. So let's say should be group. And whenever we're going to hover it, we want to scale it 110, and we're going to make it as a hover effect. Let's say hover effect parameter. I think we are happen to have that our hover effect. So this is the one which going to be taking in place. So now save it. After saving that one, after that image or after that particular div, also we can make that one as a class name should be let's say I'm going to make it a flex item center, and I'm going to make it a gap of 0.5. Let's say 0.5, and also I'm going to make it as a group. So once you hover, you can see how the logo is getting bigger, and after that particular div, we should be having a span tag here. First one gonna be a quick, then another is span within this span, and here I'm gonna use that as food. So quick food, we are happen to have that. The text for that one, it will be 2XL font, it will be bold font, and text should be, let's say, foreground, and also tracking should be tight, so be sticking all together. For this span tag, put a class name, text should be primary. That's it. So now once you hover it, you can now either, like, you can also make that color to be changed. Like if you want that, let's say I want that also, I'm gonna hovering on the group. Let's say group hover text should be, let's say foreground. So it will automatically gonna be, you can see how it's changing. So this is gonna, I think that looks better. So I'm gonna keep it like that, and also we can make the similar thing. So this is up to you if you're looking forward to have that. But for me, I think it looks quite good. So now we're gonna also have to have our navigation tab button where we're gonna lay down all of our navigation parameters. So let's go back to header, close others. So now here, all the navigation parameter are gonna take in place. To have the navigation parameter, I'm going to go in our, let's say I'm going to create a new file over here at the root called, it should be called as a constants. So this one going to contain all of the links parameter, whatever the parameter data we're going to make, which can be static. We will use that data.ts, and should be export const, should be like that, export const gonna be, let's say nav underscore links is equal to, put an array within the object. It will be I'm gonna just put the name, or I can make that as a href where you're gonna lie /home, and the label should be as home. So that would be our first one. So within that parameter, we should be happen to have a certainly of some of the menu parameter to go and consume all of those data instant. Okay, I think this comma not required. Okay, so this is the one we are happen to have that. Then we also gonna have some others. So like I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to duplicate that one. So this is the home, and then we also gonna have to have that. Okay, so let me just, I think I'm going to use a 5 data layer here. Okay, so I missed the comma here and comma here. Okay, so first is the home, second it's going to be /menu, which going to be passing that as data as menu, and the third one going to be as restaurant, and instead of I think I will provide the as, so restaurants, where we can show all of our restaurant data. Then also should be blog, and that should be blog, and then the last one it going to be the contact and /contact. So now you can see the data looks quite fine. So what we're going to do on that particular div layer instances, we will make a very good scenario. First of all, we're going to take our JavaScript notation, and then we're going to make that nav links. Of course, you need to import it at the top, otherwise it will not get the data. So I'm going to make that, let's say navlinks.map, and everything I'm going to take as an item, or you can take it as a link, doesn't matter. Then the key should be within the parameter of link, and then we're going to simply pass the data layer of, let's say it's going to be passing that item dot label. And for that href data, it's going to be simply taking that href, which is going to be item.href. The key should be item.href, because you're going to see all the, you can either can make that href or also can make that label. Both it can be key, because you can see both are similar, having the unique property. So this is the combination of the 5 menus. So we need to make it similar like that. So how we can achieve this one? The class name here by default it's gonna be hidden LG, it's gonna be flex, gap should be, let's say 8, and also I'm gonna provide that item should be center align. So now we happen to have a very good systematic ratio, and now we also need to create that particular span tag here, which can make this design looks better. So for the label, I'm going to also provide some of the class name, put a class name, and this one should be relative, and the text should be a small text. Font should be, let's say, I'm going to make it a semi-bold, and the text should be foreground and hover. Let's say when I'm going to hover on that, text should be, let's say, primary. And then I'm going to also make that, let's say, I'm going to make it uppercase, and I'm going to make it also, let's say, I'm going to make it a tracking wide. So tracking wide, and I'm going to pass that hover effect. That's it. So now you can see we are happen to have an absolute menu parameter where we can go home, menu, restaurants, blog, contact, etc, etc. Now we are happen to have our nav links, but there is one more parameter. I'm gonna very much purposely gonna make it as sorry, the key was should be relative, so the name was missing, and I'm gonna also make it as group, because I'm gonna keep one span tag here that should be a self-closing span tag, and on the span tag I'm going to put a class name. I'm going to make it an absolute, right? Absolute, and from there I'm going to make that one left 0, and let's say I'm going to make that bottom 0 to keep it on the border should be bottom, let's say I'm going to keep it bottom 1, but that should be according to that -1, which can be more adaptable. And then I'm going to make that one bj as primary. So now you can see nothing appear, but I'm going to make it like as is just happened to passing by. I need to provide that and width and height. So the width should be getting the full width, and height I want to make the height of 0.5. So it means the 2 pixel. You can see there is that one, right? Now over here, I need to make something very diligent. So what I'm gonna do by default, I want to make it as 0, which should be, let's say 0. So there is no width. Now when I'm gonna hovering on the group, let's say group hover, width should be, let's say full. So it will get the full width, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect parameter for the animation. If you go here, you can see, okay, cool. So now you can also highlight the color if you're looking forward to in that very notation. So whenever the page is there, you will highlight that page, so you have a very correct motion that this page is active. Now after that, we have a certain kind of buttons. You can see I want to make it log out, because we should not have an users and others. We need to set up all those frequencies. So now we're going to have a search icon. We're going to have also that button item and sign in and sign up. I'm going to just create some of the icons which can now render or make it better, right? We need 2 icons, especially for our users parameter, right? So to do that, of course, we are going to make it. So the first of all, let's go back here. This is going to be the icon segment here. So in the icon segment, that could be coming to as an user menu here. So the user menu going to contain everything, right? The button layer, other layer, but we're gonna bring that too. But right now, what I'm gonna do within that div, let's say keep that div. I think I'm gonna keep that div here. So this one, because that's the root div, right? So I'm gonna keep another div. Then I'm gonna keep a link here. So the link gonna be passing off that, let's say, sign in. And over in the sign in, so let's say keep sign in for the href should be /auth /sign in. So this would be our first attempt to provide that link, you see. So now animation here, you can see this the button animation. This is coming from top to bottom. This is coming also top to bottom, but with a different ratio and different color. We need to create the similar button conception. So this is the div where actually both of the button gonna handle. So I'm gonna provide some of the class name for, I think this one actually not requiring to have any class name, because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap everything within the button tag. So button. So this is actually the game planning which the button gonna handle. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put some of the parameters. So I will make ones in a beautiful way, so you will know the others, how the others gonna work and how the things can be done in a proper motion. So for the class name, I'm gonna provide that class name as I'm gonna give a border, and border should be, let's say, primary. Padding y should be, let's say, 2.5, and also let's say padding x should be 5. Rounded full text, let's say I'm gonna put a text of extra small, and then I'm going to make also the font medium, and after that I'm going to make it as relative, and overflow should be hidden, and also that would be as a group parameter. And when I hover, the border should be, let's say, primary, and also I'm going to pass that. I think that would be cool. That's enough for that. So right now you can see we are actually passing this much data layer right now. Okay, fine. I think hover border primary is not required because we keep the border is already the primary, so we can skip this part as well. Now I need to provide two segment, because you can see we make it as a relative, right? So I'm gonna take an span tag parameter, right? A self-closing span. So let's go. We're gonna make that one. So that is the span here. So in the span, we're gonna put a class name. We will make it an absolute. So absolute. And also I'm going to make that inset should be, let's say inset should be 0, and then I'm going to make the background color should be the primary color, and also minus translate y should be full, so it will be fully at top. And also when I'm going to make that one as group hover, translate, let's say group hover, translate y should be 0, so it will be in similar place. And I'm going to also pass that hover effect animation here. So right now once I go, you can see how it's coming. I think it's cool. So I'm going to remove that sign in from here, because that would be also entertaining within a key, within a parameter of the span. So to make the design in very, very good way, first of all, I'm going to make it as a Z index of 10, or I think a 10 would be good. And text should be primary. So when I'm going to group, so let's say group and hover on that, text should be, let's group hover, so the text should be primary foreground. Okay, so means it will be wide, and I'm gonna provide that hover effect, so the similar effect gonna run. You can see right now, okay, text is not looks quite good because it's not actually getting the color. So let me just grab it to provide the actual color here. And I think not need the color, I need to only need to make it relative to work on. So now you can see, okay, quite good. So as it's working right now, this could be the same thing for our other button, which is going to be sign up. So I'm going to just take the button for you, because as you know, the similar conception, but just a dynamic design sense changes. You can see here right now, this is just getting to in other way around. Okay, so you know how to create that one right now, and I believe you can create it. So I'm going to put a class name. I'm going to make that button as a flex. Item should be center and gap should be 3. So it will be the similar gapping parameter. If I go click on sign in, we doesn't have a page for auth sign in. If we go in our app, you can see we have our auth in our sign in. We doesn't create a page. So I want to create a page.tsx. So that would be sign in page. So sign in page. I'm going to just check the name as sign in page. And here it would be sign in page. So now we need to start designing our sign-in page. So we're gonna make everything to make our sign-in page the way we are looking forward to have it. To make that one, we need to also look forward to what kind of sign-in page we are happen to have. We have sign in and sign up. So both page we need to create from the scratch, and we will also make all the setup. Before going further to create those pages, I need to also enable some of the credential which we are going to use to make things done in a pretty decent way. So how are we gonna make this happen, right? So to do this, everything we're gonna also have to make things in a very good motion. So basically, we are going to use the Sanity CMS to enter everything within the perfect ratio. So what we're going to do first, we're going to emphasize some of the details. At least we need to be able to show the data structure first, because this entire segment we're going to handle using the Sanity. So first, I'm going to go to create this banner and others and like so that we can have a very good structurable data over there. And to concat with the Sanity, because as we are going to do right now, I'm going to go in our Sanity Studio. So sanity.io, we need to create an account. If we doesn't have an account, it's very simple and easy if you have a Google account instant. So I'm going to go make the login over there. So click the login, and I'm going to use my own dummy account, which you need to have your Google account to go and create any kind of account in Sanity Studio. So from there, I will choose my manage over here. And on the manage, I can see what kind of application I have. You can see we can now create any application like that. So I'm going to skip it right here. And over here, what I need to do, I need to make the Sanity application layer right here. So right now, as you can see, I have no Sanity initialization. So how we can start Sanity application? So Sanity in Next.js. So you can see there are all the demo and others. You can see the resources here. You can find all the alternatives, how you can embed a Sanity Studio. You can see all the examples right here. So what we need to do, we will use that like the Sanity actual setup to create our studio within the Sanity, by which everything gonna be working perfectly fine. We can look forward to have a package. We can just go in the npmjs.com and we can search for the package, which is the Next Sanity. This is the package which we're gonna use to create our application in Sanity in a very perfect fashion. So this is the package. You can see go in the installation, or you can directly go in the quick start. And over here in the quick start, you just need to run that command npx sanity at latest init, and automatically it's gonna initialize everything. So first of all, I will make that Sanity login to start with a Sanity application. So this is the one which will let our application know which account I'm using. So whatever account you use to create your Sanity or logged in, you need to use the same account. Now I have the terminal access to go by. I will just copy that command from here and then just paste it right here. So right now, as you can see, it's gonna go and boost everything again. The authentication we are handling for the OAuth directly using that our Google, but for the other auth we are using the Sanity. So now let's create a new project. This 2 is previously created. I will just go over here, and then I'm gonna this just similar of that. You can make it my project, or you can go with any parameters. So what I'm gonna do right now, so this is, I'm now within my application layer. I'm gonna just go in that, let's say the name. Okay, I want to see one more. See the embedded studio Sanity. So this is the one which will let embed my studio in Sanity. So I'm gonna go here. Okay, Next.js npx sanity at latest init. So that's supposed to be we run the similar command, right? Okay, I'm gonna just hit enter. Let's see. Okay, React PD, new organization. So this is gonna be there. I'm gonna change the name later on if we require to. I want to use the default configuration here. And then after using the default configuration, now it's just enabling the dataset. Would you like to add configuration file? Yes, I want to add the configuration file. I want the TypeScript to be added. I want the embedded Sanity Studio here. Yes, you need to press yes, otherwise it will not be. And the route you want to use /studio. That's it. So now you can see this is now I'm going to make a clean project with no predefined schemas. So this is if you go like that, your application is created, right? So the data set, I'm gonna make yes to go by. So what actually is gonna happen? Okay, Visual Studio Code already installed. So the happen is there, it's gonna create a project for you. Okay, so I'll need to go back here. I'm gonna reload this. So as I didn't change the name, it will be my Sanity project, right? You can change the name anytime you want. You can update the name from here as well. You can see there is the Sanity project here. You can change it from the organization, from the settings, from anywhere. So better to, now if you want to change, you can change it here, or if you put your name right there, it will automatically publish that name. So let's say I'm going to make that quick food. So quick food YT. Okay, so that name it will be set, and nothing to be worried because there are no need to pass the name, because in the local you can see we have the project ID, we have the Sanity dataset. And what I'm gonna do, as you see the .env.local, I don't want to keep it as local. I'm gonna make this one as a prime.env setup. So now I have my env. And also, if you go directly in the app, you can see over in the app, we have something different. We have the studio /base.tsx, and here we are running our studio. So I'm going to go right here, and in the local host, we're going to go /3000/studio to just access the entire studio setup. And once we are just going to be there, we're going to have so many other scenarios. So I'm going to go just authenticate my setup. I'm going to go with the account which I used to make the create an account or sign in with that same account. So after happen to have that, you see I doesn't have any documents, right? So now I need to provide and give back all the schema, all the setup, so that we can start pouring data here. So how we can start the setup? So to do that, first of all, you can see in the Sanity, we have our schema types as only the index. So I doesn't having any kind of like the type here, any kind of parameter here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and get all the schemas right here. And of course, I'm going to explain. So this is just a schema. We already created a lot of schemas here. So you may remember this kind of things, which we are actually doing a lot of the time. So we know how it's going to entertain. So let's just get that. Of course, there need to be get that Sanity icons, which I think didn't install. So packages, if we go, okay, not yet. So I'm gonna also make that pnpm add Sanity icons, which gonna providing us all the icons. So for the particular batch, okay, also the schema types here. So schema types. Let me go in that API version, sanity.config.ts. Okay, sanity.config.ts here. Okay. So now over here, we need to get our schema types here. Okay. So the schema types, schema should be coming. What's wrong here? Okay, let me see. Should be, I think the schema type should be /sanity schema types, right? So this is the schema types which we are passing that. Okay, okay. And we're gonna have a structure, we're gonna have a schema, but why is not getting it? Sanity add a schema. What actually is saying has no exported member schema. Okay, I think if we go in the index, it doesn't have an exported type of a schema. That's the schema type. So you happen to have that export type schema types. So this is the one. Okay, I think it should be schema types, not the schema. Okay, here also we're gonna pass that instead of passing that schema, should not be getting like that. So what we're gonna do in the schema, we're gonna just revoke that schema from here, and within that, like within, okay, no need to revoke it. Actually, we can pass it the schema type here. So as it's coming as a schema type, so we can just pass that an object variable here. So that should be our schema setup. And on that schema, we're gonna just simply pass the type, which gonna be the schema type. So just to grab all the schemas which we have been created. Now over here, you can see we have a lot of setup. Like we have the banner schema, we have the categories schema, we're gonna have the full schemas. So all the schema parameter is right here. Now, if you have the product, if you have the images, you can initially upload that. Like if I have the banner, I can just go here and upload my banner data. Because right now, as you can see, you're gonna have to have all the images right now. You can see the blog schema, and also you can see the restaurant schema. And by the way, if it doesn't have any images, you can simply go and open that. You can simply inspect the data, or you can direct, like you doesn't have any image for this product, right? You can simply go and image that, like you can direct. Okay, so I'm gonna go and open that within a open image in a new tab. What's wrong? Okay, I think it's just directly grabbing that, and you can see there is the image which is just added. You can just download it like that way, or you can also go with that inspect here, and you can just go and search any image. You can see these images, you can open it, it will automatically download, or you can just view it as such. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to explain all of the schema types here so it can be really easy for you to grab it. And by the way, in the link, the code, it will be there. So it's up to you if you can fill that or you are going to type within this parameter. So schema types, first one is that we're going to have a schema in the index. We are actually importing all the schemas. So I'm going to go processing on that. So we have a schema types named banner.ts. Now in the banner.ts, what we are happen to have, we have the defined field and defined type. And then in the export default defined type, we are passing the name as banner, title as banners, and the type is document. And this title, and as you can see the title over here, if you go right here, you can see the title is banners. So this is the title which we are encouraging to have. Now also, actually this is the title which actually going to define the names, right? If you type the name, let's say test banner, you can see automatically it's gonna reflect as the text banner. So this is the one which actually combining here. So I'm gonna just discard the changes because I'm gonna import my data as such. Now, for the banner, we have the field, we have the defined field. A banner should have the title and name the title, and the title as the title is string, and validation. A banner, the title is required, then the description which is required, which have the banner image, which gonna be happen to have the hotspot true, and the validation is that banner image is required. Then also gonna have the button title, and the button title is required too, should be happen to have the href, by which we can go through the pages. This is the same combination here what we are talking about. So this href going to be containing how the way we are passing that. We have the active or not. We have also the order display. Then we have a very simple preview to go by. And then also we are showing the preview, like also you're going to have in the banner data, we are showing that preview to have it. Then we have our category. What kind of category you have? Name the category, title is the categories, type is the document. In the defined fields, you're going to have the name and the title name, type is string, validation is true, which is required, and every category name is required. And then the slag, which you're going to generate from the name. As you can see, if we go directly in the category here, so go in the category, if you click in the category, and if you try to get that, let's say test category, right? If you generate, you can see it going to generate. So it's a max 96 words it's gonna take, so you can generate your own category like that way. So that's the slag of the category. Category should have a description, should have an image, and image is not required but must to have that. And also we are showing the order as to just go for the order display order to showcase how the way we want to show. So this is the criteria which we are passing that to have that category, and also if the category is active or not, and then passing that preview messages. Okay, done. Then we have the food, and food means our product, our item. So in that, name is the food, title is the food items, type is the document, and then here providing the name which is to require, then the slag which the similar way of the category which we generated. Then we have the description, we have the category, we have the varieties. So in the varieties, we're gonna also pass the reference for that. It's gonna automatically redirect to the food variety. Of course, we're gonna see the food variety type later. This is just getting the reference from there. Description is that to show what kind of description things it's going to be passing that. We have the base price, and then we have the enable all sizes, which is going to enable all the sizes. And then also we're going to have the defined sizes, like all available sizes. Here in the sizes, we have the size reference, which is going to be creating as a size. And in the preview, we are showing all the size name and others, and showing also a very good decent description to go by. And then we also happen to have the images, and it could be carried multiple images. That's why it's an array of images. And also in the ingredients tab, where you need to show all the ingredients, we have the preparation time, we have the spice level, either it's the mild, medium, hot, or extra hot. Then we also have the availability, and then have the feature, is the item is featured or not, which is actually the Boolean value. And then we also have the order and the display order, how the way we are displaying the order to showcase. And then we have also the name for the category name. We are preparing a preview for that instances. Okay, then we have the food variety. In the food variety, we are showing the name here and description, what kind of food variety we are having, either the non-veg, organic, veg, cold, fresh, gluten-free, vegan, etc., etc. Also, then we also happen to have the description here, Then we are also passing a lots of other variation, which are gonna be the order, like the display order is gonna show at the top or bottom. That's how we are actually managing that. Also happen to have the preview and others. Then we happen to have the ingredients, similar conception, but a different approach. Now over here in the ingredients, we are showing the name as ingredients, title as ingredients, type the document and define field the name, title, ingredient name, and then showing either it's a tomato, cheese, chicken, whatever ingredients we are using. Description we are showing, order type we are showing how the way this order is going to be similar for all. If you keep the order, so it's gonna set, like especially if you come in the ingredients, it's gonna just store like the restore according to the order menu, right, or according to that order tab. If it doesn't keep the order, it doesn't matter, it would be same to come with the preview. The entire setup gonna work similar way. So this is the order. We're gonna have the name, display order, number, description is order in which ingredient appears must be unique, and then passing the validation rules over here. Now after that, we also happen to have the menu item where we're going to have entire menu setup, which is going to happen to have the name menu, title menus, and the document coming as for the name, coming for the name, title menu name, and the description. You can see here either breakfast menu, lunch menu, dinner menu, or the weekend special, whatever menu we are calling. We happen to have the create the flag, we have the description, we have the image. You can see not required, but good to have. We have the categories field, which the reference as the category model. Then because we will update the category, we're going to upload the category, then we can actually reference those categories right here. Then we have the food items, which also going to be array of the food, the reference here. Then also we have the available from the type of the pricing, available to like from 10 to 20, like this is the hour combination here, like from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. or whatever we are passing that. Also the available days, especially coming and the weekend setup. So we either is the weekly 7 days is available or only the some days you are selling that menu, that depends. Then is it active or not, featured or not, and then the order, the display order number, and the preview, just showcasing that preview. Okay, then we have the sizes, right? What kind of or how many sizes products we have. So in the sizes, either it can be small, medium, large, extra large, whatever the sizes we are selling, and the code, size code, you can see small, medium, large, axles, description, serve size, like how many people you can serve from that, like one plate, how many people can eat, if you have the big menu setup here, so better to have like the server size. Also the display order, then the preview to show the data in a very unique way. We have the order. This is the most unique one to go with that. So order should have a number, and the number gonna be only read only. So the order number, unique order number, this number gonna be generated automatically from the Sanity. Now we have the user, the reference gonna be typed as the user. We should have the user email for the order, user name, items, whatever items we are taking, like whatever items you order from there, and from the item we're also getting that name of the food and the item name, image, also the price, quantity value, size value, variety value, and then also a preview to showcase the data in a pretty decent way. Then we have the delivery address, like if you order an item, where it's gonna deliver, and then the delivery address is an array of delivery type. In the field, we have the name of the type, level, street number, apartment number, city, state, zip code, country, phone, instructions, all the setup need to be appear from there. Then also we have the subtotal value, like the value of the order, and the delivery fee, how much we are taking, the tax fee, total number, and original total number, because you're gonna also manipulate the actual order if you have the description, like the discount and other. We also pass the payment method, either online or cash on delivery. Then the payment status, either pending, paid, or failed. And then initial is gonna be always pending. Then also the status, the reference gonna be according to the status. So all the status we're gonna create in the backend. Estimate delivery time, we have the notes, if it's coming any notes there, Stripe session ID, if it's there, the session ID, step payment intent, if you use payment using the payment from this type. Now over here in the preview, we are showcasing the order number, user email, total, status, and credited, and preparing a very good viewpoint here. Then in the orderings, we are just showcasing the newest order, whatever the order is coming new is in first, and also the showing the number within the highest value amount. Okay, then we have the order status. So in the order status, because hook up the order, like reference the order status within the order. So order status should have a status title, and then also gonna have a value which gonna be coming within the slide, and maximum length of 50, should happen to have a description, a color, and that is the color management to just to show how it gonna be look alike. Then we also have the order number, and also that could be the display order, and the is default or not, is active or not, and happen to have a very good preview to show everything in a decent way. Then we are happen to have the user. It's one of the most important set of our menu. So every user, now you can see in the user, if you go directly in the users, we are going to storing the user in the sanity. So we don't want to expose the password, especially here. So we will not let even the studio to think about our password. So we're gonna arrange it in that way. How we can do that? To make that user should have a name and a string, we should have an email, and you can see the password. And the password should be hash password, you can see, and that should be hidden because I don't want anybody to see the password. So that would be a good one. And then the image, which is going to be in the profile image, which email should be the email is verified or not. If the provider, if having to the OAuth, what are the provider they are using to make manipulate that, either is coming with the credentials or the Google. Then have the role, what kind of user role is right there, because then we're going to hook up with that in the user role. Also have when the user is created, user address is there, and also the wallet balance if he has any balance there. Then making a preview using the title, subtitle, media, and the role name. Okay, then we also happen to have the user role by which we can see a user, because we're going to happen to have the admin and the normal. So we're going to have a particular user, delivery man, and also the for the picker packer, so many users going to be there. So the user should have a role name that also going to be happen to have a slag which going to be generating automatically max length of 50, which going to using as an unique identifier as well. And then also we should have a description over there, what kind of like user role is that, and is active or not, parity level of that, when created at, and then the preview for that user role. Then we have the address. In the address, we have the name for the user, title user, and then also the what kind of address type, either work, home, or other. Then also the address level for that custom label for address, and then street, apartment, city, state, zip code, country, phone, instructions is default or not, and then showing a perfect of preview to show data in a very, very good way. And of course, if you doesn't know want to get the code from the from the GitHub, you can simply freeze the screen and then you can type yourself. So that would be a good practice for you. Then also you're going to have a review tab. Every food item we can showcase the review, the name food and the title food item, and the reference going to be type of food should be coming from the user, and the rating, whatever the rating we have, minimum value of 1, maximum 5. We have the comment and is approved or not. We have likes too, we have the dislikes too, we have the created at item and showing the preview for the particular ratings and ordering. Now after that, we have the restaurant parameter where we can have all the restaurants, and restaurant is going to be happen to name as a restaurant's name. Then we're going to have a restaurant flag, description, image, location of the restaurant, similar as address, latitude, longitude we are showcasing. We have the phone number, restaurant email, opening hours, and as well as all the tag of that, if the all food are available on the restaurant, or the food items whatever available there, and the categories of that, the rating, what kind of rating is getting the restaurant one, the reviews, and is active or not, delivery fee, how much is that, minimum order value, and estimate delivery time, is featured or not, what kind of order statistics we are showing, and then we have a very good preview as well. Then we have the opening hours. In the opening hours, we're making standard opening hours. The schedule is from Monday time 10 to 23 is close false. So this is the schedule ratio. We are showcasing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So within that, we can actually go have a very, very good structure of the data layer to show all the available timing for our for our opening hours, right? And then we also happen to have our post, because we have a post to passing by. So in the post, as you can see, we have the post for the document and the title, and also have the slag, have the author. Of course, the author is going to be a different entity because we linked up the author according to the type of reference. Then we have the main image for it, we have the categories for it, and then also we have the is featured or not when published at, and also the body, which is going to be a content type. So in the body, you can see we can pass the two image category, or the first one image category. We have the caption, we have a preview of the body, then we have a preview of our blog. And then also we're going to have to have the author, and author, we're going to have to have that user and user setup, which is going to be referenced according to the user. And author should have a name, have a slug, image, bio, and then happen to have the preview. Then we have the last one, which is the blog category. Every blog category should have a name and should have the slug and also the description and others. Now, you can do one more thing, is that you can go one by one to upload all your product, right? You can go in the banner, you can just go grab that image and you can upload the banner right here. But what I'm going to do, as I have the data here, so I'm going to go in a pretty decent and a pretty simple way to upload entire data structure from there to here. So I will do it right now. So I have just a simple seed file here, which called the seed.tar.z. And this seed file is going to contain our entire live data structure except the user and others. So all the data is right here. All the data, whatever the data we are showcasing right here, you can see we can access our /studio. Don't try to access because it doesn't have the permission and it should not able to be accessed on that particular property. Now over here, once the Sanity is loading, you can see we have this layer. Especially we're going to have the structure, and you can see in the structure we have the food management, all food items. This all data is just faded right here on that particular seed.target.zz. Once you're going to purchase that, you are going to have that file to be go there. Also, especially right there, you can also have in the maybe in the GitHub repo, you can try it. So especially if you purchase, we are feeding the entire data for you because this is for the business purposes, right? You need to have the data. Otherwise, how you can get the benefit to purchase those things, right? So what I'm gonna do, as we have the data here, as we purchase it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clear that, and that should be, let's say, npx. And that should be Sanity at, I think we are going to export it for sure. There should be a command to import the data. So that should be coming, let's say Sanity, I think that will be coming as we're going to import it. So let's say Sanity at latest, and then we're going to also pass that data set and import tar.seed.tar.zz. So this is the one because it's the root, so no need to go in the /. I'm going to hit the enter. So what now it's gonna do, it's gonna go and break down whatever the data is actually happen to have. It will go directly in the production. So that's the data set I'm already happen to have. You can see it doesn't have any data right now. So this is now like exporting everything, like importing everything from the seed.target.zz. It's just a zip file. That's why coming that zz. So now you can see it's just validating the data file, importing the documents, and importing the assets. What it's gonna do, it's gonna save you time because it depends. It's gonna take time to upload all of those data, right? When I'm created the applications, I did the same thing to upload the data. So now, right now, once it's gonna have, you can see it's already showcasing. We have the banner. You can see the banner data. We have the banner title, description, image, or the now button is active, everything. Also have the food items, everything. So what I want to do, if I want to see if we have the user, if I have the user, now see, I don't want to have the user. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove the user and the order setup because we want everything to be new here, right? So I got clear all the data because I removed all the user and others previously. So I am now happen to have like a banner here, and where you can see all the banner. We also happen to have the menu here, or also in the menu you can see all the, like for the menu items. I think this is the menu setup. Why it's like that only? If we go in our, especially for our, let's say the food items, you can see all the food items should be appearing here. Okay, now we have the food items, right? So what I want to do right now to showcase the data, especially, and before going to showcase the all the things, you can see there is one structure, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this structure the way we are looking forward to have it. I'm gonna put in everything here. So this is kind of structure which we are actually looking about to have a very good symphony to understandable. You can see now you can go with the food management. You can see all the foods, page management, restaurants, menus, orders, customers, and blog management. And to do that is also pretty simple to go by. You can see you can go with the list menu items, and all the items should be an items, an array of items. Then you're going to provide that list item. So this is going to define all the list item. that should be for the food management. This is the title, and under that food management, whatever the items, so it's going to be nested items. Then within that there is another nested items, and over here you can put the list item, the title, whatever the title you want to show, all food items, so you can see all food items, and then the icon and the schema type, which is going to reference to the food, and the child, whatever the child you are going to passing by. That's it. Similar way, categories, food varieties, ingredients, sizes still happen to have the divider, and then happen to have other feature items, right? So this is how we gonna decipher to go by. You can see this is another nested amount over here. This is the divider, which actually gonna make a divider right here to go by to make the divide. So this is just a put a divider. Then we have the feature items, we have the available items, the unavailable items, and as divider again to show the product reviews. Then we have that another global as divider for this one, where you can see the page design. So it's this way we are actually designed entire structure to show a very good layer, or very like a customer or the amply readable way. So now we have a very good structure to follow. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go directly at the home. So I'm going to go directly on that localhost 3000. And over here right now, as we have the data, we know we can pull the data. So now before going further with the sign in, sign up, I want to show some of the data to go by. So that would be very easy way to do. Then you can understand it also pretty easy way. So to show the data, first we're going to start with our particularly here for the banner. As you know, in the banner, we have that very good design structure. To do that, we also need to go to create the banner structure, which need to be or happen to be in a very good segment here. So we're going to start building that our banner. To implement that, we're going to go in our client. We're going to also, I'm going to minimize it first. I'm going to go in the app, also in the client, here in the page. So this is the page where all the magic going to happen, because that's going to contain all the home page, data layer, and others. So first of all, to start with that, so let's just go implement one thing. Okay, so the first thing it's going to be, we're going to check if we can fetch any data or not, like any the post data or any other data. We can particularly do that to go and make things done. So first I'm going to remove everything from here, and then I'm going to create in a component here. So this is the component here. I'm going to just go with for the home page. So here we're going to know is all are for the home page setup. So home that should be hero.tsx, RAFCE. So that's the hero section it would be. So hero section. So hero, and here should be the hero data. So if you go here, we can see there is one hero segment right here, which actually gonna combine everything. And also you can keep any background if you're looking forward to, like you can put a class name, and here that should be the min height of screen value, and bj should be background. So that's the background, that's the color which we want to append here. Now first we're gonna create the hero, right? Now the things that other is within the container, everything within the container except the hero item here. So that's why we're gonna manipulate it in that way. So first one is that we need to get the banner, right? Get the banner data, right? So of course, as the banner gonna be coming up from the like the database, we need to go with the async and await way. So that should be const banner should be is equal to await, and then we need to grab that get banners, right? Get banners. So that would be a function which we need to create, right? We doesn't have any get banner function or other functions or anything, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in our, let's say I'm going to go back to the sanity, or I can go in our lib here. So we have a lib function here. In the lib, we can go to create a sanity function. So let's say sanity functions, function.ts, right? Here we're going to combine every single function. One should be the function, and another should be, let's say I'm going to also pass that as a query.ts. So let's say I think we're going to make that query.ts. Here we're going to keep all the queries, right? Whatever queries we are looking forward to grab the data. I'm going to just refresh for you here. So now this is going to contain every single query. How we are actually destructuring the query. I'm going to first, let's go, we should be happen to have a banners query, right? So to get the banners query, I'm going to open that in a new tab. I'm going to go in that /studio here again to just show how you can do it in manually. You need to go in the vision here, and from the vision you can run any structure. So you put that star mark for the third bracket. So here you can see you can make that underscore type, and that should be is equal to, let's say it should be the banner, and the name should be, let's say I'm going to put the banner type, right, schema type here. So the name should be the name, the similar name of it, right, whatever the name we are keeping for the banner. So now if we make that, and then let's say I want everything from the banner, put like that. Okay, type is equal to banners or banners. No. Okay, what's the things we made it wrong? Banner query. Okay, we need to pass the underscore type should be is equal to banner, and also we need to pass that underscore type is to banner, and let's say, sorry, that should be and I think let's say active is equal to true. No, I think something we made mistake here. Did we have that banner? So underscore type it becoming unexpected. Okay, that should be 2 only. I put it 3. Okay, that was the wrong only. With enter, you can see we have the banner, right? Now I want only the name from the banner. Let's say I will get the banner name. It's not, there is no name because we keep it as the title. You can see I can get the banner title, I can get the banner image. So that's the same way I can get whatever I want. I want this much. So if I just go here and paste it this much here and hit enter, you can see I have all the data. So that's the way we can concat the data to grab it. So this is the way we also write all of our queries to adapt. So what could that means? In the banners query, we are using the grok to run the query, the similar thing, because we are writing the query in the grok, so we need to no need to adapt the grok there. But now as we're exporting that banners query, writing that underscore type is equal to banner, and we're getting the active banner. So right now you can either make a deactive. No need to delete. If you make the deactive, and then automatically if the active is false, automatically the banner, it will not come here. As you can see, there's an array of banners, so that's the way you can make it more legit. Then what we have, we are passing the order ascending, ID, title, description, banner image, title, pattern, ref, order. That's what we are getting. Now in the Sanity functions, we also gonna go and adapt all of those functionality, what actually we are using. I'm gonna go and adapt here everything. I believe we also need to pass some of the structurable layer. Okay, the queries, the client sanity, which we need to get to import. I'm going to go and import that. Also, I need to import the types and others. So this is the client, which we're going to import from sanity lib. You can go in the client. This data is already created in the lib sanity. That's the file. We're also going to write another client later on, which is going to be a write client function, which is going to give us the permission to write in our database using that our special token. So right now, as you can see, within that client, we can actually go define that fetch those kind of data. So I'm going to go for our banners query. And I think for the queries, it will not be from the queries. It's going to be coming from, let's say, / query. Okay, so that's going to be there. And the types is not there. I'm going to save it. It will not give us the error. So this is the get banner function. You can see the exports assign function get banners, which is going to taking the promise as the banner, and it's going to just returning that client fetch banner data. Either you can make the data itself, then you can fetch, but you can also do like that. So now if we go over here, I'm going to go get that get banners function. Over here, I'm going to go make a log here and to check the banners. So let's just type the banners. And you can see we are now coding that functionality within our server side, because this entirely still a server side functionality here. So once you're getting the banner, you can see we can adopt all the banner from here. You can see all banner is right there. Even you just open your inspector from here. You can go to the console, you can see the server log here. This is the banner. And from the banner, what you're getting, button, href, image, title, description, order, title, underscore ID. So we have our entire banner structure done. But what about the types? You see, there is a connotation called the types, right? Here, we are getting the sanity types. We have a lot of banners set up, a lot of other things. How we can define that much type? Because if you see every time, now I have the banner, I can now define the type. So we need to go and extract the type all the time. But we don't want to do that. I will create a command here in the package. You can see in the script, I'm going to just give a comma here. Then I'm going to just write and skip a script which going to be, let's say, the type gen, which going to generate all the types for us. And they're going to be run as the sanity. So let's say sanity, SCHEMA schema, and then it's gonna be, let's say it's gonna be extract, and then end, let's say sanity type gen, and that could be generate. So this is the command which is going to be, if we run that, it's gonna automatically generate all the types. Right now, if you check here, it doesn't have any types parameter, right? So what I'm gonna do, pnpm type gen, right? So now, as you can see, it's extracting whatever the schema types we are typing in the query. It's gonna go all the queries. It's gonna go all the queries. You can see it's extracted all of the, because we get the 29 schema types and 0 grok queries. So you can see in the schema types, we have all the types here. Now you can see if we just search for, let's say, banner, you can see the banner type, ID string, type banner, created ad, updated ad, reference, title, description, banner image type, media, button title, href, active order. So you no need to worry about the typing anymore. Automatically, whenever you are adding a new grok query, you just run that command and automatically it's gonna make that a setup for you. So no need to worry, no need to be hassle free, hassle for those kind of things. Right now, as we are happen to have the banners, we can now make a condition here. What kind of condition? If we have no banners, right? If we doesn't have any banners, or if the banners, let's say banners dot length, if the banners dot length, why I'm typing bad. Okay, banners dot length if is equal to 0, I want to run a functionality. I will make that return null. I don't want to show that particularly. So like if I just make that one as boolean value, you can see nothing here, no banner. So this is how, if we have no banner to render, automatically you're going to see this section, it will remove and it will be there. So that's the how you will make a very, very good quick feature in a very, very good proficient fashion. So right now we already get the carousel, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get a section here. You can also get the div, doesn't matter. I will make it within the section parameter. So section, okay, section. So this is our section. I think section, yeah. So right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So now here, I'm going to get directly our, let's say, carousel. Okay, we have the carousel from EY carousel. Feel free to get it from there. Otherwise, it will not be coming. So if you just click on the carousel, so you can see this is the carousel parameter. You have entire code to combine the carousel properties. So it's up to you. If you want to modify, you can modify from there. So in the carousel, what I'm going to do, I'm in the carousel, it should be have the carousel content, right? In that carousel content, we should have to have that banners. So banners.map, and here every single time I'm going to take it everything as a banner, and from the banner, like we can take the banner as the type of banner. Okay, then also we will take the index, which would be as a type of number, because index, because we need to provide a particular setup. So number, number. So I'm going to write a simple or instead of writing that, so we can go okay, that's my bad. Okay, I'm gonna go directly here. Okay, number. So I really hate this auto correction. Okay, I'm gonna go back my previous section, number, and here I'm gonna go directly within that our second bracket parameter, and here let's go make the return here. In the return, I'm gonna make that as a carousel item. So in the carousel item, I'm going to simply pass that hello. Okay, just passing the hello, right? And as we are mapping it, we need to provide a key. The key should be, let's passing that banner.id. As you can see, we use the type, so happen to be all. So we have the hello, and if we just, you can see if we shuffle it, you can see the next hello is coming. So we have to have all the parameter. I'm going to put a class name for that. It will be as relative. And also the width should be full and overflow should be hidden, and margin bottom should be 1.6. So 16 into 4 pixels should be go there. And for the carousel here itself, we're gonna make a class name. We're gonna provide it with a full, let's say BJ of red. You can see the banner combination. So this is the banner. You can see we have two others. So that's how we can render. So I'm gonna just keep it like that. And here in that particular structure, we have the optionable value here. And from there, I'm going to make it a loop. So I want to make it loop, and loop should be as true. And here, I'm going to also make that align. I want to align from star. Okay, good. So in the carousel content, we should, I'm not going to put anything here. Now here, I need to grab a value. So it is right, that should be aligned. Why we're doing that? Because if you see here, this is the text is left, image is right. If you go here, you see text is right, image is left. If you go here, you can see, so this is the combination what we are looking for to make these things, because we need to structurize. So what I'm gonna do, the right aligned one, it should be is equal to index is equal to 1. So this one need to be provided the right side text parameter. That's it. So that is the combination to go by. Now the carousel content, what we make it, okay, cool. Now we have the key for that. We also gonna have a little bit of class name. I'm gonna make it a relative, which should be full as it's getting right now. And height should be 150. So 150 into 4, if you just calculate, it should be around 600 pixels, right? This is the weight, and it will also be responsive for sure. And MD height should be 175. Okay, so this is the combination of what we are doing. Let's say BG rate. You can see the height. If we go in a smaller screen, you see how reduced, and also you can see how getting it better. You can just reduce for making more distinguished, you can make the button side by side, which I'm going to do it here. So you're going to see, we're going to make it more cooler than the live one. So now I'm going to just remove the background here. Okay, I'm going to just remove the background. Okay, no need the background. Okay, right. So as we just remove the background here, now we can go and do other properties. So what I'm going to do, as we map through it, we have the hello. We don't want to have the hello. So what we want that full width background image. So that's what we are looking for. We're going to keep a div here. So div, within the div, we're going to have an image from the next image. And in the image, I'm going to put the source, and the source should be URL4. Now you can see the URL4 automatically is popping up right here, which is providing for the URL builder. And whenever you're going to get the Sanity, it's automatically going to render directly within the page when you are using the Next.js. So this is the beauty, because these two combination going to working perfectly flex together. Now you're going to see pretty much good things once you're going to making the authentication. This is super cool, super cool. Okay, so right now, if we have that, so we have the image builder, so image URL, and from the image URL, we're gonna pass that banner for dash banner image, and we're gonna also get the image according to the weight. So the weight, not like that. So the where I am. Okay, I think I have the typo mistake. So URL4 getting the directly on the banner image, and then getting the dot width. And the weight I want to have that is 1920, and then dot URL. So it's gonna automatically reimburse my URL. And here the alt tab should be, let's say it's gonna be providing the banner image. So that is actual for that. And also what I want. Okay, this is gonna be banner, right? Banner / banner image. Why? What's wrong here? What is saying? The reference weak. Okay, we're gonna see. Anything we're getting any error. Okay, should not be. So we are passing that URL4. What's wrong here? Okay, the asset type we're boolean. Okay, I'm gonna see what actually will happen to have that. We're also getting the weight, as we are grabbing directly from there, 1920, and also you're gonna get the height, which would be 700. And actually, if it's having to have the problem, we can just remove the width itself. If we can just go by. I think it's not about the width and others. Okay, we're gonna see what's actual happen to have matter. Now, of course, we need to provide that. You can see the invalid source prop. And here, because we are taking the image from the Sanity CDN, and of course, we need to configure the Sanity CDN from the next config.ts file. You can find that file right here in the root. This is the file which actually gonna maintain those setup. And over here, you need to configure your images property. So how you can do that is simple. You can just make that images here. On that images, you need to provide that. Let's say I'm going to go with the remote patterns, and here from that it will be an array of remote patterns, and from that I'm going to have the protocol, which is going to be HTTPS, and also I'm going to make that host name. So let's say host name, which is going to be cdn sanity.io. If it's not reloading at the same time, better to just kill your terminal. You can just kill that and restart again. It automatically gonna start spinning. Now over here, I still have confusion. I'm gonna make it reloading my tasks. What's actually is happening? Okay, I think if we have the banner, right? Yeah, I got the point. I got the point. So this actually, as is coming for the banner image, if we have the banner dot, let's say banner image, because we are manipulating that. So now I think it will be disappear. So now we have actual segment. You can see we have a pretty good an image. Okay, cool. So this is the same image, the same segment which we are building there. So I think it's quite good. So now also you can see you can toggle through to have the separate image here. You can see those are activating properly. So now we can also make so many other things. So first of all, this is the div here. So I'm going to make the div in a class name should be an absolute div. So absolute. I believe it would be an absolute div, absolute. And here I'm going to make that inset should be 0. So it's going to be below on that. Z should be 0. So right now you see it looks good. And on the banner image, I'm going to also make that class name, which should be full and height should be full and object should be cover. So it's going to cover up the entire segment. If you can also try the contain, but I think the contain is not to be good because in some portion it may break the width property, right? So better to put it as cover. And after that, I'm going to have another and customized div, and the div going to contain, let's say it's going to contain the overlay, right? Overlay for better text readability. So readability. So now here in that div here, what we're going to do, I'm going to put a class name here. Of course, it would be also an absolute. So absolute inset should be 0. Okay, that would be, I think, let's say VG rate. I want to see to put the color. You can see that's how you can combine that. So now I'm going to make that, let's say BG, I'm going to make it as primary. And then we're going to also make a 10% of primary color. You can see the shadow is right here. So now you can read the image properly. If you don't want that, you can just simply skip that. So you can get the full clarity of the image. So that's up to you if you're looking forward or not to have it. Now this is to have that, let's say, full banner background image. So this is to have the image compatibility, right? So this whole entire structure to get the image. Now what we want to have that, let's say, container, right? So this container should be coming within the max width, like should be coming within the container props, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply call that container, right? That's it. Solved. Now in the container, we should to have like two separate particular structurable ratio, right? So what I'm gonna do in that container, okay, I think I'm gonna go in a very simple configuration here. So this is the container here. After container, I'm gonna take another div, and within the div, I'm gonna take for that I'm gonna use the badge, and that should be coming in span tag, should be fresh and organic. So what actually I'm trying to do to make that here. So now in the container, let's put a class name, and I'm going to go directly, I think, yeah, I'm going to go using the CN property here because we're going to have the optional chain, and that one should be relative. Z should be coming as 10, and also I'm going to use that, let's say height should be full, flex item should be center, and also that's it. You can see fresh and organic. Now here I'm going to also keep one more, is right align. If it's the right align, I want to make that justify end, and otherwise it should be justify start. Okay, that's it. So now you can see if the first one is coming start, the second one, I think I believe it could be coming here. So now this is the combination what we are looking forward to have it. Now in the div here, put a class name. Again, I'm going to go with the CN because we're going to have a combination here. So let's go to the CN. Here what we are going to put that, we will also make that, let's say max width should be 2 pixel. And here BJ should be transparent background color and padding should be 0. And then we're gonna make that animate in because we are going to have an animation, and the duration should be 700 pixel. And then we're going to also have the fade in 0 and margin top of 10. So you can see how it's going to animate in from the top. You can see right here what's actually we are looking forward to. You see, this is going to be combining that. We're going to make so many other features as well. So you can see the setup is right now. So also we need to make it much more. I think we forget to put that setup. So is right aligned. We also need to make that should be text. Should be right, and let's say it's going to be making that slide in from right. I think that's the one it's going to be coming by. And also if that should be coming in the text, let's say left align and slide in from, not bottom, from the left. So right now if we just go back here and if we click, you see slide in from right. So we are happen to have that. Now in the span tag here, we can also make that inline, let's say inline block it would be. Then we're going to make that padding x should be 4, or actually the consent is that this is the class name property going to be inline in a very approval manner every time. So I'm going to just pulling that up. You can see inline block, padding x4, padding y 1.5, margin bottom of 6, text a small, font bold, text primary, foreground, and then uppercase, tracking wider, major primary, rounded full, and shadow is LD. The similar conception gonna happen every time to time. After a span, we should be happen to have the title. You see the text 4XL, font extra bold, leading tight, tracking tight, and also the text foreground, MD text 5XL, LG text 4XL, margin bottom of 6, shadow foreground, drop shadow is LG. So this is how we are going to concat all together, and then we are going to have our description here. Description the same thing. If it's right align, margin left is auto, otherwise margin right is auto, because whenever we are here, that should be the right align. Whenever we are here, that should be the left align. So now we are actually doing something and going somewhere. Then we're gonna have the div here. Now within the div, we're gonna have an animated button. Right now we doesn't have that. I think we need to create that animated button here. So to do that, we can just simply go in the common tab here. So in the common tab, remember the way we have been created our particular like the design here. So that could be the similar. You can see getting the href, children, class name, direction, variant, on click, type, visible, and size by default is empty. Now over here we're defining the direction classes, how we want it to be directed. We're gonna have the size classes, we have the variant classes, then we have the VZ animation class, we have the text color class, we have the base classes which we're gonna use for as the base scenario. Then we happen to have the content which is just in the span tag. Within the span tag, we're gonna also, if the href and is disabled, we're gonna put in the contact within the link parameter. Then we are just returning the button. So you can create it for as an animated button. Otherwise, you can use your own button the way you are looking forward to have it. Now in the animated button here, so animated button, and within the animated button here, we're gonna also pass that, let's say banner dot banner title. I think I'm gonna pass that banner dot, let's say button title. So that's the button title. We have the order now and others. You see the animation we are getting by default because we created it by ourselves. Now over here in the div, we should have to get two buttons, right? And so this is the one button here. So within the button, we have the button title. Then we're gonna also have another animated button. So animated, let's say animated button. And within that button, that should be coming off that view menu. Okay, so we have two buttons together. You can see that's the two button is coming all together. Here in the div, for the class name, we're gonna use that, let's say that CN to go and make the class name property. So the flex column by default, I'm gonna make it flex row. I think that's the gap would be 4, and it's more. I think just I want to see how it's gonna entertain. Yeah, that's cool. Now you can animate, you can either make it flex column or you can just reduce the button sizes. That's it. I think that would be the good practice. Now one is you can make either one is the a different color, like the way we divide it here. Is up to you. You can do it. So now over here, we want to show an icon, right? So what I want to do should be arrow right icon here. That's gonna coming from the Lucid React. So that's it. So automatically it's gonna pick it up. And also you can make that one as a class name, margin left, you can put it 2, so it's gonna be a little bit far away, and height should be 5, and width should be, let's say, width also, we're gonna define it as the 5. Then after that, in the animate button, I think the href should be coming as the, let's say, should be banner dot button href, and that should be coming as a string. That's it. And over here in that button right now for the menu should be href, which is going to be coming, let's say / menu. Okay, so I think okay, I'm gonna make it again. I think I make something not cool. I was get that. So href should be coming / menu. So now if we click in order now, we should be getting on the menu. You can see we are passing there. we can see the view menu. So it depends where we want the user to be redirected. Now also we need to have that carousel button. You see, that's the button right here. So we want to have those buttons. So after the carousel content, you can also make that customer in a custom indicator if you want. Then we want to make that, let's say, a carousel previous. Okay, so that should be our previous button, and then carousel next, and that should be our carousel next button. You can see we have two buttons to should be appearing. Why it's not appearing? That's really why. Okay, they're supposed to be. Okay, I think I'm gonna make it fullest with the back property here. So let's see. Oh yeah, it's here. So you just need to provide the left 4 because it's coming in absolute manual properties. A 20 background, or I think busy background. I'm gonna put it, let's say 50. So you can see, okay, not background is I think BJ. I'm gonna make it as a primary background so that at least, yeah. Okay, this is the primary, but why? Okay, once we hover, this is the previous button, right? Once we hover, the background color. So let's say BJ is a border background 4C. Text background, hover BJ primary. So once we hover, I think the background color is not getting anyways. Looks cool. The carousel next similar. So you can use the manipulate the way you are looking forward to have the exact ratio the way you are looking forward to. But for me, it's kind of working. It's kind of engaging and looks better for me. So right now we have one, right? Then what we want, we need to provide that how it works steps to show how our product actually works. So if we can go directly here in the app on the client on the page, and here we want something more. So in the home we can also pass that let's say it's gonna be another property of that how it works property. So I'm gonna go in the home and here create how it works.tsx or fce. So here should be how it works. Now I'm going to go in the pages and I'm going to now getting everything within the container, because now all other gonna be within the container property. So right now, as you can see, we got it. Now we're gonna design that too. So let us move to the file for the how it works. Here we are going to make things done in proper way. And as you can see here, this actually contains of three kind of setup. One is the title, and you can see the title, which are going to be similar. Either we can make a global title, or you can make it a similar fashionable title if you are looking to make it more aligned. So now, as we can entertain how the way we can actually put that all behavior in a certain in motion. So what we need to do is that, as you can see, we will create an array of data. As you can keep it at the top. You can also keep in the constant, like it will be const steps. Okay, const const steps. So the steps data, it will be an array of steps which gonna be happen to have an object. We're gonna keep an ID which is gonna 1 for the first one. Then we're gonna put a title which gonna be, let's say, choose your favorite, or you can also keep it mill, but I'm going to keep it because as we see, we keep it like that only. Then also we're going to pass a description, and the description going to be aligned for that, let's say, choose your. So we're going to make that choose your favorite meals, and like that, and order online or by phone. Then it's easy to customize your order. Okay, I think we're supposed to make that not like in the single notation. Okay, I think there one was left out, so I'm gonna go with that a double quotation here. Okay, like that. That's it. So that is the one object which are gonna passing by. Then also it's going to have an icon, and the icon we will keep that mouse pointer click, right? Mouse pointer click, or I can pointer mouse pointer click. Yes. So this is the icon which we're gonna keep. So this is the one object, and then we should be happen to have three separate objects, as you can see with the icon with that parameter. So I'm gonna go and adopt all three icons right here, all three separate portion. One, it will be coming forward the one which we are passing, that choose your favorite, and then another icon going to coming by that we deliver your meals, and we prepare and delivered meals arrive at your door. and then some dummy text as well, and then also for that eat and enjoy, where no shop no I think no shopping, I think no shopping, no cooking, no counting, and let's just have some kind of text horizon. Then also we can make it as a section. As we are passing that, we're going to put a class name, and I think bj background is right there, so no need to put that. Padding wide, it will be 20, and we can actually fantasize. I think the fonts is already taken by so far, so we can have it. Now instead of that words, instead of this setup, we can just put a very good structurable data here. So what I'm gonna do right now, that I will keep another div here and then h2 tag, which is gonna say how it, and then put a span tag here. And after this, I think the span tag, yeah, I think within the span tag, I'm gonna make that should be passing that works. So this is the combination what we are actually looking forward to. So this is the how it works. And then there's the div one here, put a class name, and that's divs are gonna hold, because it's already happened to have the container. We can just simply make the text as a center align, so all the text going to be center, or without that div also it will work for sure. Now for the h2 tag, put a class name. We're gonna make that margin bottom of 4, so that next button should be getting aligned here, 3 axle, and should be font should be, let's say, extra bold. And also we're going to make that tracking tight, and after that text should be, let's say, foreground, and md should be, let's say, text should be 5 axle, and I'm going to make every single things as uppercase. So this is the one which we are looking forward to look similar. Then also here text should be, let's say, primary. So this is the one which we are making or benefited. Now we're going to create a decorative separator after that h2 tag. This will be just a simple separator. You can see here we're putting a max auto MB 16, and the height 1 width 24, rounded full. Then we are also enlightening a div here, which is going to making it rounded to keep in the middle. So this is the one. You can adjust your width, height, whatever the way you are planning to force that one to be untitled. Now after this particular div structure, so this is the decorative data here after this particular section. So this is the combination what we are arising here. Now what we want to like modify the parameter. Like I want to create a div here, and there I will make that steps dot, I'm going to map through it. So steps dot map every single that things going to be coming as an step, and let's say step, and also we can take the index if you need. We can utilize that one too. Now over here we also going to pass, like we're gonna return on that way, because we need to extract the icon. So you're gonna return, and here we're gonna pass a div. In the div we will pass let's say I'm gonna make an h3 tag just to show what's actually gonna passing that. So should be step dot title, and here we're gonna pass the key props, which gonna be step dot id. So this is going to be coming as an id. So you can see, choose your favorite, we deliver your meals in eat and enjoy. So everything coming by so far in a very good notions, because keeping it at the central point, so everything going to be in central line. With a class name, I'm going to make it as the grid, and I'm going to make that md should be grid calls as 3, and also it's going to be gap of 12, so it's like 48 pixel. So this is the one, the separator, which we are looking forward. Now over here, we also need to be untitled here. Let's say const, we're gonna destructure the icon, should be step dot icon. So this is the icon separator, right? Also in that div here, put a class name. We're gonna make it as a group. We're gonna make it as a relative. We're gonna make it a flex, and flex column portion, everything. Item should be center align. So after that, before that, we also need to adjust something. Let's say a connector line, okay, and that connector line should be, let's say, hidden on mobile and last item, okay, mobile and last item. So what actually that connector, you can see that text, the first one is having, second one is having, the last one doesn't have it. Also in the middle icon, like small devices, is hidden. So this is the one, and because of that we need to catch that, especially for the index parameter. Now we will make an parameter by which we can adjust that structure. So what we can do is that if the index is equal to, let's say is not is equal to, index is not equal is equal to steps, let's say steps dot length -1 means the adjusted last one. Then we're gonna render something. We're gonna just render a particular self-closing divider here, just which going to make a very fusionable style. You can see by default hidden and the type is giving it the block absolute top 12. Left a calculus radius going to be the 50% plus 4 RAM, and then giving a very good weight, and height border t top should be coming that border dashed border z0. So kind of same. You can see right here, it's right here, but it should not be that way because we need to make it more adaptable and aligned. Now below after that, we should be happen to have another div here where we can pass the icon, and on that icon we can simply pass the class name. Height should be 10 and weight should be, I'm gonna keep it as 10, so 40 by 40. You can see the icon right here. Now, after happen to have the icon, put a class name. I'm going to make it now. This is going to be an absolute delicacy, how the way we want to introduce. You can see here. Okay. Oh, no, not like that. Okay. Not like that. Should be. Let me just grab the entire class name structure, which can be making more sense here. So this is going to be our, you can see it's relative. Z is 10, margin bottom is 8, flex, height 24, width 24, item center, justify center, rounded full, BG background, border 2, border primary, shadow MD, transition transform, group hover scale 110, group hover is a primary, and group hover text primary foreground. So this is kind of like whenever you are hovering on the group, you see how the way it looks like. It's cool. And also we are happen to have the icon. Now for the text one, we can also make things look shiny. Put a class, let's say, put a class name. We will make it as, let's say, margin bottom of 4. Text should be, let's say, 2XL. Font should be, let's say, bold. And also text, we're going to make it as foreground and uppercase, and tracking uppercase. Tracking should be white. So like that. After the H3, we should be just to append one p tag here, which is going to be similar for that padding description. You can see right here, we are almost like we already entertained that one. Now, as you can see, we are happen to enlarge on that method. So we're good to go. We finished that both of the size sector. Now we also need to provide that feature food sector, right? This is going to be a very cool setup. So as you can see in the common, we can actually, instead of the common, we can also now make sure another one, which is going to be, let's say, products. So here the product segment will be there, but in the home, it will be another component, which will be, let's say, featured foods.tsx or FCE. So that should be coming our, let's say, featured foods. Now in over here, after how it works, we're gonna just simply call that feature food. So this is the component which we are now going to work on to make it looks perfect and clear. Now in the feature food sections, we also need to be combined to get all the foods right. So it would be coming as an asynchronous function here. Now after that, we're going to make that const foods, and the food should be is equal to, let's say, is equal to await, and that's going to be coming that, let's say, get feature foods. So that is just a function passing by, and if we log here to just to see what kind of items we're getting, just simply logs the foods, and you can see we are happen to have our entire structurable data of food. Now what's kind of functions we enlightened here to get those data? If we go into feature foods, you can see here we called a feature foods query. What actually that query is meaning for. Now we're getting the type is equal to food, and feature it is true. So we have a particular segment, either it should be featured or not, right? And from there, if the available and also the food need to be available. And how many foods we are taking? You can see we are taking only 8. We are not showcasing all the feature food here, but only 8 which can be meaningful according to our design. So now if we go here, you can see the available is true, order ascending 0 to 8, maximum 8 allocations we are just providing here, so that can make a very good adaptable design. Now from there we can get everything, but we're not getting everything. We're getting whatever the things we need. We need ID, name, select, description, hash price, images, preparation time, spice level. Actually, it's no need all the item, because we are also gonna adapt this in the similar fashion to other things. So we are just calling try to getting whatever things we can get. See the total reviews and others. We can show average rating, varieties and others. So we have all kind of structurable layer to call that feature food and get all the feature food data. And from here, simply just getting the client fetch for getting all available feature fields. So now as we have the fields, we can now simply make a div here, and after the div, we will just simply pass that. Let's say we will make that a section header. Section header, right? So in the section header, I'm going to be coming a div in this pen that should be delicious menu, and after the delicious menu, we will have an h2 tag, which is going to be, let's say, choose your, let's say, favorite. And after that, we also going to have a p tag. The p tag should be select from our fresh, let's say, fresh and healthy menu items prepared with here. Okay, that's the design. That's whatever the text you are looking forward to provide. That's up to you. But right now, if we see here, this is the one. This is, you can see the three separate structure, and we have these three separate structures. So we need to make a line to looks very cool and clean, right? So over here in the sectionable data, for at the top layer of the div, either you can put in the container if you are actually passing that within the container layer, but as I wrap everything within the container parameter, I'm not needing that. So margin bottom is getting 10, so just to make a room or to see what's actually going on. And then for that particular instances for the div here, which are going to be enclosing the parameter, that could be the class name, and margin bottom of 16 here, and text should be center align, and max width, which is going to be, let's say, 2xl, and 2xl, and mx auto to keep everything in the center align. You can see right here. Now for the span tag right here, put a class name. I'm going to make the text as the primary, and also font should be bold and tracking should be widest, right? So it will be wider text tracking there. Uppercase, and text should be small text. So you can see delicious menu, the same what we having right here. And for the title text, which is going to be the M2 class name, margin top is 3, and then text should be, let's say, 4xl, and here we're going to make that font should be extra bold, and after that text should be, let's say, foreground, and also tracking tight, and MD text should be, let's say, I'm going to make it as a 5xl, right? 5xl. So this is the text which we are talking about. And after that, in a p tag here, now put a class name, margin top of 4, and then text should be muted foreground, and after that we're going to make the text as LG, so should to have that large text. Now as you can see, we have the text portion. It's time for preparing the menu item by which we're going to show the food parameter, right? So after the div, we're going to also prepare one parameter which is going to say the food grid notation. We're going to take a div here. So the dialog should be the div, and here we're going to make that whatever the foods dot map, and every single time it's going to take that as a food, and the food type is going to be, let's say, food with details, or I think no need to type here, because as the food getting with the varieties of value, it should supposed to be aligned. I'm going to just simply say I'm going to make it a single alignment, so it should be food cart, okay, and the key should be the key should be food dot id. Okay, so now we need to create that food cart. So food cart, I'm going to create, let's say, instead of that product, that should be, let's say, foods. So there we can keep everything, right, related to food. So that should be food .tsx or fce. So that is our food cart. So now we can simply import it here. That's it. So now we have our entire food card. You can see we have our 8 food card right here, which the data we rendered already. And for that food, we will pass the food as food. So we can now track it down the food. And also below that, we're going to happen to have a simple view full menu item. And this we already created that view all button here. So that could be just simple arrangement. You know the design, how the design going to be linked up. Already we created that button. You can simply use that animated button which we already created earlier. So that's going to be providing that view full menu setup. If you just go here and click, you see now we need to go to create that food cart, right? Now in the food cart, we have our entire capacity to show, but we're going to create a very justified way to go and make sure that everything should work in perfect way. Now in the food cart, we will go and decipher what actually can be more profitable or more better here. Now for that, we can actually, what we can do, I think we need to be provided here. Let's say, I think I'm going to make that to reconcile the type gen to just be connoted to get the details here. As you can see, it doesn't have the type yet. So now we are running this schema no graph query. Okay, fine. We will go in the food. And here as we are passing that food, so we need to get the food, right? So we can just pass the food, and for the food type, let's say food, let's say I'm going to just pass the food, and that's the type going to be passing as the food type. I think that's gonna be cool. So now we should be calculating three separate value yet. The value it could be coming for that, let's say I think it doesn't have the average rating. Really? No, it's not coming with the average rating. Why? So this is gonna be something, I think we can we need to provide a particular like food with details typo or others maybe. So as it's not coming, we can also create some base typo here. Like we can create our own type parameter. So I'm going to create a directory here. Let's say that should be the types. And in the types, I'm going to create that, let's say sanity.ts. So, or that could be our sanity types. Or we can pass that sanity instead of that sanity-types.ts, right? Here we will combine our entire type segment here so that we can really be passing that whatever the extracurricular type we are looking forward. Now here, as you can see, we are passing that one food with details where we are happen to have the base food, and the base food means is that food the type which have the sanity type parameter, right? The type generated by the type gen. So what we are putting in extra here, after that we can pass that category. Oops, it's just got deleted. So we can simply okay, what's completed? Yeah, details. We can simply pass the value here. So what can be the base food category, variety, slag, average rating, and total reviews here. Then we are also absolutely passing the slag here, and on the slag we have the category here, we have the varieties, we have average rating, total review. So this is the extra parameter which we need to require to pass that, right? So instead of passing that, we can simply pass that food with details, right? So I think food with details will make the shot to be done. As you can see right now, with this type, because this is the custom, this is the types which are coming by auto, but this is the custom segment where we are passing the actual differentiate mechanism, the which one can actually be preferable and then can make things done. So has rating going to providing the food average rating and food total review. So means having the ratings, and the rating is going to coming food dot average rating. Otherwise it would be 0, or the const review count should be food dot total reviews. Otherwise it would be an empty string. Empty property means nothing available there, right? So now I'm going to just start pulling that to provide the value here. So over here, first of all, I'm going to put that image, right? So image should be coming wrapping within a link tag. On the link, it should be coming as, and let's say I need to provide that if the food having to have the image happen to, because it can be multiple images, right? And I think it could be passing like that, or instead I can simply make a single notation, right? So it could be the single complementary segment here, so that we can pass the entire data structure, so that we can just simply pass an image, right? Okay, image. So if the food, okay, link the href should be coming with the backtick, and /food/ we need to coming with that, let's say food dot slag dot current. Okay, or I think the according to the slag it will be go by. So what is actually, it can be possibly undefined. So food dot images, if the images is right there, so that we can pass that. And then the source should be this the source src should be, let's say food dot images. Okay, I think we need to pass that url4. So url4, and here let's say food dot not like that, images, and from there we're going to take the first one, and from there we will hit the url, so it will provide us the url here. And also we're going to pass that alt tag, which going to be passing that, let's say food image. So this is the tag here, And after that also, I think the condition, we can also empower the condition if we have that foot.images, and we can actually identify that actual image value structure by which we can generate the directory by which we can really pass the value and notate it in a very good way. So right now we are getting the URL4, we have the foot images, so the 0 value. Then we're hitting to get the I think we are not getting the actual value. Okay, again I'm gonna do that because we missed something. URL4, and from the URL4 it should be foot.image, and then gonna be first one, right? We got it done. Then URL, and not like that, images, the first one. Then okay, we need to go out of that. I think am I missing something? I think not. So this is the source, right? So this is the value here, right? So the source URL4 foot images, and that's it. And after that we need to provide that width. So the width should be 500 by 500 within height. What's I'm missing around? Okay, image is image is not defined, so I need to import the image. Okay, that was my mistake because the image was not there. So right now you can see I have all the menu item. I can see all the item variable looking so good to see. But here in the feature food, we need to provide the aligned value here. I think in the type, this is the type, right? So here we can also pass that. Let's say that should be food with details, so that the typo error. Okay, no JSX element can be passing by, so that's making the problem. So here this is the food, and where the food details type slag are incompatible type slag or undefined as unable to string or undefined. I think what's the problem could be arising here. In the food card we have the types of food details. Okay, if we not to use that, is it going to happen? Use the slag. No, it's really happening. Anyway, we will fix that, but right now we need to fix the first one, which is going to be class name. It should be coming a grid, and on the grid we will make a gap of 4, and that should be, let's say, when MD, the gap should be, let's say, gonna be gap of 8. And then we also make that SM grid columns of 2, and for let's say MD or MD device or LG devices, I'm going to make that grid calls of 4. Okay, so by default we'll see the 4 item menu. You can see the 4 item, and here also you can see as well as the 4 items. So the 4 item menu segment looks good, looks quite interesting and perfect. Now here we will do something very delicate, because you can see we are getting an error. So I'm going to wrap it within the first bracket here. We need to assign us something. So the await get foot should be coming as, it can be as an unknown, or because we are providing an unknown error property, or it will be coming as a food with details, and it could be an error of food with details, right? So this way we can just go upper on the error. You can also adapt here with the, but even if you don't put that, it will not provide you the error. So now we have the food property here. Now we need to extract or we need to manipulate all the setup. So as you can see, the images is right there. Now instead of passing that images directly, we can simply create a div here so that we can manipulate the entire segment from the div. We can make it as a relative, which should be full, and height should be, let's say, 56, and overflow should be hidden. That's it. So now you can see with our image is getting a very good extract value, but we need to make it much more better by which way it will looks properly aligned. So to make that, with a class name which should be full, and height should be getting the full height. Object should be cover, not the bottom, cover. And then whenever I'm going to group on hover on the group, the scale should be, let's say, scale, I'm going to make it 110. So, and we're going to pass that hover effect. So right now you can see also you just hover because we didn't make anything as a group. So at the top over here, I'm going to make everything as the group parameter. So you can see that's cool. So an overflow is already hidden, which looks pretty cool and clean. Now after the link, we will go with the sum of the content here. So we're going to put all the single contents, right? All the text, all the data layer, and others. I'm going to take a div, then another div, then another div, because I need to go with that foot dot category. if the food.category available, then we're gonna have an span tag, and here we're gonna sim span tag here, so should be span tag, and here we're gonna pass that, let's say food dot category dot name. That's it. So you can see the food category name. So right now you can see all the structurable data layer and others going to be kind of aligned with you the way you are looking forward to have it. So I should not be take that much programmatic attention here, because everything gonna be falling align the way which we are looking forward. For that, it's gonna be flex justify start, and that span tag for the text name. For the category name, it's going to be text express small font medium, and over here at the root layer of the div, put a class name padding y should be 2. So you can see there is a padding, and I'm going to make this space y within 1, so in between item gap should be 1. So this is the div, so this is the category here. After the category, we also should be happen to have, so after the div we should be also getting the food name here, which gonna be also redirecting the food.slack to provide you that particular food page, and where you can see that this is going to be happen to like that. If you click here, you can see you are here in the screen where you can see and view all the details, right? So this is going to be redirecting to that portion. Now over here, we also need to provide a food rating overview. I'm going to go and passing that. Now star rating going to be a very, very common fragment. So what I'm going to do after that, we will make that ratings. So here I'm going to create a div here, and we're going to pass that if has rating. So means we are having to have the rating, then I'm going to something. If doesn't have the rating, then we're going to pass the something. So if doesn't have, let's say no rating. If have the rating, let's say we're going to have another div, or I'm going to go with that one. So let's pass that rating. So now this one have ratings, no rating, no rating, no rating. So one have ratings, others no ratings. How we can pass that rating? So I'm going to do one more component layer here, and then I'm going to pass that component within the property of that food. So here you can see star rating. In the star rating, what we are doing, we are happen to have an interface. We can text the rating number, max rating, size, show value, class name. So this is the parameter the props can be passing, and you can see the 4 can be optional, but the rating should be as the strict parameter which we need to provide. Now, as we get the props, we get the rating. Max rating can be 5, and size is MD by default, show value is true by default, and also passing the class name. The size classes, SM is weight 3, height 3, MD weight 4, height 4, LG weight 5, height 5. So we're defining the size classes. We're defining the text classes. We're defining the full stars rating, half star rating value parameter, and then we're getting the div4 to provide or host that. And from there, we are actually funneling the property of that array of that from with that coming with the max rating and others, and making the is filled or is half filled, so according to the that layer. Then we are showing the the star for that, which gonna be a background star. By default is getting the gray. If there is no rating here, we're passing the value here. Now it's the filled star, so is filled or is half. If it is filled, then giving the 100% fill color. If it's not filled, 50% color, and then generating a star here. Now, if we have the show value, we are showing value that rating to fixed, the number value, and others. And this is the star rating parameter to generate all the star property from the single component. We can show star everywhere. Now, what we do, we will get that especially for the rating parameters. So if we have the rating right, so means we are getting actual rating segment, we can make that star rating. And on the star rating, we're going to pass that rating, should be passing as whatever the rating we have at the top. And also the show value, you will make that show, I think, show value as false for that one, because we don't want to show that. We will show it in the description here, like the small screen, not the single screen property, and size should be small size. So you can see we have the small size for that particular instances. And also we want to show something which can be coming with a span tag. We will pass that data layer like that. We will make that as the review count, right? The review count should be if from the review count, and over here another parameter, let's say if the review count is more than, like say it should be coming is equal to 1, then gonna be passing that as a review, otherwise it should be showing the reviews. So 1 review is showing, so 1 review. If it's 2, should be passing that 2 reviews. Now over here we will make that one in the span text should be extra small, and font should be text should be, let's say, text muted foreground. Okay, so that would be the text parameter. And also in that div here at the top, put a class name should be flex, item should be center, and I'm going to make the gap up to an my, so the margin in horizontal vertical way should be 1. That's it. So now we can see 1 review. If you have multiple, it should be showing the multiple review statement. Now over here the same thing gonna happen, but this time it's gonna be taking that no reviews yet. So this is the one combination in data here, so we are showing no review at all. So this is the one which we need to properly maintain. And after that we need to also show the pricing, and for the pricing I'm going to generate another component by which we will take the entire pricing structure all together. And also again I'm going to keep it in the food items because all is going to be related with that. Now over here we're taking that property as a props of the amount as number, or it can be undefined, or the class name which is can be optional, which is the string value. In the price formatter, we're taking the amount by itself, and also we are taking the class name by so far from the property, from the props. Now we're making the value as the formatted price, which taking a new JavaScript notation as the new number, and on the number we're passing the amount value, and we are just destructurizing it as a local string. And we are just taking it as the UN US, so EN US currency. You can also make that pound or whatever currency you're generating in your country. Like if your currency, like I'm in Bangladesh, my currency is getting as the BDT, right? And then style should be like I will just get that my currency like EN, and then let's say EN should be, let's say, BD, right? This is my currency structure, so I will generate the BD currency. I'm going to show you why we need to do that. So now style currency is BDT, style is currency, minimum fraction of digits is 2. Like if you have like 100, for us it's 100, like same like the USA, 100 cents getting $1, we have 100 paisa to get 1 taka. But some country like Oman having the 1000 paisa for 1 real, so it can be differentiate how many fraction of digits, minimum fraction of digits you want to make it, right? So now we are just returning that formatted price with some default style, text-based font semi-bold, text primary, and also getting the class name, whatever the class name we are providing. Let's go back to here, and we are gonna passing that, let's say, formatted price. So formatted price, I think what for price format, not formatted price. It's my bad to provide in that way. It should be price formatter. In the price formatter, I'm gonna pass the amount. The amount should be put dot base price, right? And also you're gonna pass a class name. Text should be, let's say, foreground. Okay, and as you can see it's showing the BDT, right? If I want to also get that it's an EN BDT, so I can make that as BN BD. You can see I'm now great actual graphic of the way it should showcase like it's in my currency, right? So this is how you can make it in currency layer. You can change here and it will reflect everywhere. No need to change all the file for your currency pattern. Now I'll make it as the USA, and automatically it's gonna popping up to get that. And the same thing which we also make it done here. So now this is the one which you're gonna combining everything. So I think we are good to go to make the other step. And over here after that div, we should be happen to have another property which going to be at one of the most important, add to cart. Okay, so this add to cart button going to be mostly to make our property in add to cart. Now this one I will make a separate component. I can make the separate component, but it's better to keep it in separate because this gonna generate a lot of things, because I need to make it as use client. So you know, and it's better to provide in that way. So instead of add to cart, should be add to cart. Okay, done. And the food should be I will pass that entire food item. Okay, good to go. So we have the add to cart property. Now in add to cart, we also need to provide a lot of scenario. Okay, so in add to cart, I'm going to also take a class name. Margin top should be, let's say, 2, just to make it a little bit below over here. Now in the add to cart, first of all, this I'm going to just showcase the card right now because we have a minimal fractionable design right now. Later on, we're going to pass the entire value segment the way we are looking forward to have it. Now over here, we should be passing two separate props, right? The props number one is that the food, which going to be coming with the food with details parameter, the class name if it's available, the variant, default, and icon parameters whenever it's available, or then we're going to show it. Now every single thing we're going to just popping up from our props here, because the food, class name, variant, all the things going to be coming from there. Of course, we need to maintain our image like the state and others. So we will do it one by one. But right now, what I need to do, I need to make a button, like a add to cart button, right? So to do that, we can simply make it. So let's go. We'll try to do it. First of all, I'm gonna, instead of the div, I'm gonna keep it as button here. So on the button, I'm gonna make that one as add to. I'm gonna just pass the to value here because it's gonna be coming with this setup, which is gonna be a shopping cart icon, and here the add to cart. You can see right here it's the same thing. So it by default it's going to be getting a medium for this itself. So putting a class name, I'm gonna make it as a width of this. For the added property, I'll do it later. So by default with full, I'm going to make it a border. Padding X should be, let's say 10, padding Y should be 2, and then I'm going to make it as a relative. Overflow should be hidden, and I'm going to make it a group that should be affect a layer by which going to be making a button, and I'm going to make it a hover effect because once I make that, like once I hover, like I'm going to make that border as green of 500. And also I'm gonna make that a BJ of green of 500. You can see right here, this looks cool. Yeah. No, not looks cool because it's get something which I really okay, that should not be. I don't want to provide that background color. That's my bad. Okay, so this is gonna be something like that. So now what we need, we have the border. I'm going to keep that border as the primary, or instead of green that, I'm going to make that, let's say, border primary of 700 separation property here. And then I think this is going to be cool for right now. So this is enough for that. So we're going to have another property here. So we're going to make that transition layer, or I can make that, let's say, I'm going to get the component here is added. Let's say const is let's say added. I think the value should be added should be, let's say, false, right? So is added is the false because we need to pass the number of variable value here. So I'm going to just go generate the button here because this is going to be according to the design segment here. We should be happen to have a check icon here, and I'm going to just recirculate that. So this is kind of things which we are looking forward. And if we make it true, let's say it's going to be true, then you can pass that one as the is added to the cart. So this is just to show you how we can make things done. So right now I'm going to make it as false value here. We have that class name to according to the design segment. You can use that backtick or you can use the CN just to provide that color. This is the transitioning color for all the property, how the added to cart, the animation is going to wrap up and everything. So now as we have the variance, because we need to do a lot of other things, I will go forward to have that for sure. Because before go there, I want to finish all of this, which can be making things in a very good curving way. So now we need to have another segment here, which is going to be the featured hour for the restaurant here. So what we can do right now, I'm gonna make that one as another component. So that should be coming as the home. So in the home should be another component, the feature restaurant.tsx, so RAFCE. So that would be our featured restaurants parameter here. So after that feature food, that should be featured restaurant. So let's pass it here. And you can see our feature restaurant is showing right here. And before making that, I better to make that our footer so that it could be more perfect, because now it's not looking good to show that way. So that would be our footer. The footer is very simple. So I'm going to create it right now. And also I'm going to pass that in the layout. So let's just pass that in the layout. Sorry, not like that. Should be footer. Okay, so that's the footer. You can see right here, footer at the bottom. So I'm going to go and create the footer instance, because that then it would be looks much better and very clean to go by. Instead of the div, I'm going to make it as the footer, as the combination is going to come in as the footer tag, right? So in the footer tag, you can see what actually we happen to have it, right? You have the 4 sections right here. We have the quick foot and the quick links, opening hours, contact us button. So this is then also happen to have that privacy policy and others like the terms and services and others. So this is the one which we are going to look forward to have it right here. Now to do that, first of all, you can see we are happen to have that 4 segment, right? So we will make it a more contextual to make it in the 4 structure layer. So the BG should be, let's say, muted. So that could be the muted background here. So the color you can see defined as the muted color. And then also I'm going to provide a border T, and also the border should be passing as the border color. And I think that would be good enough. Now after that, we will render some more property pops here. We're gonna directly get the container. So it should be container here. So container, and here in the container, we're gonna get that 4 setup. So in the container, either we can go, I think in a similar fashion, we can pass that. We're gonna have a 4 div here. So div into, I think we're gonna get the 4 div here. And the first div which gonna carry down our images and everything. So as you know, we already provide that images setup beforehand at the top layer. You can see you can just need to provide the link here, and you can just go through, make it as a logo, right? You can no need to generate this thing like that. You can just simply pass that's the beauty if you created a logo in simple way. Now you can see we have the quick food logo, and here you can see also happen to have the quick food logo in a very, very perspective manner. Now see the difference here in live, we have the problem here. So to make things here, you can see it's not and grok here with that the actual, you see the difference between of the weight property which is coming with the max weight but it's getting the container weight. So it's kind of a glitch here is happening in the live. So we will fix that in whatever the build we are doing right now, and that build is going to be compiling. You can see right now this is going to be simple and similar and a contradictory as usual. So in the container, we're going to make that everything looks better. Put a class name, we will make it a grid, and the grid column should be by default as 2. And whenever we're going to hit the LG, and we're going to make it a grid cost of 4, and then also I'm going to make the gap of 8, and here also in the LG gap should be 12, or I think that 10 it will be good. Now we will make something very, very unique. So to align that, I want to make also like a padding Y. So make that padding Y should be 12, and hit an MD or LG. The PY should be, let's say, I'm going to make it as a 16 padding Y. So the padding vertical should be 16. After that, you can see the div here itself. So we will make looks amazing. So what I'm going to do, first of all, this is the div here. So I'm going to passing another one, which going to be coming after the logo. It's going to take the p tag right here. You can see the text here, because this layer, you can see that gap is going to be coming from the image itself, not actual gap. This is the image ratio. You can align the image to make looks better. So the loading is relaxed, and max width, I think we no need to provide that max width. The width gonna be take the actual width ratio here. So you can see that's gonna be entertaining the way it's supposed to be. Also, you can reduce the text if you look forward, because that looks better because we have the multiple text instances. And after that, we will just provide right now. I'm going to show you, I'm going to just grab the link parameter because we're not going to issuing any of that classic layer. So I'm going to just show that a link parameter here where we are just showcasing all the link. You can add your own link. And as you can see here, we have the link for the Facebook, which can redirect to the Facebook. We have the link for the Twitter, which can redirect to the Twitter, and also for the Instagram link. Now, what actually is happening, if you hover, changing the background color, and this is the similar class name, which is height 10, width 10, flex item center, justify center, rounded full, BJ is the card, text muted foreground, shadow SM, hover text primary, hover BJ primary 10, hover shadow MD, and the transition all. I think no need to transition all, we can simply pass that our hover effect, and it's going to provide the effect simultaneously in a very, very similar. You can see that one, how it's coming. So better to use the hover effect. Okay, so I'm going to go to use that hover effect like that. And now as we have that, now we will go with that quick links view parameter. And for the quick links, remember we have the quick links. We already did that, right? So for the particular quick links itself, okay, before passing that, we can simply pass an h3 tag here, or to provide that whatever the quick links you can see here. So that is the quick links. Now we will make that quick links to done. So we can take an URL, and here we can pass that, let's say, remember in the header what we use that particular nav links, right? So you can pass the simple nav links here. So nav links dot, let's say, dot map. I'm gonna just take that map here, and everything gonna take an item here. That's it. And I'm gonna simply pass an li. Within the li, we can simply render the link parameter, and here we're gonna simply pass that, let's say, item dot label, and we're gonna provide the key should be item dot label, and href should be href item dot href. That's it. Now you should be able to see those things. Of course, we will make some more a very decent color by which it can be aligned it properly. So I'm going to go and make that things done like that. So you can see here it's happened to have that structure, but we need to do something. We're going to make it a flex column to make looks thing better. We're going to provide a gap of 1, so it happened to have the gap. And also I think instead of gap 1, I will put the gap of 2. Yes, so now looks pretty decent. Now you can see, you can now also make things like that. You can go with the, I think the transition for that, I'm going to use that hover effect. And also, let's say text should be medium. I think the medium is good, not like that, not emerald, a font medium. Okay, font should be medium. Now looks quite better. This is the one thing we put. Then also we have the opening hours ratio. So this is just a dummy segment which you can perform the way you look. It looks better. Just to provide a spec of segment, you can see the opening hours, and over there putting the same on order list, and the list item we're providing Monday to Friday, and then putting that and the similar Saturday or other parameter. You can either go in that way, or also you can go in a structurable data way. This is up to you. So this is the one segment here, and the last one which is coming for the contact information. Also I'm going to pass that within here. So now you can make that one as the way it can be past the ratio or past the structure. You need to provide the phone icon here, and another is the map icon here, map pin. Okay, cool. So now if you go back, you can see the contact us. So we provide our street address and provide the phone number. If you click here, it automatically gonna go open in your phone, and also the helloquickfood.com, which gonna be rendered within the email here. So that's how you can interlink, right? There is another portion here which is gonna coming from after the particular div instances. You can see that's the div. Now you can see past that one for the terms and condition here. You can see all the terms and condition. Okay, I think we put it in the wrong way. So all the type, I think so. So this is the combination here. So this is the container here. So after the container, we can simply pass that, but this is not looks good. We can simply wrap it within another container. Instead of the div, we can pass that within another container here. So now we can see it looks good. So in that container, I'm gonna go for, let's say, this is the second container, right? Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Let's say not. I'm gonna simply pass that. Let's say a py, which is going to be 10. Okay, done. You can see we have 2026 quick food always reserved, and privacy policy, terms and services, which the pages you can create. So now this is the very simple setup. Why I get it faster, because you know you can more calculate on those segments. You have the idea, you know how to go by. Just you need to have understanding how to build that. Okay. So now let's go back to the pages where we will render with the featured restaurants parameter here, and on the featured restaurant now we will take an inline query here. Either you can go here, or you can also pass that, because we did previously to setup, we used that like not inline, we use the query as in our function, but here also you can use the query inline in the same component here. In the query, we use the type of restaurant and its feature is true. So all the feature restaurant data, we're just directly getting it here. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna call that function right here. So const, or we can simply pass the query at the top layer. That would be also be perfectly fine. So I'm gonna just grab the query here. So let me just pull it at the top. So I think like that. Now here we're going to pass that const restaurant. So restaurants should be is equal to await, and as we're making the await, we need to make that one as a string too. So await client, let's say client dot fetch. So we're going to fetch within the query. That's it. We're going to get that. Now if we have, like say, if we have the restaurants dot length is equal to 1, we're gonna return the null. So but we are happen to have the data. If we type to go is as the restaurants data, you can see we are happen to have our entire restaurant data right here. That's everything. We are getting the restaurant data. As you can see, we're getting the category count, delivery fee, description, food count, image, and the location of the restaurant, name, slag, everything is just coming here. So our restaurant structure is quite okay. It's working perfectly fine. So now we're gonna render our restaurant data as we are showcasing here. You can see we need to make the design as similar of the design which we are happen to have here. So this is the design structure which we are going to follow. We have the feature restaurant, hand picked favorite is just for you, and so kind of those things. So what I'm going to do in the sectionable parameter, I'm going to go and create a div here, and that's going to be passing instead of the div, it's going to be as a section. Here we are just showcasing our restaurant, which is going to be a feature restaurants, and then handpicked favorite just for you. And in the section here, put a class name, padding y should be, let's say, in 16, and I'm going to make that padding y should be 10, let's say 10, and lg padding y should be, let's say, 16. And also BJ should be muted, right? And we're going to put in 30% of opacity for the muted background. And also we can simply make that, let's say, padding x, padding should be, we can make a padding of 5 so that it can have a very good connotation. Now after that div here, we can now entertain another div which okay, not I think after that div, okay, after that, yeah, we can have another div. And over the div, we can make that restaurants.map, and over here, everything we're gonna take that as a restaurant. So restaurant as a restaurant, and that should be restaurant from the Sanity types. And over here, we can simply pass that another div here. So in the div, we can now pass the entire value for the restaurant. But remember, as the restaurant, I think we can simply pass that restaurant itself to make the combined value to make it looks much more fresh and better. So you're gonna do the things how we looks much better. We can render within the link parameter, you know, to wherever you click, it automatically gonna render that, right? So that's where we can do that. I'm gonna go get the card here. Let's put a p tag and hello just to show. And for the href, whenever we're going to click on that, we're going to go /restaurant. So restaurant, and it's going to be / we're going to go on that restaurant dot slag. That's it. So now you can see we have all the card. We have the 4 card for the restaurant. I think it's quite amazing to see. For this one, missing the key prop, we need to provide the key. The key should be restaurant._id. So that's the key prop which we are looking forward to have it. Now again, I'm going to go with the pretty decisive way because we already make that. We already made the design in very much almost several times. So I believe you have the idea how to structure that one. So I'm going to get that image. I'm going to explain that what actually we're building and how we are building. So that's the URL, and here, okay, string. Oh, not like that. That's my bad. So image builder. We need to get an image builder to. I think do we need the image builder? No, we don't need the image builder. That's why we're keeping that. Okay, I'm going to go in a pretty easy way. So that should be URL 4, and here we're going to pass that restaurant image, and here dot URL. So we're going to hit the URL here, and of course we need to provide that as the restaurant image. And the good thing is that we need to pass that if we have that restaurant.image and it need to be provided. Okay, we're gonna see it because we need to also import a lot of variation here. We need to import the badge, and I think that's it for right now. Okay, So what actually we are planning to have that, or we are actually passing. You can see we are mapping through the entire restaurant data. Before going further, I want to make it looks better first. I'm going to make it a grid, and the grid columns by default it's going to be 1, MD grid calls of 2, and then in LG devices grid calls of 3, and for the Excel devices grid calls of 4. Okay, and put a gap of 6. So this is the combination which is gonna be. You see right here, looks quite good and fine. Now, what's actually going to happen to make it more proficient, more better? You can see right here, we are mapping through entire restaurant data. We're taking individual as a restaurant and we are wrapping it within the cart property here. You can see we're providing the link URL. Whenever you click, it's gonna automatically gonna pass that data to that URL according to the Slack. So we are passing the image. If it's having the image, you're getting the image from the URL, and then we are using the fill image. We're also providing a size to get the more collapsible way. We're putting the class name as object cover. And the restaurant is active. You can see we make it as a relative parameter. So whenever we have the active, we can make it absolute. We make that currently closed. If it's not is active, right? So means it's closed, right? So all the restaurant is already open. So if we just make it unchecked, you can see that's going to be entertaining value currently closed. So whenever it is active, we are showcasing that open now. You see the tag here, and also you can see the tag right there. But one things we need to change, you see the card have a default variable here. So you're going to put a class name of, we're going to put a class name for that card here. First of all, we're going to make a padding, like the card has a default padding Y, which I'm going to make it as 0. Right, so that card not gonna happen to have any padding right now. You see it's quietly adaptable, and also I'm gonna make some more things here. Padding Y is 0, so then we also need to be adapt some more extract parameter which need to be provided of that. We're gonna make it overflow should be hidden, nothing should be go out of that. And also I'm gonna make that happen to have that hover gonna be, let's say, shadow LG, and I'm gonna passing that hover effect. And after that, I think that's it. So now on hover, you can see there is a little bit shadowy effect is going on. So now this is the combination for that image structure where we are showcasing the image, also the when it's active, showing that is active data, which is providing the open now. And now after that, we are like, this is the data layer, right? So after that, we are providing that, let's say, card content. So in the card content, I'm taking a div here, then it's coming to taken h3 tag here and the other property. So right now we will just develop. So within the div, we're going to provide the data. We have this star icon to show. Now this is going to be combined how you want to adapt, right? First of all, you can see right here, I think if it has the rating, right? So restaurant, if it doesn't have the rating, it will not show, but if it has the rating, it's going to show that rating structure, right? So I'm going to just put a null check to show you what actually going to be passing here. I'm going to make that 4. Let's say I'm going to make it as 4 so that you can see we have the rating. So if it has the rating, it's going to show, otherwise it will not show that. Okay, so I'm going to keep it like that. First of all, is providing that name here to provide the value in pretty decent way. So I'm going to go in the content, put a class name here. In the content, the padding should be as 4 and space Y should be, let's say, 3. So to make it much more decent here. For the div here, class name flex should be start. Flex gonna be coming, not flex, it should be items from start, and also justify should be as between to stretch it all together. Now, I think the padding X should be 4. I think, yeah, that's good. Or I think if we make the padding, anyway, I think this does not looks quite bad at all. You can fill the gap as well. If I just go try to see of the BJ of red, I want to see what kind of, okay, that's the background itself to provide the connotation. So what's the gap is providing from where? So if we go directly here, padding Y is 0, height is 4. Okay, it's getting the height. Provide the BJ of blue or black. No, it's not that. So the active value, container value, the cart contained space Y, or it's getting from anywhere of the gap. No, not that. I want to check, let's say BJ amber. Okay, that's the gapping one. So padding y is 0, which we did already. Okay, that's the height. If we put height 40, 48, okay, cool. I think from where we are actually getting, let's say bj low, if we just track the image, is it coming? No. Okay, anyway, so this is the card. Okay, this is the div here. I think from the restaurant here, line cap, we provide. Okay, anyway, we'll find it later. So now as we have that our description, our like for the rating, after the rating, as the rating is finished right here. So after ratings, what actually we are looking forward to have it. So after rating, we will have to have our restaurant description to showcase the description here. Let me just remove that background color. So that should be removed from here. And that's the description which we're going to show. And after the description, we also need to provide our mapping parameter where we will show what actually the location here. So it's going to be coming from the restaurant location address. You can see right here. So right here, okay, anyway, I'm going to make it as string so that it I think why restaurant location is undefined. Is it going to be undefined? No. Restaurant going to be coming as the restaurant, right? Okay, we doesn't define as the property, so the restaurants can be as a restaurant. So we can pass a restaurant, an array of restaurant, so we can pass that way, or we can simply go here. You can see the restaurant, we already have to have the restaurant. Anyway, if our location is showing, so it's just a minor error which we can overcome. And now after that, as we have the restaurant property here, we can also pass another value here after that, which is going to be putting the clock value here. And in the clock value, we are also passing that our timing for the restaurant delivery timing here. And after the delivery timing, we have the last value here, which is going to be providing the utensils icon here. And on the utensils icons, food items count. You see items and the categories. So here are items categories. So I think this is just the minor parameter, so it doesn't exist on the type restaurant. We remember the way we maximize the parameter of that notation, so we can do it a similar way over here. Okay, that's some typo mistake because it can show the number of items and number of categories. So we need to have the mechanism to pass that food items count. So you can see we need to go in it that way so that it can be flexible. So if we just open that, or I will open that right here in the sorry, and not here, and inspect here just to see the value how it's actually gonna passing by. So I'm gonna say, let me try to get my restaurant data here. So I'm gonna log on that restaurants, right? In the restaurants, what we are actually happen to have, we are happen to have that food items count is coming null, categories count is null, so means we are not actually grabbing it from there. So what I want to do, let me just knock it all, dot, okay? I will just / everything to see what we are grabbing. Now here we have that location address. You see the address? That's the address which actually we're looking forward to. And also we have that slag, and the slag gonna be slag.current, which gonna according to the actual slag is getting. So we can modify that. We can modify that one in that way. So if you want to modify, if we just go get everything, you know, so that way we can modify as a much more better segment. And you can see we can make simply slag dot current. That's it. So we have the current slag, and here we can now go to pass the actual value, right? So if we go here, the current location, and that current location dot I think pass the location, what's actual the location is grabbing. So I need to see our data layer. So the console here, okay, I maybe lock the, again I need to lock it, restaurants. And here in the restaurants, we got the location here. So in the restaurant, we have the location, and on the location, we have the address. Like location, address dot name. So this is the actual things, right? So if we go here, let's say location address / location dot name, not address. Restaurant dot location dot address. Okay, cool. Now we got that actual value here. So this is our location value here. So Chicago, okay. Now for the items, right? For the items value, we can pass that. Let's say, do you have any value here for the, I think the system value? We have the base and others. We have the opening hours, okay, which is quite good. But okay. Because this is the old food available. Okay, quite good. We need to modify some of that. But anyway, you can now go and make these things the way you feel it better to exercise in that particular notation. I'm going to keep it like that here because this is saving the purposes. So now it's up to you how you want to make it more modified. Okay, after that, we should also be happen to have this category segment where we will showcase all the categories, right? And to get the category, we'll just go to create another component called categories. So let's go back here, and that's related to the food. So I'm going to create that, not like that, should be categories.tsx or FCE should be coming as our categories. So in the categories, I'm just gonna keep that categories right here. That's it. So now we have all the categories segment right here, right? So we will multiply, or we're gonna modify this category to showcase our entire category segment. And to do that, simple, we will make it an asynchronous function. And over here, we can make that const categories. So categories, not like that, should be categories. And that should be passing that await, should be getting that get categories, right? It's the function which gonna declaring to get all the categories data. You can see which is calling that categories with count query, and here we are passing that category query here, which is the type is equal to category, is active is true, and then providing all the value, right? Now over here, what we can do, we can now exercise actual scenario or actual fragment, which is going to be making things better. You can see we have a background pattern here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to generate this background pattern here so that you can actually use it here. So this is going to be simple background pattern, which going to just define some of the color combination. Instead of the div, I'm going to make it a section. So the section, put a class name that should be a relative, and padding y should be 10, and MD, let's say LG, padding y should be, let's say 16, right? So you can see there is a gapping and padding here, and this is the background color. If you make its primary 50, you can see the color deficiency, right? So I'm going to just keep it the similar, the one which we used beforehand. Now over here, we're gonna take another div here, and on the div we should be happen to have one header, like the section header, the way we have header before. In the section header, of course, we need to get that icon for the sparkles. Now in that here, I think we have what are you curving? I think so, but why is actually breaking? Let me see. I think for the class name, we need to make that a relative, not like that. I need to make it as relative, and Z should be 10, not 0, but 10. Yeah, okay. So now here we have that div which is going to be coming with the sparkles and then coming with the popular categories. You can see the sparkles and popular categories item, then coming the title, what are you curving, and then also the discover your favorite dishes from our carefully curated categories. So this is the combination by which actually category can be passing by. Now what we need to do more is that we need to now make this design to make it looks our category better, right? We are fetching like around 5 categories here, so we need to map to the actual category data to show our entire category segment. So what we can do here, let's say it should be our categories grid, right? So we're gonna get a div, and here we're gonna map to our entire categories dot. I'm gonna make it map, and everything gonna be coming as a category. Or we can pass this. Say we can actually, as you know, we can pass that entire value structure, because this all are now coming according to the design. Because you already know how to go do the structurable data. I'm gonna explain that, how we make it and why we make that, so you can really take your time to do those design, right? So I'm going to take the link from the next link, And here all the categories gonna coming by. Need to okay, not like that, need to go grab the image. So let me grab the image from the next image, and URL4 is gonna be coming here, URL4. Okay, so the category image doesn't exist. Okay, and we will see there. So also need to be providing that category from the types. Okay, what else? Function not implemented. What is that? Function not implemented. Okay, you are okay. This not require URL4. Why we do like that? There is so many custom things which we did before. Right now we can simply pass the variables. Okay, now let's see if we have the design. Yeah, we have. I'm going to explain what we did here. Now what actually we did, you can see we map through entire categories, and we take the category as the category, and also we have the item count as the number, because we need to get the item count parameter. If we have, it could be the number, and also index could be the number value props. Now here we are passing that the link parameter, which is going to regenerate from the category.slag, and here in the div we provide an animated animation overlay, animation delay here, which is the 50 milliseconds. You can see that's the delay effect which is providing here. Now what actually is getting, we are getting that group relative and also the overflow hidden rounded to axle to provide that very good round effect. Bezier card, shadow MD, hover, and that could be shadow 2 axle, and you can just simply make that hover effect. Alongside not using that, you can just simply make that hover effect parameter and hover translate y2 border. So that's it like that. Now also the delay is coming like that, which is according to the index. You can see because this one gonna getting the delay so that this looks better. So in the middle one, the image getting delay of 50, other one is getting just normal behavior. Now this is the gradient overlay. If you just skip that, you will see there is no more gradient. Like it should be the normal color. So this just to provide a very good decent gradient color over here. And then the content, in the content we have the category image. You see how we make that as the style to make the rotating value here. Then after that we also happen to have that an icon here for the particular, for the text axle and others. So you can see if we doesn't have the text, like if we doesn't have the image, like if I just make the notation here, like see it doesn't have an image, so we're gonna see like that. So just a fallback image property, right? And then also for the H3, we have the category name, we have the category item count, and then for the shine effect, so this is the shine effect which is giving, if you just want to remove, you can simply remove it and that would not be getting a shining effect. That's it. Just to make some good animation, a clean design structure. Then we have our view all button, similar explore all categories. You can see the button, it will automatically pass that to the categories page. And after that, we should be happen to have our last segment of the home page, which is going to be coming for the feature block. For the feature block, we can simply go rising the same way, or we can also call it here in that home. To make that call in the home, you need to make that an async function. To directly here, if you make that async await, now you can also make that revalidation, and other than you can call the post. That's up to you, right? If you want to revalidate that one, you can use the revalidation like export const. So every time you want to revalidate within the 60 seconds or half an hour or 1 hour, you can just provide that value ratio. So I'll call the client because as it just coming as the direct of the server-side rendering, we can call that here. So we are calling that post and its feature is true, and order we are getting 0 to 4. So 4 value of the post, ID, title, slag, main image, publish at, author name and image and categories. And then we're getting the post. If you just make the console log, you can have entire post data. So this is very simple to provide. You can see right here, this is the data. All the post data is right here. So now if you want to make, like, it's better to have the components structure so that you have a very good varieties of structure. If you doesn't want it, you can also make that one like right here. So I will make it right here to see if this actually makes sense. So post dot, if the post is post dot length is bigger than 0, and only then we want to provide that, which going to be coming as a section, and here we're going to have a div and the similar proportion, right? The way we did beforehand. That could be go by, like we have the title, right? Remember? So we're going to just simply pass that a title structure. So let's say that should be the title, okay? Whatever the title we want to put, and we're going to have a button reference here. We should be having a link reference here. to just to regenerate. Okay, I think I messed up something. Okay, let me, I think so. What actually I did? Okay, let me cut it. I think the some of the tag which I misleaded. Okay, yeah, that's the tag which I misleaded. Now it would be good. So link from the next link, and also I think that's good. So now what we did, you can see right here, all this structure is right here. You can see it should be coming feature post and also the view all post button here. The same thing, feature post, check out our latest blog post and news, and view all post. That's it. Now in the section, you're gonna put a class name, padding y should be 12, and MD or LG padding y should be, let's say, 16. That's it. So to just happen to have the padding. So in here we put the, because we have two items, it's the title and the link. So make it flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom of 8 from the content, and have the feature posts, check out all latest, and also the view all post. Now what we're gonna do after that particular button, you see the button and the div, which is finished right here. We're gonna tap another div. We're gonna go and map to our entire post, right? So post dot map, everything we're gonna take as a post. And here we can simply render the block. We can render the block card because we're going to use it later on in a separate page. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it a common tag here. So that should be, let's say, block card.tsx rfce. So that would be our block card. So let's say block card, and we are going to calling that block card. Block card, and we also gonna put the key should be post dot id underscore id. Okay, it's not showing, we can simply pass that post. Okay, done. So now you can see we have the full block, and also you're gonna pass that entire post data, which gonna be passing as the post data. So let's go back to our block card to showcase our entire block property. And in the block card, we can do a lot of other parameters. Right now, as you can see, we can take simply the post, and the post should be coming for the, let's say, post, should be passing the post of that post, right? So done, we're good to go. Now what we're gonna do, we should be render an image. So instead of the div, we can simply render within the card properties. So this is gonna be very, very cool to have that within the card instances. Now over here, we need to get the image, of course, from the next image. We need to grab our URL4 to render our image property. And for the enter title, we're gonna simply make that, let's say, post title. That's it. Okay. I think, again, we messed up something. Maybe we missed something. Let's say that's closing tag, which we are missing. So now over here, as you can see, we get the relative things. We have a height 48 with full, and for the main image property. And in the card, we also gonna render some of that. For the class name, overflow should be, let's say, overflow should be hidden. And then we're gonna make it a flex column, and the height should be, let's say, full. And also I'm gonna make that hover shadow should be LG, and I'm gonna be passing that hover effect. And also padding y should be 0. So that is the structure. And for the particular instances, the way we want it to be looks better. Put a class name here. We're gonna make it a grid. Grid columns by default should be, let's say, grid colors of 1, and in MD grid colors of 2, and then on the LG devices grid colors of 4, and I'm gonna put a gap of 6. Not like that. Should be passing that gap of 6. You can see right here, the effect is going on. Very cool. So now we are passing the image, similar the product image and others. If we doesn't have image, we are simply passing that no image, just a placeholder to show the data structure. That's it. And after the image, as we showcase the image, so we should be happen to have to show the category overlay. So this is the finishing our image property. We should be happen to have the category overlay where we will showcase the badge. And here we should be happen to have the badge layer and category title. You can see that should be coming by, but I think we are missing something. Okay, what we are missing? Post category. I think instead of writing that, we can go a manual post type here. That could also work. Okay, so you can take a typo of interface here instead of that particular enormous things. So you can simply go and pass that, and that would be entertaining the main parameter or main segment here, which can really get the cool setup for that. Okay, UI badge. Okay, or I think previously also it's going to work. Okay, the badge is cool. UI badge. I think that will work, but some instances, like say, in some instances, we should be happen to have an error. Okay, I was saying post does not okay. So we need to pass that interface props should be post as the post. I think, yeah, that could be giving the good props. Now that cat title is right there, cat.title, cat.title. We're getting the title, but especially it's not happen to in the typo. So either we can manipulate the category, like we can create the category like that, which is which going to be cool. Like we can do like that, especially for making this, like we have the post here. Then within the post layer, like we have like post of the post, then we can also destructure the other layer where we can type that category and others. You can just go through the typo. It's just a simple typo segment, because you can see the data is showing here healthy diet, desserts, healthy diet, everything is working perfectly fine. Then we're going to have the card header. So after that div here, which is going to be done right now. So after that div, we're going to have, okay, after that div, so let me go here. And after the div, we should be happen to have that calendar icon. I'm going to go and bring back all together, publish ad, and also going to be passing that link property from the next link. And here where we can see, okay, did we messed up again? This is the card header, right? Okay, let me okay, this is the card header. Okay, I will go one more time. This is the post.categories, where we finish the category segment here, where we are showcasing all the category data. This is the post category, and after post category, we will pass that post header here. So this is the header. Okay, yeah, we got that. So now in the header, we have that, like say we have the calendar icon. Does it have the calendar icon? That should be coming similar of that, like that. Should be coming with the calendar icon with the date, and also should be coming the other property for the title. So let us see what actually, because I think the link is gonna be getting from the lucid link, which no need to be passing there, because we need to grab the link from our next link parameter link. Okay, so now what we did, we have the calendar icon. Whatever the posted publish at data, we are passing that as a to local string, and we're getting the year, month, and day value. So first, so this is the connotation which we are getting. Then we happen to have that post like.current wherever we're going to pass that, and that's going to be passing that post.title. Whenever we click, it's going to render, it's going to take you to that particular Slack there, like for the single block. And also you can wrap it within that link if you're looking forward to. Now, after passing that Slack property, like the content here, we can simply pass that, let's say two more property after the card header. We should be passing two more value here. One should be the card content, where we can raise all the card content. And then another would be just passing that card footer here, where we're going to show all the footer. Then we're going to also have to have the button, which is going to showcasing the entire button and arrow right. Okay, so now this is going to be containing the, like for that read more, which going to also get to the Slack, and the images for the author. Now again, if you happen to have the problem with particular instances, you can just simply go with that. You know, that could be very very simple manner to go and pass by. And you can see you can go with the main image, which is going to be passing as the image property from the Sanity. You can define all the types is right there. You can just need to bring it to show the entire structure. For the images, if we have the post author, then we are showcasing the author images and author name, and in the footer we are showcasing that read more tag. So this is the entire structure to build our, like the more proficient manner to go to entire home page structure. You can see That is super cool. Now what we need to do, we need to go to make sign in and sign up, because without that we should not be able to go to lead much more further. So this is the one which we need to contain to finish. Otherwise it could be a very delicate manner to go and pass by all of the state property. So let's go start building that. And one more thing is that before going further, I think better if we can make the state also. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another directory here, which is gonna be store, and here we will make a store for, let's say, card store.ts, which gonna maintain our store property, right? And to grab the store, either you can make it the card store or you can name anything. We will use the Justin. So this is a very simple, let's say, a very simple library to go to make a very state management. You don't need to go to think a lot of things. It's very simple and straightforward. So you can go through the documentation to read it much more better and go in a finishable way. So what I'm gonna do, let me open my terminal here. And from there, I'm gonna just go directly get it for that pnpm add Justin. So it's gonna install Justin for me. And from the Justin, I'm gonna happen to have two things which are gonna be importing that Justin for that create method from the Justin, and also to the persist and create JSON storage method. This two method I'm gonna use, and there should be happen to have an, let's say, an interface label here, which is gonna be stuff for the card item, and every card item gonna have an ID, food ID, name, slag, price, quantity, image, category, size, variety, and max quantity, because whatever our user and others will manage from the session, so no need to save it in the storage as well. Okay, you can see we can keep a padding here. Please try to fix that to provide a padding which need to be, which will looks better. Now this is the interface for the card item, every card item, and there should be another interface for the card store. In the item should be the card item is open, should be the boolean value, which you're gonna having to have the actions for the add to card, add items, which you're gonna add item to the card, and the value should be at the card item. You see the entire card item structure, then also the quantity value, which is gonna be number, remove item gonna be a function, update quantity gonna be a function, clear card a function, toggle card is a function, and computed values get to the items gonna be a function, get unique item count also be a number for function, total price, get item quantity, all gonna be according to a function. So now we're gonna pass our export property. So export const, and here use card store, which is gonna getting for the create method, and on the create method we're gonna define that our card item, or not the card item but the card store, right? And from there we're going to define the number value, and we're going to define the actual value method, and we're going to persist it because we're going to save it in real time. And from here it should be coming from the, let's say it could be set and it would be get. So these two methods it's going to work, and from there within the function we're going to pass the object, and here we're going to pass the item should be coming as an empty array, and is open should be false value. Okay, so this is just a two collapsible method which we are now managing here. So now as we happen to have the persist mechanism, right, so we need to also pass the value. So we have the get value, set value. Now we would also make the storage here, and the name should be storage of that, let's say card storage, and here the storage notation storage, we're going to simply make that, let's say create, I think we're going to use that create JSON storage, and from there we can just simply pass that local storage. So automatically it's going to render within the local storage. So first of all we're going to render within the one property here, which is going to be happen to have a number of value props, which is going to be take the add to card, right? So add to card, what it's going to do, add item, so it means add item to the card. In add item I'm gonna make it bigger so it could be much more accessible. Okay, yeah, I think that's cool. Okay, now add item, we're gonna take the value props as an item, and here first whenever it's gonna get the items, it's gonna check if it's coming as an existing items, means it's having, like if I add an item here, like I added one item in my card, first of all I will check if it's available in the card. If it's available I will increase the quantity, otherwise I will add to the card. That's what the check I will do. So means if I have the existing item, I'm just adding the quantity, otherwise I'm adding item to the card. That's it. That's the similar configuration to make things for the add to cart item. So I will just to do like all the setup to grab all the property here. So after that So this is the one here, and after that we should be happen to have the others. So now what can be for the remove item? So remove item, going to get the ID of that. Whenever I'm going to call that function, I will get the ID, and according to the ID, I'm going to filter our entire card. I'm going to remove that and keep other item. Update quantity, I'm going to pass that ID and quantity value according to the quantity. If it's if we have that item, to remove that, we're going to return. And then if we have that, we're going to set that item quantity according. We're going to just increase the quantity value, update the quantity or minus the quantity. Clear card, going to remove that entire items as an empty state. Toggle card should be is open or false or true. And the get total items going to be returning the value of the total value. Unique item count, providing the get item card like the card item card count of the item. Total price going to be providing the total price. Get item quantity going to providing the total item quantity. That's it. So this is the entire storage property, and I think for this buildup that's going to be enough to go and pass that value layer, and it will be working perfectly fine to go and make that things in a pretty decent manner. So now what we can do more? We can do more is that to create our essential part, which is going to be passing that our application layer for the authentication and others. So first of all, you can see for the authentication, we will use that like our very good manner for our auth. We're going to use that NextAuth, which will be help us to build our like the auth setup. So it should be NextAuth. We're going to use that one to maintain our auth setup, and all we're going to use to build up. So we're going to go and structurize that. And to set up our authentication, which we're going to use that Auth.js, so what we're going to do, we'll just simply search for Auth.js, and here's the first website which we'll get for that Auth.js. And as you can see, this is in like this Auth.js. Okay, you can just use this one particularly. So I'm going to go click on get started. As we're using the Next.js, we're going to just go and install for the Next.js npm add next-auth at beta. It's still running on beta, but very good to go and accommodate whatever we are going to need for this our application layer. So let's just install that one. While installing, let's just also explore a bit. As you can see, you can explore, you can just get that npx auth secret, which are going to generate a secret key for you. And this secret you can also need to be append there. And of course there is I think if you create that, it automatically gonna just click on that. So we can just simply get auth secret. If we just type here, you can see npx auth secret, and automatically it's gonna just check whatever the possibility is gonna say. So auth, okay, it will, I think no need to install that one, doesn't matter at all. So what we need to do, we need to go configure this one at auth-ds. So this is gonna be our authentication file to maximize whatever the data or providers we are going to looking for. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come here, and we're going to create a file called auth.ts. So this is the combination here, overall combination to go by. And of course you need to go through, we need to look through for some of the provider which we are going to use. We're going to use that like for the Google provider. So we need to go and get the actual credential by which it can work. So we need to go in our .env file, because we need to get some of the credential which we are needing to be right now. So one credential is just we need to look forward to have here is that next as API token, which is still not yet done. We didn't take it take it yet. And another one is going to be for our auth secret, which is going to be, let's say, auth_secret. And after that, it's gonna also take that, let's say, it's gonna just Google client ID and Google client secret. And of course we need to grab that our NextAuth URL, which is going to be our URL of that localhost 3000. So this is going to be our actual localhost auth. And then also we need to have some more credential, like for the Stripe, we need to grab that for a Stripe secret key, and then also a Stripe webhook key. So let's say Stripe_webhook_secrets. And also we can get some basic information here. So let's say the basic information, and over here it could be, let's say, app name. So whatever the app name we want to pass that, and by so far. And of course this is just going to be some of the method which is better to keep it like from the env. So you can directly change it from the env. One is that the name of that quick food, another app description, delivery fee, and delivery fee threshold. So now we need to have that two setup. One is that auth secret, one is that Google client ID. So we need to go and make these two align together. So first of all, how we can grab that, how we can get that auth secret. To grab the auth secret, you can simply run that open SSL, and you can just use that randomized number, that base 6432, and automatically it's gonna render you a secret. You can directly use the secret for yourself, or even you put some random characters, you know, to make that like secret procedure without is having any space there, and automatically it's gonna work also. So we should to have that to set up for Google authentication layer. As you can see right here, we're using that sign in with Google. That's what's actually managing itself. And how you can do that, you can simply need to go with that Google Cloud Console, and from there you need to just choose your account. Like if I go here, I'm gonna choose my I'll choose this account here, and if I go from the console, and from this console itself we can just choose, like, see there is an out stock. So we'll check, we try to get this project itself to go and initialize. And from here, as you can see, we have that like for billing, I think the API and services. Yes, from there we just need to create the credentials. So also you can find the mechanism here, like if you, as you can see, we okay, so after this setup we also need to go this setup to create. You can see app API auth. So we need to go create this auth directory here. So I'm going to go right here, and it should be app, and there should be API, and within API should be a directory called auth. And after that we need to provide this name for that API dash NextAuth. So I'm going to create another directory here, and within that directory our route.ts, it will be there, route.ts, and that route gonna holding this entire setup. So copy this and paste this. So this is the method by which it will handle the auth, like it will get the post method or handle the handlers. Also, if your directory not supporting that, you can simply grab that, like it can also go with that, let's say auth. So this is how you can also entertain. But as it's just allies, it automatically gonna render. And for the middleware, you just go click it, and right now middleware is not saving anymore. Its naming is that proxy. You need to create a proxy.ts, and you need to paste that. And for that one, you can simply go in the Next.js.org. You can search for the proxy to see what's actually a proxy. If you just make it bigger, you can see good to know, starting with Next.js 16, middleware is now called proxy to better reflect its purpose. The functionality remains the same. So means the proxy which is gonna be intercept all of our requests, like sanitize the request before we hit the server. So now this is the things which is actually good to go. So we can go and initialize everything. But before that, we need to also go to create these two things. Okay, I forget to remove that. I just removed that because I need to show you something. From here, as you can see in the session management or in the authentication, you can select the OAuth, you can select the Google, and from here also you can see the callback URL. So this is going to be our callback URL, which you need to be configured. So now from here, as you can see, we already happen to have a web client. So I'm going to create a new, let's say, new credential, and from there I'm going to create an OAuth client ID. And from the client ID, because later on I can remove that one as well. And from the client ID, I'm going to take the application type. Application type should be web applications, and I'm going to need the URL, which is going to be, let's say by default, it's going to be for that localhost 3000. So I'm going to pass that localhost 3000 here. So this would be, where is that? Yeah, localhost 3000. And for the callback URL, you can see, remember the one which we told you, that API auth callback Google. So if we create, after creating, we should be happen to have two ID. One is the client ID, which we need to paste it here, and another is that client secret, which we need to paste it here. Okay, that's it. So now we are good to go. Okay, and it's automatically gonna create it. So now we can use that web to client ID for our purposes. And I think we are good to go. So auth Google ID, auth Google secret, everything looks perfect. So now let's just reload. And proxy is missing, expected function export name. Okay, because we use the proxy, but the function name is just coming as the middleware. So it should be as proxy. Okay, that's the naming convention, because they still running on they need to update too. for the Next.js 16. So now we can go in our over here, and as you can see, all are modified. There is some more things going to be coming up, because as you can see in the auth configuration, so we will go here in the auth configuration. We need to set up some more, like we can handle a lot of things. First of all, let's go handle about the providers, right? So providers, it's going to be coming as, let's say, for the Google, and we can just import the Google from the provider. So it can be coming like as import Google from NextAuth providers Google. And for the Google, as you can see, it's going to be running as a function. In the function, it's going to take the object like the client ID. So the client ID should be process process.env env.google client ID. So whatever the client ID name we are passing here, you can see Google client ID, Google client secret, it need to be matched together. Otherwise, either this one, it will not provide you an error. Right now, they already fixed that. And also client secret, it should be, let's say, process.google.client secret. So this is the client secret and others. Now, there should be another possibilities. You will also have to use the credential things, right? So which gonna be login and login out using the email and password and those other things, right? So you need to mention those setup as well. How we can do that? First of all, for that, we're gonna not like that, should be a credential. So that's how it's gonna be coming as the credentials. And the credentials property gonna be coming for that import should be, let's say, import credentials from NextAuth providers credentials. So this is also the similar functionality. Gonna take a function, gonna passing the object, and from the credentials we need to provide the credentials ratio, what kind of credentials we are looking forward to. We can also go with that, let's say, email, right? So email would be one of the credentials which we are going to use. Okay, let me just go here. This is our credential, so we can now pass that direct here. So it should be email, and the email gonna be passing, let's say the label should be email, type should be password, type should be the text. Okay, I don't want to pass the placeholder. We're gonna just need to remove this auto correction here. So no need to have that placeholder, because placeholder functionality we're gonna handle by ourselves. And the password, for the password, let's say password, also the label would be password, type would be password. So this is going to be creating a credential for us by which we can just go and make things to be done. Now after that, we also make that authorized setup here, which is going to be a simple async function. Let's say async function, and by default it will take your credential. So let's say credentials, credentials, and from there it will be just a simple function. As we use the async function, we're gonna just make that if we doesn't have the credential, let's say credentials.email, or not mail, should be email, and then or if we doesn't have that, let's say we doesn't also have that credentials.password, then we want it to be throw an error. So throw an error, invalid credentials or missing credentials, like say it's not there, so means it's missing credentials, right? Now if it has those things, right, if it is not missing anything, means we got the things. So now what we actually can set, first we need to set find user in Sanity. We're gonna go simple way. First of all, we will go directly to fetch the client user. And how it gonna fetch? The type is equal to user, and an email should be the first result which gonna coming as an email. And from there we will check the ID, email name, email password, and also we're gonna get the role. So that's how we're gonna check. We're gonna directly and take to get the result from our Sanity to just make these things to be done. So this is pretty simple. This is how the Google work, the other functionality all are working in the same procedure like that. And after that, if we have the user, right? So this is need to be combined. If we have user, if we have no user, we throw an error, no user found. If we have no password, throw a new error, which the please sign in with Google. So if the no password means we have the Google recommendation and others, means we have a user, but that user doesn't have a password. So we have two options to log in our user, either user email and password. Another way is to use the OAuth authentication. So means a user has used a different credential, right? So now after that, if we have the password, right? If we have like the password, then we need to also use the big crypt, right? and we're gonna try to go, let's go in npm. Also, I'm happen to have a library similar as a bcrypt.js. You can use that ts bcrypt. This is the same functionality as the bcrypts have. So it's a new library. You can try to give it a try because entire setup is written using the pnpm, using the TypeScript. So you can try it. So I'm gonna try it right now. If we find any error, so you can fix it directly, right? So to import the bcrypt, so let's see how it's gonna work. So to use that, we just need to import it. That's it, and then it will automatically work the similar bcrypt functionality it has. You see. So now as we have that, okay, I think we are not having to have an error. So if we have the if we have the password, so we are verifying the password, right? See, everything's, if it's error, it automatically return. You can also simply just revoke the return, so automatically it's gonna return. But by the way, when the error is throwing, it will just reflect and it will gonna automatically return itself, so nothing to be worried. So means if we doesn't have user or doesn't have password, if he passed these two barrier, means we are happen to have the password. If we are verifying the password, if the password valid, it should be coming with the await bcrypt. We are comparing with that with the credential password and others. If the password is valid, we are using that. If password is not valid, throwing an error, means the user is not a valid user. And then what we are doing, if we got the user is valid, then we are passing that id should be the user id, email should be the user email, name user name, image is going to be user image, and role should be the user role. Means our every single essential things which we recommend going to work perfectly. Of course, we need to have to get that callback functionality, which gonna be async. It should be an async functionality. Let's say it's gonna be, we're gonna create a sign up. So let's say should be coming with ACYNC, I think, sign in. And from here in the object, we're gonna pass the user, we're gonna pass the account, and also you're gonna pass the profile. And after passing that value, we just need to focus to bring back all the functionality so that we can provide the data layer in perfect way. Actually, instead of going through in the basic layer, maybe you're gonna have an idea. So I'm gonna just pass that to you. So what actually we're doing in the callbacks, we're running a function. The function is that first one is the sign in, by which user gonna be making the sign in. And then the optional value chain point is going to getting the user, getting the account, getting the profile. If account provider is equal to Google, so means in account it's going to have two setup. One is the provider value. If the provider is equal to Google, we are running a function, and you can see we are running a try catch block. And here, if error is persisting, we're providing the error. Now, if we are happen to get the Google user logged in, what actually is happening is we're trying to get the existing user. So avoid client.fetch, we are fetching from our Sanity to get the user and user.email. And if the existing user is not available, then also we are passing that a default role which gonna fetch that. And now you can see there is a right client setup. You can see this is, we didn't create it yet, especially if we go in that client, we doesn't have any right client setup. That's the one which we need to create, because what I told you before, we should have to have a right client by which we can actually write in Sanity. So we need to create that functionality by which we can make these things to be done. And to create that, it's also pretty simple to go by and place it, because we just need to create an like say you need to get to pass an API to API key to let it work. And I think I was working in a different setup. So let's just go in the client. I'm going to go in our Sanity. So let's go back in our sanity.io, and over here we need to work on first of all, let me check. Okay, I'm using this account, so let's go back to our dashboard. And from here, I need to go find my manage one so that we can manage our application layer. And from there, you can see the quick food YT, and over from the API, we can click on that cross origin is actually set. We will go in the tokens, add token here, and I'm gonna rename the token as a developer token. Gonna give a permission of the developer. Make sure you need to put that permission. Without developer permission, the user will not be able to execute the setup, right? So if we save it here, now what it's gonna do, copy that one, and after copying, you can just simply pass that right. If you want to pass it right here, doesn't matter, it will work. How you can do that? Simple, just pass the token. Okay, so the token should be the process.sanity token, and you need to pass the token right here. You can see API token, right? You can just simply get the token, and you can see it to be matching together here. Now either you can pass it here, because for other calls this one is not required, right? The token, if it doesn't have the token, other can. So you can make a separate write call functionality. If you are actually looking to create that, simple, you can just simply make that one as a write client, which gonna take that both value, other value here, then you pass the token. But for me, I'm gonna click the same token. You can try yourself to create how the way you feel it better, but for me the similar token criteria is working perfectly fine. Now over here, what we can do is that as we are happen to have the token, so of course this done. So let me go in over here. Okay, what is saying TSP crypt cannot find? Why? Okay, what is saying cannot resolve TSP crypt? I think I should maybe have a problem there. So TSP crypt is right there. Let me see. Okay, for the currently not to passing an error, we are using the bcrypt.js yet, because I think we have some server side configuration which I need to configure. But as you can see right now, the version is coming for 1.2. So whatever this coming to be, we will fix that in 1.0.3. So if you find that 1.0.3 is the version, you can use it. Otherwise, I will still not entertain you to use it, because we need to fix whatever the error which is coming right here. So right now, as we did that, so let's go back to the callback again. So if we have that, you can see right now we are creating a new user with right client. So if we doesn't have an existing user, what we're doing, we're creating a new user in Sanity, and the type is equal to underscore type is the user name, gonna be username, or is the profile name or user, email gonna be user email, and the image provider gonna be setting as the Google, role should be coming as the default role. Otherwise it's gonna just define whatever the role is going to be implemented. The email verified gonna be within that and created at, and if we having the error, we should be providing the error. So this is the first segment for the callback, the one setup, right? Then there should be another segment by which we can reinstall the other behavior. After that sign in, we should be happen to have to get that our ZWT, which gonna be passing to according to the user setup and others. As you can see right here, okay, we are happen to have little bit difficulty to go by, means some of the things which is not is right. So if we go in our JWT and are proposing the role setup, I think, yeah, it's supposed not to be showing. Okay, it's disappear. So now here, what we are actually doing in the JWT, we're taking the token, user, and account. If we have the user, we're getting the token.id is equal to should be user.id, and it should be available. And the role should be user.role, or otherwise it could be just simple as the plain role as user. If the account type is the provider is equal to Google, so means we have not yet done the user and that coming to the Google. And also we are fetching the user from the Sanity depending on the email, and then we are setting that to it. So that's the two value. One is for the sign in, one is the getting the Sanity value here. So after that two particular value here, so as you can see, we have that JWT and others. Then we have that our session. So this is the session function which gonna take the session and token. If we have session.user, we are passing the user and returning that session. And now over here, we also need to find that it could be, let's say it will not be a problem anymore. So we can just simply pass that export, and that should be const. And over here, we're gonna pass that all the value that should be coming from the NextAuth. Let's say NextAuth dot, I think within the NextAuth, we're gonna pass that auth config. So auth config, did we make the name here? So should be okay. Did we make the name of that auth config instead of that handlers here? Okay, I forget to like to change those setup. We have the provider, right? We have the callbacks, we have everything. So what I need to do, we can simply pass from there, like we can automatically it can pass as an object, right? So over here, instead of passing that value directly, we can simply make that as an object here. I think that would be pretty good. You can see we just remove that functional value, which gonna take an object as everything. So now here we can simply pass that. Let's say it should be auth config. So now we can actually use that as a auth configuration file, and here we can pass that auth config. like wrap it all together, right? So even if wrap it, it's not gonna satisfy what we actually looking forward to have it. So what we need to do, we need to pass that, let's say, satisfies, and that should be NextAuth config. So that need to be satisfied according to it. So now as we did that, we are good to go. In the route we have the problem, no problem, we're gonna fix that too. Now from here we need to pass something. We need to pass our handlers, which gonna be handled from there. We need to pass our sign in value. We need to pass our sign out value from here. We need to pass our auth. So actually everything we're gonna take from here and export that auth. The auth value should be as the default value. So that's it. So now this is the actual setup, the way we will just make everything done for our authentication. The good thing is that we better make it as a config, and in the config we should have to have the providers. In the providers we have the Google, we have the credential login setup, and then in the callbacks we have the callback functionality for the sign in options. And here also we're going to have the ZWT section, and then we also happen to have our session. Then we are just exporting everything from here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to directly go in our auth and then the sign in the sign up. So first we're going to work with the sign up. So let's say should be coming paste.tsx rafce should be, let's say, sign up page. So it should be coming as a sign up. So let's go back here at the home and go in the sign up. So our first thing is that to create a proper sign up functionality by which we can actually do the things to be in a perfect way. Now in the sign in page, I want to make it fully as the use client parameter. Now you can also think how you want to make it. Either you want to keep it as a use client or in a server-side rendering. But for me, I think now as a use client flag, it would be perfectly fine for me. So what I'm gonna do, I need to have a certain kind of situation here, which gonna be, I'm gonna use that use router, by which we can route back to us, and also you're gonna use the params here, and also you're gonna use that user state here for sure. Now we're gonna have certain kind of value for sure. Okay, what actually you're missing? Use router. Next router was not found. Use router. Oh, sorry, should be coming from next navigation. Okay, that's it. So now what we're using, we're getting the router from the next router, and then we're also getting the search params and also the loading, set loading, error, set error from data, and set from data, by which we're going to set our entire setup. Now after that, also we're going to get that an auth error setup, auth error, and that should be, let's say, from the search params dot get. If we have any error from the params, we can pass that error, right? And also we're going to map through our common, let's say, common auth error, or I can just simply pass that because it's just an like a purification. If you do it, it's okay. If you doesn't do it, doesn't matter, everything gonna work. Now as you can see, we're gonna get the get error message, by which we can actually passing that error message scenario. And if the error code is empty, like if we doesn't have an error code, because it's gonna take the error code as a parameter, we're gonna return as empty string. If we have the error messages, it's gonna coming from the record and OAuth account not linked. This should be, this email is already registered with email or password. Please sign in with your password instead. Means an account already logged in using the email and password but trying to OAuth, then it's gonna provide that. Also the configuration, access denied, or sign in, OAuth callback, OAuth create account, callback, and default. So this is the setup by which you can show the actual or the proper method, right? And what we will do right here, right now, this we're gonna set that particular instances, like using the use effect, which can check right now. So you're gonna pass that if auth error is happening, we can just pass the set error is the auth error. That's it. So now here, I think for this one quick fix, I will go and I'm gonna make the rules for disable entire file. Okay, this is just an lint error, should not be any problem. Now over here, what we need to do, we should be happen to have two functions which gonna be handle sign in normal setup or the Google Auth. But right now, first we're gonna create our form and others, right? So over here in the div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another card. So let's just get our card from the components, and on the card, I'm gonna take a div here, another div, and then I'm gonna pass our logo. You can see this is our logo, and we need to make this entire setup like that way. Okay. So I'm going to make it also a smaller setup by which you can see the code in pretty good way. So I think this much gonna be good. So now over in the div, I'm going to also put some of the class name which can be passing in a very decent way. So the class name is that mean height is a screen, flex item center, justify center, bj is coming from linear to bottom right, from primary 50, primary 5 to primary 10, padding 4 and padding y is 8. Now it's up to you, or you can just simply make that padding x is 4, padding y is 8. So now this is up to you how you want to compile. For the car itself, put a class name here. I'm going to make that width should be full by default, and I'm going to make a max width of MD. So this is the maximum width ratio it can take, and shadow is axle. And also max height, we will provide that, let's say should be, I'm going to make that max dash height dash, we will provide the maximum height within that 95 VH. I think that would be good, so it will not go in a proper like full height. And also after that our flow y should be so. Okay, this is the first setup by which we can go. And then also we will set up some more things. That's the one which gonna get that padding 6, SM padding 8. And also for this one, put a class name should be flex and justify center, and MB bottom should be 4. So it would be in the center. You can see this is the same configuration, the one which we are looking forward to. Now, this kind of things, what we are doing now is kind of just a simple logical text flow. So you know how to do that. Here, you're going to pass an H1 tag coming with that create account, another P tag, which that sign up to get started. So this is the combination what we're looking forward to have it. Of course, if we are happen to have any error, we want to better to write to showcase here. Like if we get any error, like something is wrong and I want to change that. So I just want to show you the error. The error should be shown like that. So whenever we're going to happen to have the error, it will automatically render it here. So after passing the error content here, we will just simply get a from. So let's just use a from value here. So this would be our from. And the from should be on submit value should be, let's say it's going to make that handle submit. Handle submit. And we should be happen to have two function, right? So over here, before returning anything, const should be handle submit. And the handle submit functionality, of course, it's gonna be an I'm gonna just simply write the function right now. Later on, we can just toggle through to make things to be happen. And also it's gonna be handle, let's say handle that should be Google sign in, so or sign up. That's it. So that would be the Google sign up function. And of course, for the Google, it will automatically make the sign in, not sign up. So you're gonna keep it like that way. So in the from, as we have to have, so we can now align how the way we want to showcase our from in front of the people. So first of all, the from, we're gonna make a little bit of class name. And here it would be, let's say, space y should be 3. Okay, space y 3. Yes. So all the gap should be in between 3. Now I'm going to make a div. Of course, I will get a label. Now you can use the normal label here, or you can use this label which I'm using right now. So both way it will work. So we're going to label should take the full name, as you can see. Now, of course, that after the full name, we will try to use the input. Now, as you know, we have one input from the Sanity, not the Sanity, from the Chain UI, but also we can use the manual input if you are looking forward to use it. Doesn't matter, it will automatically work. And in the ID, you can provide the ID as the name, and also it should be a required value property, and also the value should be, let's say, from data. Right now, we have the from data dot name. Did you have the from data? I think we have. So go back, you can see from data, we have the name, email, password, and confirm password. So this is the combination which we are actually getting. So that name should be the name, and also we need to provide that the value we provide that one. And on change, what we want to do is that whenever the value is changing, we want to make to do something. First of all, we're going to make that set from data, and within the from data, we want to keep everything. We're going to spare everything as the from data. It will be only we want to change the name, which is going to be e.target.value. So that value going to be set up on whatever the value we are passing. And of course, we should be passing a placeholder. Let's say it's going to be John Doe. So you can see the John Doe name is right here. And And of course, for the div in the top, we can just simply pass to make that things better. And I think, yeah, we can. Let me see. Yeah, that's the setup which we are using. But right now we have like, okay, let me just make some class name here. And over here, which should be full. And of course, we're going to make that padding X should be 3, padding Y should be, let's say, 2.5. It looks good. And then we're going to make a border, and border gray should be 500. It's up to you. Okay, should be border gray of 500. Now you can use your own border color, border structure, and others. And rounded LG. And then after that, also, you're going to make that, also, you're going to focus. Let's say you are focusing on the FOUS, and whenever we focus on the ring should be 2, and after that not 1 should be 2, and then also we're gonna make that also we are focusing on that. So particularly you can also provide some of the color ratio and others, and focus should be ring, and then once we focus, okay, that should not, anyway, that should be just as simple as it is. So I'm going to just bring back those. Okay, let me see that. So first is the width full, padding axis 3, padding Y 2.5, border gray 300, rounded LG, focus ring 2, focus ring should be the ring color, focus border transparent and outline none, transition, and then X. You can see that's the one which we are looking for. So right now, as we have that, I think we are quite good. And after that, as we particularly happen to have the all other scenarios, so we can now bring all back together. So as the first tip gonna be passing by, we should be happen to have I think 3 more div. One is gonna be full name, one is the email address, password, and confirm password. So now I will show you what actually we are going for, looking for what we happen to have the new one. So now, as you can see in the name, which is predefined, the same thing, you can copy paste that all. And the second one is going to be for the HTML for email. You need to make sure that's the working in the same way. The similar pattern, and then I think okay, the input, the first one, we didn't make that design here, so that should be coming as like that. Okay. So now this is the name for the first one, then the full name, and then coming for the input. That's the second one is for the email address. The type is the email, ID is the email. I think that we provide the type text, ID name. Okay, good. And then it's required from data.email, and then providing the same structure to get the email value, and then the same design. Then happen to have the password, getting the password value, and also the placeholder you can see right now. Then we have the confirm password here, which we're setting the confirm password value. Now we need to have the button, right? So after that div, we should be happen to have the button. So in the button, we will pass that, let's say if we have the loading, so means we having to have that creating the account. So you can make that creating account otherwise create account, or you can just simply, it's not a create account, you can simply make that sign up. Okay, that's up to you how the way you feel it better. Automatically you can render it. Now on that, we will make the type should be as the submit value, and after that also we will make that visible. It's gonna be once the loading is running, it would be visible, and then we're gonna pass some of the class name, and the class name gonna be which should be full width, and bj should be primary. By default is already the primary bj. And after that, after the primary segment, or we can make that hover, bj should be primary within the 90%. And of course we also make that, let's say text should be primary foreground, and here padding y should be 2.5. I think a little bit more stretching, or you can make it 4 or 5, whatever you feel is better. 2.5, I think 3 gonna be work for me, or 4. Yeah, 4 is good. Or by default we're getting 4, so no need to put that 4 right now. And rounded is LG is getting, or I think rounded if with LG is it gonna reduce? Yeah, reduce a bit. And then font should be medium, and after that transition should be there, or I think past that hover effect, text should be small text. Okay, So right now, what is going to happen, as you can see, this is the combination here, which you need to record for all the fields. And right now, after that from division here, we can also pass this, the from is done. So we can pass the division here. Like to pass that like or continue, we can just simply make a simple design to see it looks nice and clean. Now this is the one setup and there should be the other setup. Now for these purposes here, you can either have a button on, okay, let me just go beyond on that. So let me just go. So this is the div here. So this is the second one which we have. I think after that, I want to show that button. So now this, the fill path is just for the icon, okay, for the SVG icon. If you doesn't want to SVG icon, you can simply use that Google, not Google, should be, let's say Google, okay, it's not happen to have the Google icon. Google icon, I think it doesn't have. Or you can also use that, let's say I'm gonna use Lucid React. So as the library is already installed, let me charge the Google. No, it doesn't have the Google icon, and no, it doesn't have that. So if you go to any of the icon library which happen to have the Google icon, because right now in the Lucid React I can't see any Google icon, that's why I use the SVG, or you can just save an image to use that. I'm going to keep it with the SVG. So this is just to generate this Google icon here. That's it, doesn't fancy here. So this is the one. If you just cut it, like just make it like that, automatically you're going to see there is no icon. So this is the same thing, handling Google sign-in and others loading. So I think this is a very good step to go. And after that button, we're going to have the simple link parameter by which we can simply pass that to go the next or sign in. If you happen to have the account, you can see sign in and you're good to go. So now we will make that our sign up setup, right? So let me go here, and over here we can simply pass that one, this function here, which is going to be handle for the and the submit. So in the handle submit, of course, we want to take a value, should be we should be happen to have an object here which is going to be, let's say, a react dot, that should be coming from the from event. So this is the event which going to be coming from the HTML from event, because what we want to make that e.prevent default. We don't want any default behavior to be activated once we are submitting anything. The default notion it not be there at all. So this is the combination, or this is the triangle setup which we have to set. So now as we have that, after preventing the default, we need to go and combine all the functionality by which we can now go and make the sign up. So the first thing first, we need to also make that to setup. We're going to make the set error, which is going to be as an empty string. And also we're going to make the set loading, which is going to be true, because now we want to make other things to be done. We're going to make a try catch parameter, and in the catch, because as whenever we're going to happen to have the error, we will set up that catch parameter. So in the catch, as we're gonna get the error. So of course we need to make that error as the error, and here error. So now if we get the error, we're gonna setting the error messages, which the error is coming the type of instance of error and error message. Otherwise it's gonna be failed to create account, set error message is true, and also set loading is false. And also finally we will just pass that set loading should be false. And if we make that in the finally, we don't need to have that whenever we're getting the error. Automatically it's going to disconnect the finally setup. Now of course we need to go certain kind of validation here. Our first validation gonna be coming as the validate password matching, because as you can see, this is mandatory. Even you try to log in, automatically it's gonna just disappear, not to give you that. You need to put that name or email, right? Now, if we have the name and email, means we are happen to have to come considerable to make the password result, because now we know what to do. So if the from data password is not equal to from data confirm password, we are passing that password did not match. Like I'll try one thing. So let me try one of that. So let me go there, noor@gmail.com and blah, 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 blah. Sign in. You can see password. Okay. Okay. The character is more. You can see something wrong. It's not happened to something wrong. It should be password doesn't match. Why something wrong? Why the value is coming here? That should be okay, because nothing is written from here yet. We just click but the password value is not set yet. Okay, I think this one from event. Why the error is showing here? This is not duplicated yet. Anyway, it should be react.from event. We provide the same thing. Anyway, so in the try catch value, now if the password do not matches, and also I think this should be okay. You can see the first one is getting the password length is bigger than 8, like a password be at least 8 characters. You can see right now. Okay. Anyway, we'll check why it's not working. So after that, because okay, we got the from data, we have the valid password, and now after that, we will, if we have the password is valid, what we're gonna do, we're gonna call our, let's say, call server side API, let's say API, to create account. And how we can do that, we can just simply make that as a response, and the response gonna be coming as an await request. Of course, once you make await, that should be an asynchronous function, otherwise it will not work. So in the await parameter, what we want to get to make the fetch request here. That should be /API /auth /sign up. So that's the API which we need to create, and on that the method should be coming as a post method, and on the header should be coming as a content type. Let's say the content type should be application.json, and after passing the content type, we need to also pass the body, which we need to pass that as a JSON. Let's say we're going to make that JSON.stringify, because we cannot directly send the raw data view the network selection. So we need to make it in a stringify. We need to make it, we need to like get it as a string method. So on the function, we're going to pass the variable. On the name, we're going to make that from data.name, and that should be passing that from data email and from data password. So if we get that response, so if we have everything wrong, we're going to get a data should be coming from await response.json, because we make it in a stringify, set to the API, then API do whatever, all the things, and also it provide me as a string data, which we need to transfer as the JSON data. Now, of course, we will do a lot of things. If we have the response which is not successful, then we can pass that. Because if response is not okay, we're going to reloading the error message, and error message is going to be coming in a typical, in a proper setup of the error message. Either the email is register, or you can have that password characters or others, then throwing the error as the error message. Now, if everything is good, if there is no error, what we want to redirect to sign in page on success. So now over here, there should be router dot, and then we're going to use a push method, and here it's going to be auth. And over here, that should be, let's say, gonna be sign in, and on the sign in, I'm gonna make that as registered. So should be registered is equal to true. So if we have everything good to go, that should be done. Now over here, what we need to do, we need to go over here in our API, and on the API, we will create, you can see there is a mechanism here, which is the auth setup here. So in the auth, we will create another route. Right now in the auth, we have directly setting to the NextAuth. So I'm going to create another route here, which is going to be, let's say, sign up. And on the sign up, we're going to have a route.ts. Now in the route.ts, we will make a modulation to create our function, which is going to be, let's say, I'm going to make that one export const function, and that should be a post function. Either you can go with like that, or simply you can make that, let's say, export const post, and over here you can simply make that function. That's it. And of course, it need to be an asynchronous function, otherwise it will not work. And on the request, and the request should be coming from the next request, or you can pass that request. That's it. Either you can go with the next request. I think the better should be coming like that, next request from the Sanity server. Now, of course, we need to check to setup of value. You will make a try catch formula here. So let me go and try catch formula. So now if in the try, if we happen to have the problem, means we are getting wrong here, then we're going to set it as we're going to also create the next response here. What we do, we're going to pass the sign up error, and then the next response going to be failed to create account. You're going to provide a status of 500 if we have the error, right? And after that, if we doesn't have the error, means everything's working. We're gonna make that const body should be is equal to await. Let's say request dot, we're gonna just make that JSON. So everything we're gonna transfer within the JSON. And here we're gonna make the log. Let's say console dot log. We're gonna pass the body. We're gonna see whatever we're gonna receiving from our body. We're gonna return. We're gonna just simply pass a return. Let's say next response dot JSON. That is. So we will just pass the return. Let's just view that everything is working or not. So I'm going to open my terminal. Let me just see what's actually is returning. If we connected to the API, it's going to return whatever in a console log, whatever we did, and also pass the error. So now let's just make that John and then at gmail.com. Okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and try. You can see we got the name of the John and everything is okay, and also we redirect to the sign up, so sign in page. So everything is okay, we got the success. So now what we need to do, we need to make the initial setup to do everything in proper way. So I'm going to remove that console setup. So first of all, I need to destructure. As you can see, everything is coming as an object. We can simply destructure using that const name, email, password, which is going to be taken from the body. Now over here, we need to validate some of the setup. First of all, we're going to validate our input. If no name, no email, no password, you can see all fields are required, sending the error for the front end. And if the password length is bigger than 8, also sending the request to the front end that is not yet validated. And everything is okay. If we get the email and password right, then we need to fetch some of the things. As you can see right now, we'll check if the existing user is existed in our Sanity client, because as we're using directly in the Sanity, await client.fetch, we're going to get the user email from the first one. And if existing user, user with this email already exists, so means it's going to be okay. If we have the user, we are not using the login. If we doesn't have, only then we are using the login. So now we also have to have that hash password, which we're going to use that bcrypt. So we're going to hashing the password is in the bcrypt, and hash password with the 10 sold, and then the default role going to be client.fetch. The first one going to be user role, which going to be default role. Otherwise, it's going to passing that as a user role. Now, what we need to do, we need to create a user to Sanity. That's also pretty simple and very straightforward. We can now use the client because it has the power to do everything. Now in the client, we are using the name new user, type is user, name, email, password is the hashed password, which we hashed already. Provider is the credentials, role is coming as the default role, and then otherwise it's gonna be undefined. So our user is created. As the user is created, we're gonna simply return to the next next response here. And we will make that as a JSON formula here. So in the JSON, what we are passing that success should be true, and then we're gonna passing a message. Let's say user account created successfully, and we are not logging in right now, and we are just simply passing that user ID should be new user underscore ID. If we need that from the ID, we can do whatever the purposes we are looking forward to. Now we're gonna set something. We're gonna just check something here from the localhost. We're gonna use that our studio just to follow through whatever we did, either if our user is creating or not. So as you can see right here in the food manager and others menus and customers, in the tab of the customers, it's not coming soon. It should be, let me go in the structure. So in the customer tab here, in the blog, in the customer, not to coming soon should be getting the user. Users, I think. Okay, so now this should be coming to show all the user data. So I'm going to go here. Let me try that my account here, or at gmail.com, and let me try here. You can see something. Okay, I think there is something wrong independently. Okay, creating account was actually wrong here. Let me just try 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Enter. Okay, something is wrong. From where we are getting the wrong? Okay, let me check if we are getting anything there. No. Also, we will inspect here from the network if we can hit our database perfectly. Sign up. Okay. Auth sign up. Okay, conflict. What's the conflict? This is getting some of the conflict in the payload. Okay, preview here. User with this email already exists, but how the user is created? User, okay, user type. In the types is the user. Okay, that should be the user to showcase the user. So that should be here, not our other way around. Okay. Oh, let me see. No, we doesn't have any user created. So why we are getting the error? Let me try one more time. Sign up. Okay, headers is there. Okay, payload is here. So we have the payload, we have the preview here, we have the response, we have the initial. Okay, maybe something. Okay, 409 conflict. So 409, we got the conflict. And here, let me see. And we are not showing the error. I think in the error we are passing the custom message. Okay, that was the only wrong. Okay, we did everything good. So now we can see the error also. If we just put something wrong, you can see password did not match. So all the error we can see. The email is already registered. Please sign in instead to use a different email. Why email is registered? We didn't do it yet. So if you go in the route, let's see from where we are grabbing that. So this one we are also passing from somewhere, right? I'm going to go and check from where. From here we are passing the error message, which is that user email is already exist. So from where we are passing that error? From the backend. From here we are passing. So the existing user is right here. So this is the problem. Now we're gonna also check our existing user. Let me see what actually is happened to be. Okay, now you can see we have an existing user. This is the created at ID setup. Okay, but in our credential, especially this is the user type, right? So this is the user type is here. I think we need to make a reload maybe to get our type everything to work. Okay, so this is our orders, this is our customers, user. No, there's something wrong in this structure. Should be coming as the users. So that's the title, right? So after the title, we need to also pass the title orders, list item orders, as title orders, as list item. Okay, let me grab our food. So which one is working? I'm going to go and fetch that. So this is the as list item here. So on the child, that is working. So I'm going to copy the child here, and on our customer. So let me grab here. So this is the child list here. I'm going to passing that list. Okay, let me see. Oh, we got all the list. I don't want all the list. So let me just get single list here. So this is the item as item. This is the child one. Okay, so this is the as list items here. So food management, all the items is actually encapsulating right here. So this is the all food items, and from here, okay, so if we go in the food management, all food, and then the categories, so this is the all food setup, right? If we go here, so this is the child, which actually we are looking to have the schema type and child. So schema type and child, so this is the one. Okay, good. So now we can append that one also. So let me just go right here. So this is the customer here, and this is the title here. This is the problem which we are facing right now. I think we can remove it and then passing it. No, not like that. So the item as title, what we grab from here? We got from the title. Okay. So from the title, users icon, and instead of food should be user, so that should be customers. Users icon, why is this is there? Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna use a default icon here. So whatever icon we have, the user's icon, but what's wrong here? We have the user's icon, but the issue is it's happened to have the error for the user's icon. Let's say gonna passing trolley icon. What's wrong? Okay, it's saying icon does not okay, the list builder item, which is not happen to have the icon here. Okay, let me grab the actual setup. I think I am facing something wrong, so let me just fix that. That should not take so long to fix. I'm gonna go back again. That is not how the way it's supposed to done. Okay, this is we have our coming soon. So from here, as you can see, this is just coming the title as the customer. So I got the customer right here. So this is the coming soon which we need to work. Right? In the coming soon, the title, it should not be as the coming soon. It should be coming as the customers, right? So the customers list going to be appear, right? So if we have the customer list, so after passing the customer list here, we have the icon as well, but we need to also pass that, let's say, should be coming as dot, should be coming schema types. So in the schema type, we're going to use the user schema type. Okay, so we can have our user data. So in the customer list, okay, now we doesn't have any customers, but here is showing that we have the customers. This is the problematic scenario which we are facing. So right now, this is our project ID, which we happen to have that .env. I want to check that this is our similar project ID, but how this is going to be there. So okay, I will change. I will use a different account. Let me see 100 and sign up. Let me see. Okay, now it's created the account, but still, can I see the account here? Okay, we can't see any customer data. So means we have something wrong in somewhere in the sanity here. So this is schema types here, the user and others, so order, post, review, size, user. So this is the user of our title parameter. So this is the name or convention which we're actually using. So in our this statement, this should be our child. This should be our schema value, right? So now if we pass that schema value, we are saying no documents on this type. Okay, no customers yet. That is strange. So let me grab the users. Okay, and instead of the customers, we can also pass the, let's say we can pass the users, which actually gonna have that. So we have the value set up for the users. Okay, let me see. So let me try in this way. As you can see, the list item. So okay, we keep it as a customers. Then we have the icon as user icon. In the child, we are passing the title as the user. So in the users, as we have the users set up to be done properly, then what we want to pass that as item for the all users, and then the icon, then the schema type as the user in the child setup. So this you can see. In the child setup, we have the document type list as a user, title all users. So that's what we are actually getting all our documents. But if you try, you can see we have the users, both users is right there. So we have the user, we have created those users. You can see the credentials and how the things is set up to be done. And now as we have that user to be redirected, we can also now to go and get the user for our, particularly for our sign up for the Google, right? And also it will be using the same asynchronous way, and here should be the set loading we can pass that loading setup and others. So should be grabbing the same conclusion here. So there should be the true false, and here try catch parameter. So in the cache value, if we have the error, we can simply pass the error mechanism to be set it. As we are not using this in credential error, we can simply remove that. We can simply pass the error here, and here we can pass that await sign in from there, and we can just decipher it's gonna be coming as the Google, and here should be callback scenario and the callback URL. So callback URL, which is going to be /home. So now the sign up should be working properly for that. Also, let me go back here. Sign up, trying to, okay, failed to sign in with Google, please try again. So means something wrong, we can try again here. So this is the combination. So handle sign in, from where we take the sign in. So sign in from the auth. So we are just expecting to get it everything from the auth. So it's not to be coming from the auth. As we are using that, we better to use the sign in from our NextAuth React. So NextAuth /React. If we try it right now, as you can see, it's going to work. So I will use my own account to just go to login for a new user and continue. And after this time, once it get to logged in, you can see this automatically going to render directly at the home because our user is already logged in, is created. Now over here, you can see we have our address, we have the provider for the Google, and now you can see the user should be created. So now also we're going to make the things for our sign in, the similar conception, same pattern and the same scenario. So I'm going to go from here, and then right now let us just to go back to our sign in optionality to create all the things. Okay, sign in. So in the sign in page, of course, again, we're going to be do the similar things. We're going to make it as a use client flag because we're going to use the client side property and others. And remember the way we're going to pass that, the same the content valuation here. That's the same thing going to be using the use router here. And also for all the params and other properties, use the state value here. Okay, we're good to go. And then the register parameter, callback parameter, auth error parameter, all those things should be the similar. And I'm going to go and set those things in a pretty defined way because, you know, we did it all together. So that's already going to be same, which we can now go and pass that. Okay. And I think, yeah, we are good. We are good. So with the credential, going to do the sign in, passing the use effect parameter here. Okay, that's it. Okay. So right now, as you can see in the error message, similar error message, how the way we are showing in the sign up, and then coming with the value for the use effect and the handle submit, as you can see, showing the error and others. We're just signing it with our credential, we're passing email and password and getting the result. If we are passing any result error, showcasing the error and deciphering all the error messages, and then pushing the callback URL. And of course, the same thing gonna be coming as well for the Google sign-in. We are just signing using the Google for making the callback. Now, for the mechanism here, as you know, that could be the same configuration how the way we did it, right? So instead of passing directly here, we can make this passing a login and other credential, but I will not go in that way. I'm gonna simply pass that entire segment. Okay, so let me go and pass it to you. I'm gonna get the card. The design is similar as we just gonna go get simple behavior here. So let me go grab it and also passing the button itself here. After that, I think need to pass the link here. Okay, very good to go. So what actually we have been done here, as you can see, at the top here, we are using the same structurable design here and passing the logo, welcome back, sign into your account, passing the register. If register account created successfully, please sign in. Like if you come from here, let's say I'm gonna make that as let's say I'm gonna make it as a John Doe. Let's say it should be John, and I'm gonna put a password. Let's say okay, john@gmail.com, and you can see right now account created successfully, please sign in. If I go with sign in with the John and put that the password and email, you can see this account created Google, sign in with the Google button instead. Okay, let me see, because already one account is signed in. We need to set the proxy and others so that it could be it will not messing around. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass the proxy to make it in better way. But before going further, I need to explain your success. So if register showing the message, if error showing the error, if we have that, so we're going to the email and password. So providing the email address and providing the password, these two values gonna concate to get that login. And here the same thing for the submit or continue and the Google button and others. So very much similar. So in the proxy, what you want, we will make something very good setup. First of all, in that we will remove this one, right? We will not needing that one. We're gonna create an export default. We're gonna make an auth value here, which gonna take a request, and from there, because it's gonna intercept directly, and over here we're gonna pass two certain kind of a value here. So okay, as you can see, what's actually going on, cannot find the auth. Okay, no problem. If it cannot find the auth, we can simply just see out here. Okay, so we have the auth, and from the here we can pass that, let's say next URL. Okay, we can pass that directly here. You can see we have two value. One is the next URL from the request, and if logged in, you see the request auth. Now, of course, we need to define some of the path which we want to that require authentication. For the protected paths, the user, profile, orders, admin, those paths need to be protected. Okay, if we want to go with the is protected paths some on the path, and the next URL path name is start with path. So whatever this path is, whatever the pages is naming start with the user, profile, orders, or admin should require that admin or logged in functionality, right? And also you're going to define some of the admin paths. So whatever path is actually defined for the admins, the same way /admin and the is admin required is equal to role is in admin. Is admin is that whenever the role is going to be is equal to admin, we're going to get the admin role. And of course, we're going to also redirect to sign in if accessing protected without authentication. So what we're going to do? Simple. We're going to get the URL and sign in if we have that next URL from the origin and we are passing that callback. And of course, if we happen to have, there is another confrontation here. If we have redirect to home, if accessing admin path without admin role, automatically it will redirect to the home page, like you cannot do anything. In the return value here, so return here should be coming that next response dot next. Okay, and of course we can also pass that configuration at the same thing setup, which gonna be coming as a config matcher, which gonna take that entire segment of the matching parameter. You can sign in, but we can also restrict we're gonna also restrict user. Whenever we have the user, they should not be able to view, especially our wherever our pages is right here. It's supposed not to become, right? So we can also pass that setup. We can handle that. So we should have two certain kind of parameter. One, as you can see right here, we have API and auth, we have admin. So I'm going to go in the auth here again. So this is the auth. In the error, we can simply pass the error setup. As you can see, this error going to be passing some kind of like a setup where we can just simply pass the error ratio, and we can also get all this spooky error authentication, and then it will redirect to the home. So this is kind of combination you can use if you want. Now what I want to do, as you can see, this is the auth, right? So I want to make a layout. So let's say layout.tsx. Sorry, not the file, but should be not the function, not the folder, but the file. Or I can just simply get the file from the client, the same layout segment here. So over here, we will use that layout. So let me just remove that header and others. And I'm going to just simply use that. So this is just going to be a combination here. I'm going to go in my sign in, and here I'm going to open that. So let me see if we have any user or not. So let me get that const user is equal to, let me see what we have in the auth, whatever we import here. So in the auth, we have our auth. So let me get the auth. Okay. Let me get our user as the user. Okay, should be coming as a, we need to make that export default, should be coming in a synchronous function, and here should be coming an await. You can see right here, if we have the user, we should be getting the auth from the auth is the user. If we log from user / let's say user, you can see we have the user, right? So if we have the user, right? So what I want to make a condition, let's say if we have the user.email, what do you want? We want to, let's say, redirect to home. Okay, so if a user have a already logged in, they cannot be able to come and visit here. So that's the purposes which we are trying to rebuild. Okay, I think something we keep in logged in, continuously logged in here. So where actually from which page is logged in, I want to remove that. So let me go in the console here. So this is gonna coming from the user is server object. Okay, fine. In the server object, okay, both in the server side. So it would be difficult to see. So in the hero, no. And also if we see in how it works, of course it will not be there. Feature first maybe. Okay, no. And then it's gonna be feature restaurants. I think so here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. So right now, if you are logged in, whenever you try, it will not take you there. You can initialize a login to just to show a login authentication. You can see you cannot see a glimpse of the setup. So that's how you can combine to make the authentication setup done in a pretty decent way. That's how you do it, right? So as you can see, we are almost done a very decent job here to set all things. Where the error is coming from, where? Okay, anyway, it can be fixable. So now, as you can see, if we have the login setup, we can actually go now do all other setup to show either we want to show the error or not, or we want to fix the things or not. Now we can make entire mechanism according to it. So first of all, we would need to go back to our header, where we can not in the hero, but in the header. Now in the header, as you can see, we need to showcase some of the scenario which is supposed to be there. So the first thing first, we will go directly to, you see that icons bar over here. So we need to manage our user according to it. So first of all, in the header, I'm going to make entirely as an use client flag. So make it use client, not like that. I think I need to remove this too. So I'm going to make it as a use client flag to go all the client side directory here. Now I'm going to go and fix and bring all of those things because we need to make it fully responsive, and we need to also work alongside with it to arrange everything. Now, first of all, we can use that our use card store, and also I'm going to use that use effect parameter here. Now, what actually we are facing right now, okay, there is the use card store front. Okay, maybe I imported twice. Yes, that's the one. That was the problem. Okay. So right now what is happening, we are getting to our is menu open, and set is menu open by default is getting false is called, or not set is called, because remember whenever we're going to scroll to it, there is a menu setup which is actually coming by. So we need to fix that and align that if we are watching it or not. Then if search open or not. So the search open gonna be, if you click, you see how the search bar is open. Now you need to be very careful because I will keep the room so you can use your own design pattern or how the way you want to picture your designing system. So upon that you can also create, and of course my one, it will be available in the repo, and I will show you the code so you can post that and you can just write it down. So, and then we're gonna getting the items for all the card items, total items count we're getting from there. So now this is just to put a timer whenever, because we need to see the mounted possibility to update the other things. So our first thing first, we need to get back our, let's say, the one which we created the mounted effect, because that's gonna handle our scroll property. So it's gonna just recheck whenever you're gonna scroll up, because once you scroll bottom, you see how those things, once it's coming here, it just disappears. So this is how it's gonna happen. It's gonna just use that handle scroll function, and it's gonna make that set scroll on a window scroll y if it's more than 50 pixel, then only, because you see after turning to 50 pixel, then only is coming, not before that. Okay, if you want to make it bad more, you can just do it that. Then we're just making a window.add even listener scroll here, and also you need to remove that even scroll that from the even listener, otherwise it will get a certain kind of error. Now we're gonna get another functionality by which we can also make that, let's say it's gonna be close menu on escape key. Now how you can close that? Escape key should be coming, I think this should be coming like escape key. Okay, it will just close the menu within the escape key. So whenever you're going to make the escape, it's going to automatically set menu is open. So right now what we're talking about is here. If you just open it, you click on escape key, it automatically gonna just, subsidiary gonna close that. So this is how it will make that, but normally we're not doing it, so you can make that one as if you're looking forward to, but I really like this one. This up to you, up to your convention, how the way you are looking forward to have it. Now we're gonna go with a certain kind of commotion here, certain kind of commotion. First one is that, as this is the main header which is gonna be there, so I'm gonna just create the class name right here. It's going to be modified because remember we have now an scroll variable. Okay, so you're going to keep our all the previous segment, but once we scroll at the, you can see this is gonna hidden. You see, that's how we're gonna make it. What we did, if is a scroll is there, we're gonna make that opacity 0, pointer events none, and opacity 100 if it's not in scroll. If is a scroll is false, it's gonna just getting that opacity of 100. So this is the combination what actually is looking forward to have. Other rest is just as it is. As you can see, this is the same thing, and of course we need to create that because what the menu I am having here, this is the same menu. You can see it's just the same menu with a different version. So I believe you can create it, but of course I'm going to show you if you're missing anything. Then of course we need to also set up certain kind of things. Let's say here icon bars is here, so I think that's the right where is my right icons. So this is the logo and this is the navigation. So this is the navigation is just coming at that navigation param, so I can just highlight it. This is the icons bar, so this is where all the actions going to be done, and now we're going to create some kind of setup to go and make it better. So this is the div here. Now this div, it would not be there. What we want is actually going to be getting a div here, and then we're going to create another component which is going to be user menu, and this component will be responsible to get everything for the user. So I'm going to go and create a common function here. Let's say it should be user menu.tsx refce, should be passing that. Let's say I'm going to just bring back the same thing. So let's see if it's working. Okay, I think we are good. So right now I'm gonna just simply grab our user menu right here, so you will be able to see okay, user menu here. I think where okay, should be, I think we are missing something. It's just user menu. What's wrong here? Okay, oh, I didn't save it. That's just a simple error. So you can see, so all the things we moved in our user menu functionality, and over here we need to have a button by which we can do all the segmentized scenario. First one is that gonna coming for the search icon. As you can see, that would be giving us the search result button here. You can see right how the way it's picturing, but of course I need to make that one as a flex. Item should be center and gap should be 4 by default, so you can see how the alignment is coming all together. So also you're going to click on that, it's going to be make that set search open should be as true. So we're going to show the search menu once we click on that, and the design by default is going to be hidden, and also it's going to be flex item center, justify center, and putting a border muted foreground 330, and this all are set up. If you don't want to make that transition all parameter, you can simply use that hover effect. That's it, and now the transition gonna be very smooth. Now after that, so this is the one button which we really want to have. Then as long as we have that, we also need to be happen to have another button which is going to be our current button. And also I'm gonna popping that up because I assume that you already have a very good idea to create those designs right now. You see this the coming with the value. Also if you click add to cart, nothing gonna happen yet right now because we need to make things done pretty decent way. So what we're doing in the /card, of course, whenever you're going to click, it's going to redirect to the /card, and also the button coming here. In the button, we have the span tag, which going to giving us that animation here. Then we have the shopping cart, and then the p tag giving us the total counts of the number of the products which we happen to have in our cart, right? So this is the count which it's going to provide to us. So this is the button here. Now, of course, for this one, also put a class name by default. It's going to be hidden. MD should be block. So now if you just scroll over, you can see how the menu gonna popping up. You can see that's the same thing is happening, and that's the same thing is happening here too. Now after that user button, we want to have another button which gonna take that, let's say the menu, right? Not like that, should be the menu from the site React. Now where it's coming like that should be the menu, only menu. Okay, I think the top one, let's say menu is already there, already here, this one. So you can see the menu icon is right here. And of course, for this menu parameter, we also need to make certain kind of, let's say we're going to provide some of the class name for it. That should be coming as that hidden flex item center. On only LG, it's gonna be hidden. So when you're just moving forward, you can see that menu is right here, because this menu gonna represent overall this menu setup, because right now you can see on in the LG's below the LG screen is removed, so this the thing's gonna be popping up. Now in the menu item, which we're gonna provide that entire toggle and other parameter, we should be also happen to have an on-click parameter here. Either we can keep, I think we're gonna keep in the button, not in the menu icon. So whenever the set menu is open, should be just toggle through it, and the area button could be the toggle menu, and also by default whatever the section is here, I think that's quite fine. So now we have almost our entire setup, and now I'm going to provide you an sticky header. Okay, as you did this header, so if you properly can handle this header, I assume you can also create this header. You can see this is just happen to have all the functionality, the one which we are happen to have now, and then it has something extra. So I'm going to show you what actually I mean by that something extra. Okay, should be coming logo from okay, I need to import the logo at the top, so let me grab the logo. Okay, so there should be, I'm going to keep the two logo here, so that's one, I think one we are using, so I'm going to better keep it one. Okay, and also logo.png. Now here, what's happened to okay, the problem is for, let's say should be images. Yeah, so that's just a one route and inside. So now if you just hover, I believe there's a certain kind of things going to happen. If you just okay, I think I will make a reload here. You see, so now I will go with the setup, what actually we have been done. You can see this the same setup, same header, almost all the parameters same. First of all, you can see we make it the fixed as well the way it's supposed to be, the top 0, left 0, right 0, so it will be at the top and it will be around altogether. Setting this 50, so nothing can be over on that. Background color will be 60%, and we have the backdrop blur, supports backdrop filter, which is going to be busy background of 60. Shadow is LG, border B, transition all. You can also make that instead of this entire things, you can just make that as hover effect. And then whenever you're gonna easy scroll, you see easy scroll, and we're gonna make the translate YS0, opacity is 100, so it means it's gonna come in with the visibility. And if it's not easy scrolled, we're gonna just make that minus translate Y full, so it means it's gonna just moving at the top, at the very top. And of course the opacity 0, pointer evens now. So this is the thing. And now here you get the logo, the one which we created to link up to get our logo, quick span. And instead of this one, you can also get our logo. That's it. And that's things also gonna work. It's up to you. Either you can go with like that, or you can directly use our logo. So both things can work. You just need to provide the size, reduce the size with 9 height 9. Now this up to you how you configure. I show you the way, you better try it yourself. Now then the compact navigation, we have the same navigation setup, action, compact action, the same action pattern. So everything is good to go. Now we're gonna work with that. I think I assume that you now know how to work with that, and I believe you can now do the possible things to make this happen. And if you cannot do it, if you happen to persisting any of the error, let me know in the comments so that I can help you. If you can think that no, this is really not the minor but very haphazard, you need to go and help us. Of course, now over here we will make so many things to appear. First of all, we need to get our data, right? So what I'm gonna do is say const, we will get the data, and that should be coming from the use session. Okay, use session from the NextAuth session, and we're gonna destructure the data, which gonna be coming as, let's say it would be coming as session and coming as status. So if we log here in the console, let's say data, or you can just make it as the session and status, because we destructure that one. And I'm gonna just go in inspect. Okay, you can see right here we cannot use the use session yet, because remember once we build our application, we didn't wrap our application with any provider. That's what we made it like a false behavior. We need to go through the documentation, which I forget to wrap it, especially if you go with the Auth.js. You can see after the Next.js parameter, and then and here, as you find the middleware and the authentication, if you go in the Auth, I think it will be coming on the session. You see, get session here. So right now, this is the way we can get the session, and here you can see we need to wrap it our according to the session provider. We need to wrap our application. Now an application can have multiple providers, so we can just simply get one directory here for the providers, and I'm gonna put that as for the auth provider.tsx. Now over here, we're going to just make same as a use client, because it should be the client's directory, and I'm going to import that session provider from, let's say, Next-Auth, and that should be /react. And we are going to use that, our very much usable thing for the, not the session context, but the session provider. And over here, we'll write a simple function, let's say export function, and there should be coming auth provider. And over here in the auth provider, we will take everything as a children. So let's say ldren, or basically, what I love most is to make the const functionality like an arrow function provider, and that is very clean to go. So we can just simply go with that. We can pass that one as a, let's say, children, and here okay, should be passing as the children, and here the react as the react node, which will be the type for it, and we're gonna have the session provider to directly go and wrap everything. So remember, we have a very important setup right here. Either that's the two options you can choose. Either you can just keep in like in the dashboard or in the client side you can wrap, or you can wrap in the global layout. So I'm going to go in my global layout, and over here I'm going to implement that, because that would be a very good way to say. So I'm going to go with the auth provider, and I'm going to pass that. So once I did that, there should not be any error. As you can see, now I can get the user. I have the user, I have the other data. So you can see this is kind of cool. So over here, what we can do, as we have the user, now we should be able to utilize it, means use it, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a status overhook here. So I'm gonna remove this, close this, and user menu. So here that should be coming to a connotation here instead of that console log. We can just simply pass that. If we have any loading state, we're gonna provide an, or instead this is gonna be a self-closing div here. So if we have loading state, we are showing a loading parameter. Also, if you click on null, I think the loading state is not available here, but it's better to keep in type safety. Now here we're gonna pass some different kind of notation. If we have the session and we have the user, right? Session.user, then what actually you have? Session.user. If we have the session user, then we want to return something. What actually we want to return? Remember, if like normally if we doesn't have the session, right? So if it doesn't have the session, we will show the button. But if we have the session, I want to show a drop down, right? So drop down menu should be coming here, and on the drop down menu, it's gonna coming with that drop down trigger. So that not to be the Redux, but to be the /UI. So now over here, after the Redux trigger, there should be a button here. So let's say there will be a button, not 3D, should be a button. And on the button, I'm gonna put that if we have the session /user / let's say image, then we want to show something, otherwise show something. If it doesn't have the image, we want to make an user icon here from the Lucid React, and here we will just simply make the icon size and others. We will just simply provide that scenario how we want to showcase the icon. So this is gonna be the icon setup. Okay, that's it. If we have the user, means our user is logged in. Okay, I think I put it in the wrong way. Let me come in. Sorry, let me come here and let me move a bit further. So this is gonna be coming directly an user icon with that muted foreground and others. Now, if we have the user, what actually we want to render? We want to render an image from the next image. And here, as the user have the image parameter, we want to source should be the session.user.image. Okay, and also the alt tag should be coming, let's say, user image. And also I'm going to make the width, let's say it's going to be 30 by 30, because the width and height 30 because the image should be a very small image, just to make it align. And of course, put a class name should be rounded, should be full, round date should be full, and also object should be cover. Okay, so this is going to be our image. And of course, we need to configure our host name like that way. So I'm going to copy this one for the Google, and let me go to our next config.ts file here. So after the remote patterns, I will take another object going to be coming with the protocol and the host name, so it will compile the current one. As you can see right now, we have that, right? So this is just a menu button, but we doesn't have anything to considerably done here. And of course, as we use that, we need to let it know we want to use it as a child, otherwise it will persist an error. So now this is the button, which button is aligned. So I'm going to also put some of the class name for the button, which will make our button looks perfect and smooth. As you can see, it's going to be looking perfect. So what we did, we make it in a flex item center, justify center and border, padding 1.5 border, which is coming with the muted foreground and rounded full, and giving a background color, border color, transitioning, and then others. So this is just a simple CSS to provide all of those things. So this is gonna be our drop down trigger, right? And after the drop down trigger, so we should have to have a drop down. Let's say it also gonna be combined a drop down menu content. So the drop down menu content should be happen to have all the content, right? And then gonna pass that drop down menu label, right? In the label, what we want to put a div, and if we have a p tag, if we have that, let's say user dot, let's say should be coming from the session dot user dot name. So there we're gonna pass, you can see right here, if you open how the way it's appearing. So this is what we are doing. So I'm going to provide that menu content here, and align should be coming as an end, and also the class name I'm going to provide a width of, let's say, 56. So this is the combination of the width we want to give it. And after, for the label here, should be happen to have nothing. And for the div, which going to containing the name and others, you can see right here, we just provide some of the class name. You can see we have the session name for it, and then we also have to have the session user email for it. Now this is just a combination of the class names and others, which I believe you can do it. Okay, so after the label, we also want to provide a okay, not in the settings, we also want to provide a drop down, and here we're going to make that menu separator. Okay, take from now all the input which I'm doing is coming from the UI drop down menu, not from any others. If it's coming from any other, it will provide you the error. Now after that, as we are happen to have that menu, this is the label, right? This is the temporarily like entire label. So we have the separator, and after the label, as you can see at the top, this button is not actionable. It's just a label. This is the actionable: dashboard, settings, admin dashboard, sign out. This is the where you can make the action and the setup and the decision, right? So here it's gonna be coming as the drop down item. So I'm gonna pass that as a drop down. It should be menu item. On the menu item, okay, I can see where I imported from that UI, so it's good. Now here I'm going to pass the link parameter, and the link already imported. On the link I'm going to put, let's say it's going to be coming as a user button, so user icon, and then in span tag should be coming a dashboard, BOARD. Okay, dashboard. And in the link should be the href going to be coming as the user / dashboard. Now you can also make that with a like similar way. You can go with the either and a very static way of array. You can provide the array, or you can just go in the manual setup. I'm going to go with the simple way it could be possible, but that's up to you how you want to redefine or you want to go. So you can see right here, looks quite good. And for this drop down menu item, let's see how we can pass. I'm going to make it as child so that the error is not be persisting here. And right now, okay, you can see right now, okay, cool, we have, if we click here, the page, it will be not, it will be 404 because it didn't create the pages yet. but on as it's just a child. So now for the icon here, we can make that one as a class name. Over here, we're going to make that margin right as 2, height should be 4, width should be 4. So that's going to be 16 pixel setup. So this is the one combination how you can have the setup for as the role, permission, and others. So right now I'm going to go and create some more setup here. So this is the one drop down item, then should be another, and here it's going to be coming as the setting menu. Here is going to be coming, give me the setting setup. You see, that's the setting which going to redirect for the user setting and others. Now of course there should be another menu props. If we have the session, right, in the session we are supposed to have a role. If the session role is equal to an admin here, so if it's admin, it's gonna provide us the admin. Right now if it's not an admin, you can see we cannot see here. So to make an admin, we can just simply go in our studio because we have the user table, right? So from there we can now we will be able to assign a user. Either we want to keep it as an admin or other, so it's up to you. So let me see this one as coming with the Google account which verified, so I better to give it the permission for the admin role. So you can see the user role is going to coming somewhere here. So this is the name, profile image, or provider, user role. So here this is the user role here. So I have, okay, I have chosen the role for, I will just clear it, and I'm going to choose the role for the admin. You can see we have the admin which happen to have the priority and admin specific role setup. So just make it publish, and automatically it's supposed to get, sometimes it will take some of the caching property or some of the loading setup, but nothing to be worried, it will be coming as soon as it deployed. You see we are getting the admin setup right now. Okay, so when it's coming, we'll just wait for a bit. So let it done its job. And after this drop down item, we will have to have another item. So this is the drop down menu is done. Over here, we're going to provide a separator, and then we're going to also have to have our logout icon. Also, you're going to have the sign out from that NextAuth sign out. And here, as you can see, we have to have our button here. So this cursor pointer, we're just making the text red and others, so it can be easily complainable. And now having the logout button, it's going to be sign out, and callback should be / there. So now if you just go, this is, I think this is the 4 only we have also at the live admin dashboard and others. It's very cool. If we click in the sign out, you see we are signed out. And if we click go in the using, try to use the Google for the login purposes, we should be able to sign in and within be returning back within our application. And right now you see we have that admin dashboard. You can see we are redirecting to the admin page. So here we have almost pretty much quickly and easily done the setup for our user menu. Right now, one good thing is pending. What is that? One is for our search bar, another which is very, very important for our sidebar. Now we will also create that. And again, if you are still with me, do like the video and subscribe the channel. If you cannot find the source code, also let me know in the comments. I will try to arrange for it. I want you to have that e-commerce website in your portfolio or either in your business. And if you're looking forward to have it in your business, you can simply go within the reactvideo.com. Here you will find that the setup right here. If you click, and automatically you can find all of the features it has. What kind of front-end setup, what kind of admin setup, and what kind of foundation it has, and regarding all the license and others, you can find every single details right here. And also there will be a lot of projects gonna be coming part by part. I just keep it 2, but we have a lot of projects. If you just go in the buy me a coffee, here in our shop, you can find that we have more than 20 of the projects right here, which is very good to go. You can, it's all our production made. It's up to you. You can go with the blog or the e-commerce or anywhere, or even if you want us to give something, you can easily donate from here. Okay, so all the best. I hope you will enjoy those builds, and you will go for sure to enjoy and find your best possible things what is required for you. So right now we are going to work for one for the mobile sidebar overlay and another for our search bar. So these 2 things we will complete right now. And for the mobile sidebar overlay, it will be also a very simple and pretty straightforward design. So many people, they are getting nostalgic once they are trying to make it. It's kind of crazy, but it's very, very simple to create. As you can see over here, what actually we are doing, we just open a side menu where we have all the things, and if you click any others, it's gonna disappear. So those things we are going to create right now. And what we are going to do for right now is that we will just take a simple div here, and on the div we are going to have a sidebar header. Let's say sidebar header. So we're going to just concate on that. As you can see in the sidebar header, remember the way we are going to design, and it will always make sense what actually we're going to do by so far. Now, okay, from where we're getting the error, okay, we need to grab the X icon here. I think we forget to get it. Yeah. So right now, if you click here, you can see right now we doesn't have it here. You can see we have a header right now, which is actually a bit of cranky, which is supposed not to be there because we forget to make this setup down in a pretty decent way. So this is the app sidebar here, which gonna be complaining everything. You see, we have the div, right? First, I'm gonna initialize that div here, put a class name. And instead of that class name, we will use the cn to go and overpower over on that. It will be fixed. Top should be 0 and right should be, let's say it will be 0, and width should be 80 maximum width gonna be, and z should be, let's say it's gonna come in with a 50. And I'm gonna make that bj should be colored, and also it's gonna be shadow should be 2 axle shadow gonna coming on that. And I'm gonna make that on that hover effect parameter to provide that transition all excusing, and lg should be hidden. So by default, as you can see, once you click, it's gonna be disappear. But if we click here, right now, you can see this is always staying there. It's supposed not to be. How we can do that? We're gonna pass that if, now we're gonna pass that condition. If its menu is open, gonna something. If its menu is not open, gonna be, if its menu is not open, it's gonna be translate x should be full. And if the menu is open, we're gonna provide that one as translate x should be, let's say 0 should be coming in the motion. If you click here, you see how it's coming. Right now, it will not disappear because we need to do it manually. Now, after that, on the sidebar, what actually we have been done? Very simple things. We got that our logo here within the image property. Then we are getting one icon, which is gonna be, this is the icon, right? Either you can, again, the same thing, you can use our own logo to overpower it. You can see that's the same thing. You can do the way it feels better for you. You can use our own logo to make things more colorful, more accelerate, and so on. So right now, if you see, if we click over here, we have an overview over the overpowering shadowing effect here. So, and then I think I'm not missing anything, first of all. So if we have in the sidebar, so this is the overlay, so mobile sidebar overlay, we have the div here. Then we are passing that our sidebar header. So we have a button which gonna make the set menu open should be false. If we click here, you can see the menu is just closing. And also if we click outside, that should be disappear. We are going to fix that for sure. So now this is our sidebar header which we created. Then also it's gonna be coming with our sidebar navigation. Remember, the way the navigation tab and others gonna work, it will work the similar way right here too. So here we are just passing that sidebar navigation, and see, we are not doing lots of other things. There is nothing that much fancy. And before going further, I think on the sidebar header and others, I need to wrap it within a div here. So that's what I'm missing. I believe so. And on the div, where is that? Yeah, on the div, I'm going to make a class name should be flex, and flex column, and height should be full height of the screen. Or I can make that minimum, let's say min height screen. So automatically it's going to take the entire overall width here, height here. You can see that's what we are actually talking about. So instead of min height screen and others, we can keep it like that way. Now, as you can see, we are actually providing that sidebar navigation. So this is our header things done. So now is our sidebar navigation. In the navigation, we are just manipulating those things. We have all the nav links to passing that, and you can see the similar effect, the similar combination within the classes. And if you click on the home, it will redirect to the home. If you click in the menu, it will automatically go in the for not found because we doesn't have it. So now you can see those things are working, even the search, even the card. For the search, we are happen to manual search button here, which is going to make that our is search open is true, and set menu should be the false. Similar way, which also getting the card should be do the same symphony, right? Now after that, as we have these things, we also gonna have a sidebar footer which will be responsible to create our footer section. And again, I'm assuming that you can post a video and you can have everything. You can just go with the slow motion to write it down everything, and by the way, good, it will be provided to you. So now this is the order button here. So in the sidebar footer, we have like a padding 6 and border T as the down partial things here, because we have the justify between considerations. So all these things and these things gonna be interlocked. Now, as you can see, only the simple order now button, click here, it's gonna be just get you to the menu property here, which is going to be the menu page. So this is just the combination here by which you can create a lot of simple alignment. You can see pretty simple alignment, but having a very, very good impact. Okay, of course, there is some things which we also need to configure yet. Now we're going to create a sidebar menu overlay. How we can create that? You can see, because I was creating everything very, very simple way. So we just break it down, and I think it will work for you also. So it's going to be, let's say, sticky, or I can make that mobile sidebar overlay. Okay, here I'm gonna just keep a simple let's say whenever is menu is open. Okay, and I want to make a self-closing div here. So div, now this div gonna have a certain kind of things, or you can see a div, or you can make it button. It's up to you. Now I'm gonna make a class name for it. LG should be hidden, and flex, and then item should be not like that. I was messing around. It should not be in that way on the flex property and others, because that's gonna be coming as a, let's say, gonna be coming also as a fixed property, and also the insets should be 0. And of course I'm gonna make that, let's say, by default it's gonna be hidden. Okay, it should, LG should be hidden even it's open. It should be hidden if it's in the LG screen. Okay, now there I'm gonna make that BJ black. Either you can make your another color you want it to 4, and Z index going to be, let's say, 50, and LG hidden we already provided that. And I think I'm gonna make that, let's say, transition. We can simply make the transition on the opacity if you are happen to have it. You can also set the duration like that, but remember we have a very, very tiny function which is hover effect, which will handle all the animation setup. You can see right here, if you click here, now the click property doesn't go around because we need to make that one in a certain motion. So whenever you're gonna click on that, on click those property, we want to make that set is menu should be as false. That's it. If you click here, it should disappear. If you click here, you can see okay, no, it's not disappearing. Really, it's supposed to disappear, but I think we are missing maybe some of the parameter, some of the sticky parameter or whatever is that. I'm going to reload again. Let me check. Yeah. Okay, I forget to put the inset. That's just a simple. Okay, this is not about for this. I forget to. It also gonna work if even you put in hover effect. The problem was the inset, which I forget. So now you can see we have everything working perfectly. So you can see right now this is looking perfect and very, very similar similar consideration. Now after that, we also need to create our search model here, so which gonna responsible for us to generate for the search things. And also for this one, I'm gonna go and create another component, another file here, which is going to be, let's say, search model. Okay, search model.tsx rfce. That should be our, let's say, it's gonna be our search model. Okay, now on here and the image segment here over in this proposal, we can make that search model here. So you can see right now search model at the home, but it should not be there. And for this, we're gonna make that is open. We're gonna provide that is open. So is open gonna be is search open. Okay, and of course we need to provide that on close effect parameter, and on close should be rendering in a viewpoint on a functional mark, which gonna be set is bar open. Okay, set is search menu open should be coming as the false value. So this is the two property, this is the two combination which we are going to modify. We're going to go in our search model, and right now in our search model nothing is happening, right? And of course, to make things happen, we also need to provide the interface here. And of course, it's already is use client, so no need to provide the use client. But if you're looking to use it in somewhere else, you need to provide the use client. Is open gonna be boolean, and on close should be coming as an other parameter. And of course, we also gonna be creating a skeleton here, just to make. You can also create in a separate pages. You can see that's a skeleton. Like whenever is search is open, remember. So let me go here. Whenever search is open, you see there is a skeleton setup before loading the data here, that's the skeleton, either because we provide the array of 6 parameter. You can see by default, I think by default we got 1 2 3 4 5 6, so that's the one which we are combining there. So this is the array of 6 and providing a very simple and a very easy format to create the skeleton here. And now in the search model, as we have that, it should be coming as an asynchronous function, and from there it's gonna take everything from that. Let's say it's gonna be coming with the search model props, and from the props we are going to get that is open and also on close. These two setup, two certain kind of things is going to be in validate. Okay, should be coming an asynchronous function. Okay, no need to create because this is just a client-side library. We can't use it the asynchronous formula as much as we are looking forward to it. Now, of course, we should be happen to have the functionality here. We will now create it. And over here, we need to have a certain kind of things. First thing first, we will get everything done, which going to be use state. And for this test category, gonna be coming from the types. Okay. Now we have the search query, set search query. Whenever we're gonna type, we're gonna select it to pass on search query. We're gonna have also the search results and set search results. And as the search query is an empty string, search results going to be an array of object we're keeping, and the first as the empty array. If we go with the fooded category, you can see this is the combination which we are looking forward to have it, right? Now on that feature, we have the feature items, set feature items. We have the is searching or set whatever the searching or not, loading feature or not, and has search or no. So this is the combination which we are supposedly to have it. Of course, we're gonna make that closed model in escape. This is the new which how we are using it. So whenever you are using that model here, what I told you before, if you just click it, you can just run the escape, it will open, escape, it will open, same escape. So both way, if you click on the escape button, it will automatically gonna just close the menu, right? So this is how simple it is. The same thing what we did here, providing the use effect parameter to showcase to run the function to close it in the escape button. And of course, after that, we also need to pass that search function with the bounds, right? So we're gonna do that. We will make these things happen. But before that, we want to make a certain kind of a deviation here. We're gonna make that receipt on close parameter by which it gonna receipt. You can see the set search query, which gonna be okay synchronously within an effect or cascading errors. It's supposed not to be. I'm gonna just hide that. So fix it, and I want to go with the entire file. Okay. Now, if it's not open, I'm going to keeping that query is empty and results is empty. So means whenever I'm not searching, this menu is just going to be empty, nothing to be stored there. Now, after that, we are going to go with the design. So we need to make this design in a very decent and delicate way. And first of all, let's see, this is going to be coming like a simple symphony because I want to keep in a very diligent way. I'm going to create a div here, and on the div I'm going to provide a class name. Let's see, it's going to be fixed. In set going to be 0, and also bj should be black, and that black should be coming with a 60% of opacity, and the z index should be 50, and also backdrop blur should be sm. And then also we will make that a transition here, transition, okay, coming from the opacity. Right now you can see whenever it's just activated, you can see right here, once it's activated, this is the opacity layer is coming. So right now you can see we have that opacity done in a pretty decent way. Of course, we need to get our model to be done. This model gonna host everything, and all the setup gonna be coming alongside. So first of all, we will get the products, right? So this will be a very handy if we can just get the product. And to grab that, you can see right here, we will create a very search functions to get the product. So I can just keep it here. Should be that should be coming for, let's say it will be a search function with the bounds, and that's really required because right now once we are searching here, as you can see, I want to search chicken. So it's not searching for every time chicken. So you can see after a certain period of timing, whenever I'm typing a word, it's not done yet. It will hold for a bit, like it will let me finish the word, then it will search for it. That's how it's important. Otherwise, you type a word and it's gonna looping on the search, which is not good at all. So we will use a debounce parameter to go with that, and of course we will make a function which gonna be search foods, and that should be coming an asynchronous function here, and then we're gonna make everything done. And this function gonna take the query as a parameter, which gonna coming as a string, okay, not a string, as string. Now over here, if we doesn't have the query, of course we want to trim the query, right? So that to give the actual value. And if we doesn't have the query parameter and we want to make the set has search should be false, so means no search is done, and set is searching should be also false, and we just simply return from it. That's it. If we doesn't have a query, we don't want to search, we don't want to get anything to be upon take it. And if it's happen to have the things, we want to make set searching going to be true, and also set has search going to be search is not yet done, so it would be false value yet. Then we are going to get our try catch formula to make these things in a very spice. So for the search formula, if we have the error, we want to showcase the error here, console log the error, and get the search results going to be empty, has search going to be false. And also if we doesn't have it in the finally, okay, not fin should be finally here. In the finally, we want to make that set is searching going to be as false. So everything gonna be false value there. Now over this consent, we want to make the results. So results. So the results going to be coming await, and then going to be passed with the client.fetch. And over here, we want to grab it. We want to provide our type here, which gonna be, let's say, food with category type. And of course, it will be an array of type. And after that, we are going to pass that. This is gonna be coming the search food query, and over there, it will get the query here. And then also the query gonna be coming, let's say it will be taking as query as, I'm gonna make it a record, and on the record we're gonna pass the string and unknown. I think string and unknown, that is the good combination here. Now as we have the results, we can make that say search results, search results going to be coming as the result, and set has search going to be as true, means the search is done, so we know what's actually is happened to hat. So now as we run the function, we created the function, which is the search food. We need to call the function, right? And now we cannot call the function every time. We need to create a transitioning point. How you can do that? We will create a use effect for that to create as is just an use client effect here. So now we will create a dependency here where it's saying use effect is called conditionally. Okay, anyway, it will not be an error. Now over here, what do you want? We want to make that if the search query, okay, if we have the search query dot trim, so we will trim the search query, whatever the query we are providing. And if we have that, we're going to make the set is searching, which is going to be as true, and also set has search going to be as I think is false should be. And now we will make something very diligent, which is going to be a timer. And on the timer, we're going to make that set timeout functionality here. And from that instances, we'll just create a simple function by which we will provide that, let's say the function going to be called that search foods, right? And over here, we're going to pass that search query, not like that, search query. So as we provide the search query, so it's going to search, but till when it's gonna search? It's gonna search every single time with a 300 millisecond delay, right? And as we did that, we also need to provide a very computable setup that we need to return to make that a callback timeout. So we make sure that you should have it. Otherwise, you're gonna see your entire function gonna running simultaneously. So should be clear timeout, and clear timeout. We just gonna pass the timer to be clearing the timing setup. And over here, we're going to make that one as say the coming should be the search query, and also going to be coming for that search foods. Actually, search just food is not required to have it, but that's up to you. If it's not making any kind of error or any possible scenario, you can simply pass that. So this is the combination, and ignore that, it will not be an error. So I'm going to log on that. Let's say going to be what actually you are setting. We are setting that our, what's actually saying here, dependency on use effect to okay, this should not be here. Yeah, that's dependency is not gonna be called. Okay, I think that was the problem. So now here we gonna just simply pass that search results. Okay, so I will call that, let's say, search, and then it's gonna be just coming with the results, and we want to see what kind of results it's gonna be popping up. Right now it will be an empty. You can see nothing is actually calling. It's just okay, use effect has a detected a change in order to hook a search model. This will bugs an error. Okay, use stat, use effect. What's actually is going on? Are we making the debounce in somewhere which where we can? So this is our search food function, right? And this is the one which we are using for our use effect here, and this is the other collapsing use effect by which it will be corresponding that view. And we have the search function. Okay, I think I need to make it at the top maybe, because that one is just maintaining our other parameter scope. I think so. If we go here, okay, cool, because that one is better to be at the bottom, because you see we are resetting everything on close and others, so this is better to put it like that way. So now this is the one combination, and then we also gonna run another one to grab all the feature item, because we need to show the feature item parameters before. On that we will also get that calling that feature query, so which will provide that to our feature items as well. First of all, in the search query, let's see what actually we did, because we didn't make things down in a normal way. Okay, I think it's added directly, which I don't want to add. It's just automatically adding that. So yeah, this should not be an error. Yeah, now it's okay. So now what actually is doing here for this combination here in the search food, you can see we are providing the type is equal to food and available should be true. So only available food item going to come in there. And on the match, we are using the name match query, which is going to come in with the plus notation here, with the description notation here. We're getting the from if the description is matched, if the category is matched, if the name is matched. From there, we're going to just get that. And we'll get the 0 to 10, maximum 10 match products we're going to get. We'll not get more than 10 results from a particular instances. And from there, we're going to take the ID, name, select, description, best price, images, average rating, total reviews, category, and others, whatever actually we are requiring for. So you can see here, this is the simple query parameter which we are passing, and then we're also passing that query record. And then for the feature query, you can see this is the same thing. It's gonna coming by, and here the type is food, feature is true, available is true, and then we are just ordering, and we're getting 0 to 6, maximum 6 value, because the first instances we need to load only 6, because whenever we're gonna search at that time, it's gonna be coming from our database. You can see here, right? So you see, we just make the timeless. Even the timeless is coming because it's in the description. So that's why it's just it's searching like the description, name, and title everywhere. So let me go over here to see. So we have the feature item. So with that way, we are setting the feature results and others. So now we're good to go. So here we are going to create everything like the model here to showcase our product and others. For the model, I'm going to open a div here. On the div, there should be another div, and then it's going to be passing that header. What kind of header we want to keep it for this? Of course, the header, which is going to typically be a very, very simple connotation here. As you can see, you need to get the icon, X icon here. I think also there should be a search icon. So the search icon here. Okay. So now once you click, you can see in the header right now, you will see nothing yet, because we need to get the design to be done. So what I'm gonna do at the top level of the model lib, I want to pass that, rerun that. It should be fixed instead 0 z50 flex item center, justify center, padding top 20 and padding x4. And whenever we click, it's gonna wrapping up with the on close segment. You can see right here, once we click here outside, it's gonna just wrapping to be passing that. You can see it should be getting those things. Now this is the on close, which is gonna running here, and of course after that we also, that's the div here, which gonna below on there, it should be coming with the BJ curve, rounded 2xl, shadow 2xl, with full max width 5xl, and max height gonna be 80 vh, flex column, animate in, fade in, slide in from top 4, and duration 300. And of course stop propagation. So even we click here, it will not close, only gonna whenever we click in outside, it will close. So now here in the header we have the search bar. What kind of search bar we have? You see, we have search, and there's a search icon. We have the input here, and whenever we're gonna just writing on it, we're gonna making set search query is that e.target.value. And also whenever we have the search query, we are just removing it. Like if I want to write a, let's say, banana, you see, we have a button to close it. It will make it empty. So that's how we done it. And for the button here in close, it's gonna close our onClose function, which is gonna close the entire thing. So now this is the header, and after header we also need to get the result. Okay, now in the results it should be passing to certain kind of devotion, because first of all it's gonna be happen to, let's say I'm gonna create a div here, and on the div first I'm gonna make that if a searching value is going on, then it's gonna get the search skeleton. Okay, search skeleton if is the value is searching. And otherwise if we also have to have, let's say it's gonna be make the search not like that, if we have that search query dot trim is equal to empty. Okay, search query dot trim, you can also pass it within a value here by keeping the trim here, so no need to call it every time as the trim. If it's empty, only then we want to pass pass a div here, so that should be a div, and closing a div here. Okay, okay, if this one is empty, we are quoting a div here. So on the div we are showing that, let's say I'm gonna passing another is having a div which gonna be passing the h3 one, should be featured items, just to show. Okay, so if it's empty, that's gonna be showcasing that. If it's not empty, okay, if we have, let's say trim is empty, then if it's not empty, gonna be showcasing that, which is start typing to search more items. So you can see now it's not empty, now it's empty, so it's gonna be coming with the feature item. So once we search, you see that's gonna be disappear. Also not searching, like we are not searching anything. What do we want to showcase our feature items, right? If we start searching, it will disappear. If nothing match with the search, it's gonna provide the no results found, right? So we have a pure good combination how we want to showcase, right? So over here for the feature items, as now we have the feature items, we will make that one and in a pretty very good norm. So over here also is loading feature. So if the loading features is okay, because it need to load, right? If loading feature is there, should be search skeleton. Okay, so search skeleton gonna run. If it's already like if we have that feature how we can say, I think a skeleton here, and if we have the feature icons length, right, only then we can go over there and then we can pass the value. I think there's a lot of combination set is passing by which you need to pass. Like what we need to do, if we have, so this is the combination what actually we're gonna work. If it's loading, we will pass that skeleton loading. And if we have that feature items dot length, okay, if the length is bigger than 0, we want to put something, otherwise we'll put something. If it's not bigger than 0, we doesn't have a feature items, right? So if it's just concat that is I think we are passing that. Anyway, I'm gonna go with a very decisive manner, which is going to be, let's say I'm gonna just put that a div here, normal. Okay, just to show right now, because we need to also provide that if we have that one. Okay, gonna be coming as a featured. Let me see. If its loading is there, we're gonna make the search a skeleton. If we have the featured items dot length, which is bigger than 0, only then we are happen to have. I think we just making a slight mistake here. So if we have like that 0 here, okay, I think we are very near to not to run any error. I'm gonna just remove that minor confrontation here, because this is gonna be coming with the same conclusion here. So that should be, let's say, feature items dot length. If it's bigger than 0, then gonna coming something. Okay, then gonna coming something. Okay, let me see. Actually, I think it's working. It's having no error. So I think if we have that feature items, we can simply run a div. I think that will save the error. Okay, yeah, we're good. So now we put a H3 tab, which is gonna be, let's say feature items. Okay. So right now, I think, and somewhere in some cases, still we are happen to have an error. Okay, feature items. Because that need to be around something. Mm, 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 mm. Because this is okay. I will combine this all together to you because it's really annoying me. So here for the result itself, I'm going to show you how actually those things can combine. Now here I'm gonna just I'm gonna wrap it for you so that it will understandable. No worries, I will not left you behind. But for the consistency, I'm gonna show you actually how that is done so that it will be easy to understand for you. So this is the link setup. I need to import the link here from the next link. And what else pending? Let me grab it first, everything. Then we're gonna start understanding what and all we are needing to be. Okay, we need to get that URL4, of course, from the Sanity Live image. Okay, now we're good to go. So now what actually is happening, I'm gonna go and explain everything for you. This is the result. If search, see, the first condition is that if a search is on the go, we are showing the search skeleton. If no searching is no searching is going on, what we want to do, we have another combination. If the search query.trim is not equal to is equal to empty, means there is no search, right? We are showcasing with the feature, right? This is the feature combination. And on the feature, if this loading feature is working, we are also making the search skeleton. And if the featured items.length is bigger than 0, we're pushing that to have the feature items. Then we're mapping to the feature items, and we are showing the product by name, by category. And as you can see, if this is the one, so have a search icon, which is happen to have these search icons, then have the food name, also the food category name, and have the button arrow right by which you can go, and if you click, it will automatically render to the single page of that particular product. That's what is actually going to be done. Then if we have the search, or if no feature items is available, then it will showcase that start typing to see search for food items. Now, as you can see, this is the combination for the is search featured. Then if is search featured food length is that's the combination for that. So this is the entire thing's gonna be coming for this one, which is the searched query.trim is equal to empty. If it's not equal to empty, means we are searching. If hashtag search is available and search results in its length is equal to 0, means we got nothing. Like if we go over here and start typing blah blah blah, you can see right here no search found with that one. So this is the one which actually is getting the meaningful conception. And of course you can also use an span tag if you want to make it good combo here, and put a class name, and let's say font should be semi-bold, and you see, and also text should be primary. That should be cool, you see. So no search results found for this one. And also if you want to keep it outside the quote value here, doesn't worry, no need to worry for that. You can simply cut it and pass it. This one should not be here, this should be here. Okay, so now you can see this no results found for it. So this is going to happen once the hash search, means the search is done but no results going to found. We're going to pass that. If we have the results, then what is going to happen? Like if I write for the chicken, right? Okay, or for the lettuce, then we have a result here, right? So this is the result going to make that. So let's say timeless, which is going to happen to text into items. Now here we are showing how many items is found, search items is found. If it's more than one, we're putting as, otherwise the result only the single results. I'll get 2, so getting the 2 results. Now on the div, we also mapping through our search results.map. We are getting the food item from there, putting a link for that to go in the single skin parameter, and then all the class name. And then we're getting the image, right? In the food images, we're getting the URL and providing the food images. If we doesn't have the images, you can just simply check with like that, and automatically you can get the search icon right here that we doesn't have the images, but we have the search icon. That's what the combination is for. Now this is the one for images. Then on the images, we're putting the name, putting the description, and putting the category, average rating if we have the rating, and the rating a number, and then also the base price, whatever the price we are happen to have it. That's it, and we are done. if we have no product, we are like, if this in the fallback, so everything is not done yet, then we just putting the null if we have the fallback. So this is the combination how you create the search results. And of course, something, because I need to toggle and maximize the way, because something you need to feature or fit to you that you are able to try by yourself. If I fit everything to you, it will not be meaningful. So that's why I'm just leaving some of the code. So many people are saying, why you were not showing everything? Sometimes it's better, so you can learn at least a bit something, right? So now we have header, we have all other combos. So I want to go back to our add to cart functionality, right? So add to cart, because we want to create some of the things by which we can make now add to cart and let the things to be done in a pretty decent way. So for the add to cart button, as you can see, we have the props, we have the others. Now over here, we are not going to use that falsy value here, because we're going to use our own value. We're going to get our store value from the add item, and also you're going to get the value over here, which is going to be responsible for the is added or not. So everything we are going to get it right. And as we make that, we cannot no longer be able to use that as the normal server side. We need to make it as use client. So right now, whenever we are clicking here, nothing is happening. But this time, what we're going to do, we're going to make things to be done. And to implement that, remember, we need to get one function to run, which is the handle add to cart, right? So const handle add to cart, which is going to be a simple functionality by which a user will be able to add products to the cart. And of course, it will be coming for the let's say e should be react dot mouse event. So that's the tempo here for just to go passing by if any error is running, or we want to go to remove any default behavior. Now here e.prevent default, so prevent default, so no default behavior should be allowed here, and e.stop propagation also should not be propagate any pages. Of course, create a unique card item to add to the card. Of course, every time we click on a certain proportion, we need to create that card item, which gonna be the food item. This is the unique card item ID, right, by which it can be meaningful and can be updated. Okay. And of course, we should be happen to have so many other things. So what we're gonna do, once we click on that, we will make that one. Of course, we need to get that URL for image here. We are making to add to cart to there, and ID should be the cart ID, or you can just make that food._ID. That's up to you. Food ID gonna be similar ID, food name or others unknown, like price, image, category. Only this much things we are pushing to our cart product, right? And if after successfully adding to the cart, we want to make that toast messages. So I think we didn't create any toast yet. I think let's say go in the package. Do we create the sonar? No, SONNER, sonar, no. So what we want to go and create the sonar properties. So pnpm add sonar, right? So the sonar gonna make us to have to provide all the features by which we can make our toaster better. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my layout here. So let me go in the root layout, and after that auth, before finishing the body, I want to put that toaster right here, and the toaster going to be imported from the sonar. So import, let's say I think the toaster gonna be toaster from sonar. So what actually is doing, you can see right here, this is just a combination. You can see the position top right, rich colors, or if you want, you can use your own custom. You can make it bottom right. Okay, so that's why it will show at the right here at the below layer. So now the rich colors, close button is will be there. Toast option should be class name, toast, the title, description, action button, the cancel button, and the close button. That's some of the custom class which I want. If you don't want to use any custom class, it's up to you. You can use it. So now we'll get the sonar from there to grab every single thing, to be compiling everything in a proper way. So right now, what we actually need to show you a success screen, right? The toast.success, and on the success, we will pass that, let's say, add it to card. And here, of course, we can pass an optional, let's say, object here. We can pass the description, and the description we want to go with the backtick parameter here. So the backtick over here, we're gonna pass that food dot name, which gonna be, let's say, has been added to your card. I think that's good. And here the duration, we can also make a custom duration. Like if it's 300, you can either do it here, or you can go with the default duration, or you can also make that duration here of how much duration you want. So by default is 300, so better to keep it default one. So right now, if the item is added to the cart, that should be added. And also you can make that set added should be true. And here set timeout on that functionality, like every time it's gonna run, set is added, let's say is added false. So every 200 every 2000, like 2 seconds, we are making the set timeout false. Now you can check in your database if this item, like whenever you're gonna click, you can see added to cart. You see how the way it's run, added to cart. So now if you can check, and you can make another use effect call to see if this item is added to cart or not. If it's added, it's gonna show that mark. Now as I'm showing for 2 seconds, you can show it the entire time. That's up to you. That's how you can do it. But I show you how you can make the functionality. Now it's up to you. If you want to do it, it's up to you. If you don't want, that's fine. But now this functionality is done. We have the product in the cart, which we can use it, right? But we're gonna do this. We have the cart. We want to go with the menu setup, right? To show everything, because in the menu, if you go at the menu, you can see right here, you can go through and for all the searching and all others you can do by itself. So what we are going to do, I'm going to go in here, and in the client here, we're going to get a new file, which is going to be a menu page.tsx rfce. That should be our menu page. And here, let me try menu. So over here, if you go in the menu, we are now here in our menu page. So in that menu page, again, don't take me as a wrong sided. I want you to learn. That's why I'm skipping some of the bit, which can give you a very good understanding that you will push your boundary. Otherwise, you may not push. You may not push your boundaries. You will always stick there, which is not good at all. So I'm just designing something. I'm putting something like in a very copy paste, so that at least you juggle your brain. I know there is a lot of comments why you are not typing all the code. Trust me, this is good for your learning. If you still persisting, of course, I will roll back to my previous structure. You can find out there is a 10 hours, 20 hours video where I'm showing everything from scratch. If you're willing to have this similar way, we can do it too. Now over here, what we want to have it as that, we will also create a metadata here. So let me see. So every time we are visiting this page, it's going to be coming with the metadata. You can see for that menu quick. If you go at the home, you can see the home menu. If you go at that menu, you can see the menu quick food. So we are changing that, browse our delicious menu and order your favorite foods. And also I'm gonna create a simple asynchronous functions which will call the menu data. That's up to you. You can also create it in a different layer. You can create it the way you are looking forward, but I believe to this gonna be having very good sense, because what I'm gonna do, as we are landing in that page, we doesn't have any filter, nothing. So we can just grab this course in a very good way in server side. That's my purpose, is that to maximize the server call as much as possible. So now we have a call here, which is the food items. It's gonna take, or it's got just a function, async function, which is the get menu data. And in the food items, we use client fetch food item food details, which gonna be an empty array, and the type is equal to food, available is true, and we're taking the 12 as the par pages, so maximum to it 12, and getting the ID created at. You can spare it and get all, is up to you. All the slag, and in the slag we're getting the slag.current, destructuring it, description, base price, images, preparation time, service, spice level, available, and features. So everything we are calling before had, we are happen to have it here, and returning the food by itself after happen to passing that. So now of course we need to have an asynchronous function here in the menu page, and should be, let's say food should be is equal to await, and that should be get menu data, the function which you write at the top. If we log at the foods, we should be able to get the foods right here. I'm gonna just open my server log here. If we save, you would be able to see all the food data. It's just coming here. So as data is right here, we can now use the destination. So in the div here, we're gonna also use a breadcrumb. So breadcrumb, I think, did we have the breadcrumb, or we will create the breadcrumb by itself, because if we doesn't have it, we need to better to have it. So I'm going to go at my common file here, and here we're going to drop a file. which gonna be coming as a breadcrumb. So in the breadcrumb, as you can see, we are taking an interface which gonna be label and href, and it also getting the items and the class name in the breadcrumb props. The items gonna be coming that as the label and href, and the class name if we are providing, which is going to be as a string. And we're getting the two value here, and from the area label getting the breadcrumb, we're getting the class name as the default class name, and then we're passing our actual class name. In the container, we are putting that order list here. As you can see, this is how it's gonna be home menu. If we go in item, you'll be see home menu. From the menu we got here, then the chili wings. If you click here, it will automatically get you the category page. If you click in the category, if you click at the home, how you are redirecting. You can see this is the good combination of the setup if you do it in a pretty diligent way. If you go here and you see you are looking forward to have the category which is not interlinked, so and every time we are rolling back, it's gonna hold that. So in the order list, we are putting that our UL, we are putting that home by itself, the first one to /home, and then we are happen to have the dynamic items. The items going to be coming is within the array because we are passing the items, right? And the items is last is index. We're just making the design setup here to make the foreground color, and the current one going to be getting that muted color and the primary color. So this is how the combination is gonna be, and then we should be able to get a proper breadcrumb to start with. And in the breadcrumb, so let's say in the breadcrumb we want to pass that, let's say item should be the items, it's gonna be passing as that the label should be as coming as menu. So this is our menu property. If you click here, you can see not here. If you click, you see the home menu. If you click at the home, you can redirect to the home. You can click at the menu. You are just going to go back to our menu. So okay, that's really cool. And now we are using the suspension. We need to use the suspense because we are calling the server-side combination here, and min height should be, let's say, minimum height should be screen, and also bj should be, I'm going to provide a background color. And after these instances here, I'm going to use the suspense from the React, okay? And in the suspense, we also, as you can see right now, till now, we are creating the components here, but also you can create a component here. How? It's very simple. Let's say menu-client.tsx rfce, that should be passing our menu client. So let's say client, and here it will be menu client. So this is the component which we create here. Doesn't worry, it will not take the perception. So here we can simply pass that, let's say menu client, and automatically you can see our menu client component layer is coming by. And of course, as we use the suspense within this layer, we need to provide a fallback property here which gonna pass that the loading menu. If you click here, if it's happened to passing within the suspension layer, it will automatically give that loading strategy, so it will not break at all. So now for the menu item, we will pass that, let's say initial foods. So initial foods going to be our foods, because right now every time we go over here, like by default we come here, this product is coming from the server. Maybe I don't want to go at the bottom, right? If we go bottom, this is going to be coming from the client side, right? Again, you can see it. I'm going to go at the top here. I'm going to reload because we keep it in the server side, so it's just getting the flexible way. Now I loaded only 12 products. Now if I make that Z2A, now it's going to call to directly there. Otherwise, it will not call the client side. So this is the way we are loading directly the first instances at the server side setup. Now let's go back to our menu client. In the menu client, we are, because this directly gonna be as the use client setup, because we will do a lot of other things. It should be use client. And over here, we will make some of the interface here, which is going to give us a notation, of course. The first interface which is going to be coming with the menu clients props, which is going to be initial foods, which will be food details, and the foods per page going to be 12. Either you can keep within the here, or you can make it at the global layer, or you can put it in the config file. That's up to you. So right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get that, let's say the initial foods, it will be passing here, which is going to be passing with that menu client properties. Now over here, we should have to have a lot of things to be passing by. Of course, I'm going to keep it because I believe you know the pattern right now. Okay, so I want you to try so that at least you can understand what actually you are doing. So don't hit me wrong. I want you to learn something by yourself too, because nowadays everybody using the AI, so nobody are looking forward to learn anything. Okay, so I'm gonna get the useref here. Okay, useref. I think we're good to go. So now we get some of the sorting value. We have the router, we have the search params, we have the sorted by, which gonna be coming from the params. We have the page set food items, loading instances, loading more instances, has more instances, and the total count, set total count instances, that initial load and observer reference and load more reference. And we need the observer reference because whenever I'm coming here, I'm loading 12 products. If I go below, you can see we are loading the rest of that. So that's why we need to focus on that observer. And then we also make that update the URL. I'm going to go and call that use effect formula here. This, what it's going to do, it's going to make things that we're going to get the params from the URL search params. If the sort by is not equal to latest, it will just simply make the sort. You can see right here, if it's by default it's getting the latest one, so you know that's just if not equal to latest, we're gonna just passing that. If the query string is coming from there, new URL is going to be according to the query string, and then we are pushing that to the new URL, and that's it. This call should be false. That's what's the initial loading setup gonna be coming by. And after that, we also need to get so many things like fetch the foods. So it's a very kind of big function, big things here. So what actually we are doing, again, take a time to get relaxed and to understand what we are doing right here, because it's gonna be very tricky if you cannot use it in a proper way. First of all, you can see right here, we are making a fetch foods, and which is coming with the use callback function. And on that use callback, we're using a synchronous function, and by default, we are passing two props. One is the page number, one is the load more. The page number going to be number, load more is going to be boolean by default false, and the page number going to be this number value is empty state. So is loading, if is load more, then said loading more is true. If else, otherwise is loading most is true. I think is load more. Okay, so basically we're just making is loading more is true. Then we have the try catch. So if we have any catch property, let's say I think okay, that's the one. If you have any catch, we are just showcasing the error. Otherwise set also in the finally here, set loading false, set is loading more false, and then also whenever the sort by is changed, that dependency gonna be called out. Now we need to go to see what we did in the try value. In the offset parameter, we have the page number into fulls per page. So you can see the page number is by default is 0. Okay, so initial page setup is gonna go, or you can keep it as a page number 1. It will also work perfectly. Now we are happen to have the filters types. So how we are matching the filters? The filter is going to be underscore type is equal to food, and available it should be true. So this is the manner of the filter setup. Determine sort color is that, so let order close should be the created at a descending, which is the default is could be getting the latest one, and the sort by name ascending gonna be coming out, because the name which we are going to use and the name which the Sanity is using is different. Because see, we need to provide that name ascending. If you come here, you see the name ascending because we have a different conclusion for that. So this is how we're gonna make that. Name descending gonna be order close, name descending, price low, the base price ascending, price high should be base price descending. Now we have the query for foods with pagination and use direct values in slice. Now we're going to pass the query, we're going to have the filters value. In the order, we have the order close offset value, which is going to pass having to the limit, and offset plus limit to get the proper pagination. Now here we're getting all the product data which we're getting for the single product itself. Then on the content query, we have the count which gonna passing the filters. And then we're gonna destructuring the data and count, because within the promise all we can get the multiple functionality. We can also get a query, we can also get the count query, and both. This is the good way whenever you are using the promise all, because it's gonna resolve one by one. First is it's gonna go here, then it's gonna go here. So within a single function, you can call both function together. So the first one you're facing for, and the revalidation we are making it zero revalidation. We're getting the data at the real time, and also we're getting the count query. So this count query and this data are gonna coming in real time. So right now, after that, we are setting that our count should be the count, and is load more is true, then set false. We are just making that food like whatever the previous value we had, because previous we have the one page, then we are spreading whatever the new page we received, and then we are, if it doesn't have the load more, we're just putting the set foods whatever the foods we have received, and has more, it will automatically offset the count here, and that's it. So in this effect, if the initial load is there, set initial load is false, and whenever the sort by is latest, Then the set page and fetch foods, we are fetching the new foods, which is the 0 pagination, and they are also set page is 0, fetch foods, we are calling that when sort changes receive and fetch from the beginning. So this is just a combination how we can get the data in a proper way. And then we are also happen to have another formula, which is the load more items start from page 1 since initial foods is page 0. The load more is that which gonna making that use callback hook. If it has more and also no is loading more, then we are calling the next page, which is gonna be page +1, and this next page gonna be coming the next page, and we are calling the food items with the next page. Dependencies coming for the has more, is load more, page, fetch, food. Now, of course, we also need to be combined together. We are gonna just make that initial scroll observer by which we're gonna handle this entire setup. Now, in the use effect, you can see if the observer ref.current is there, then we're going to make that observer ref.current.disconnect. So this is how the initial observer going to run. And then whenever the observer ref.current going to be creating a new intersection observer, means is we're in the bottom. So we have the observer recitation. Then we're going to get the entries. If entries is 0, so means we have the entries, we're getting the load more, and the threshold is 0.1. And if load more.current is there, we are also again we are passing that, and then we are happen to have the return value here. So make sure it should be providing that. Now we have the page property here. Again, the same similar conception. We should be happen to have a page header, right? And then other container. Again, what I'm saying, be focused what actually and how we are building that. I'm going to make a simple this one. So here I'm going to passing our header. So let me just create our container here. Okay, container, and that's it. So now here what actually we are showcasing, we have a div here. In the div we have the container for the responsiveness. You can see right here, so we have the border at the bottom here. So our menu, then explore our delicious selection of fresh healthy meals. So this is the things which we have. Now after this scenario, we should also have to have the header to count and sort. So after below this div here, we should be happen to have another div. Let's say or we can we can pass that. Instead of passing the div here, we can simply pass with the container container, and within the container the first things you're gonna have that header with count and sort. So these two values are gonna come in here. So that's gonna be coming with a div here. So the first instances, we're gonna have a p tag here. In the p tag, we're going to simply pass that if its loading is running. So if it's the loading is going on, you're going to have something, otherwise something. If it's no loading is running, we simply go get that span tag here, and in this span tag we're going to pass that. Let's say if we have the total count, so we're going to provide the total count, and then if we have that total count is equal to 1, then it's going to be coming as a, let's say, product. Otherwise we should be happen to get that as the products. And also if we have the loading instances, we're going to have a span tag here where we will create the loader 2 icon by which we will show the loader, and after loading 2 icon here we're going to pass the dot loading. So now if you reload the loading, it will not seen because we are coming here with the data. So sometimes it will not seen here, but once we creating the latest and others, only that time you can see the loading. But initial value, even you reload loading, it will not be there. It automatically gonna disappear itself. So now in the container here, put a class name padding y should be 8 just to have a room to spared. And for this one, the class name gonna be text should be I think the margin bottom I'm gonna keep it 6, and happen to have the flex item center justify between here. For the p tag, put a class name, and text should be LG, and font should be, let's say, I'm going to make it as the medium font. And for the span tag right here, put a class name, flex item center, gap should be, I'm going to make it a gap of 2, because right now if you make like see the condition here, this is what actually gonna be looking forward to. And the loading icon gonna be a class name, height of it will be 4, width would be 4, and animate let's say animate should be spin. So this animation gonna be running by itself. So now of course I want to see the actual value here, and for this pen tag right here, put a class name, text should be, let's say, muted. I'm gonna make that as the foreground. So this is gonna be text here, and that's it. So now this is the one parameter after the p tag. Now we should be happen to have the sort drop down. Okay, This is just a combination of the drop down. It's a manual drop down which we can tell myself. So you can see right here we have the select value, nothing fancy. We have the select trigger by which we want to trigger the select. We have the value, the default value here. Then we have our select content and item. So the content, and then we're getting the item. Not like that. Should be coming from the components. Okay, so now, okay, I think what I did. What I did here extra. So this is the combination here, right? I think I need to remove this one maybe. Yeah, I was taking one div extra here. Okay. So right now, if we have the p tag, what it did actually, if we have the p tag and we have the div here, now the baseline should be between. So as you can see, if you click, you can just get the value here. So this is the loading here, this is the loading here. So if you go there, now always you're gonna see the 15 because our baseline is right here. So whenever you're gonna change the value, you're gonna come in 15. So now what actually we have been done here in this segment, we have the level which is gonna be sorted by, and the max width, either you can put 200 pixel or you can make it 50. 50 actually means the 200 right now because Tailwind is updating. And of course, we're going to have the select value as the sort to by, that the first select value instant parameter. And in the content, you can either get the latest name of the Z2A, price, and price. So this is the value here. So this is the value going to be connoted to the value what actually we are deciphering right here. So we make sure this value is concat right here. So now this is going to be passing that header and sort data. So after header and sort and data positioning, so now we can make the menu grid pattern, right? So here we can make that, let's say, menu grid. Let's say it's going to be coming a 4 columns, right? Or 4 columns. And over here, I'm going to put a div. On the div, if we have the loading, I think the is loading, not this loading, is available. Then we want to, if its loading is available and the page is equal to, let's say, 0, right? Then we want to show something, and that time it should be coming an array, and the array is gonna be coming as, let's say, it's gonna be coming the from, and we gonna render within the length of that, let's say, foots per page. Okay, foots per page, is it there? I think we used that, right? So here, foots per page. Okay, we have it. So what we want to show here, so array from, and the from value, okay, that should be coming like that. In the from value here, we can pass the length, right? In the length should be coming that a foots per page, whatever the per page value is there, it would be there. And from that instances, we can map through it. And over here, we will take two certain value, one under, should not be, one should be underscore, and then should be coming the index value property. And from there, we can simply redirect to make that, let's say, food card skeleton, not food card, should be skeleton. Okay. And the key, we're going to provide the key should be coming the key as, let's say, the key, I'm going to make a, I think I'll go with the backtick. And the key should be skeleton, and then we're gonna passing the index. Of course, we need to grab that food skeleton, and this is gonna be a simple skeleton property here. So I'm gonna go here like that, and then I will pass that food skeleton. You can see the simple compartment of the skeleton coming with the BG muted and others. So you can see and simply create that if you are looking forward to have it, or you can create your own skeleton, the one which can suit for you. Now over here, as now, if we have no loading running, means we have the product, right? So what we can do, we can simply make that, let's say, foods dot, we can map through it. And here we can take that everything as a food and item parameter. And here we can call that our food, right? So this is the functionality, not the food, should be a food card. Okay, in the food card, we're gonna pass the key, should be coming underscore I, and okay, that should be underscore I, and also we can pass that food which gonna be coming as a food. That's it. So now we should be able to see the food value item here, but it's not looks good because remember this div here, we need to provide the grid pattern, right? So the class name it's gonna be polish that grid, and I'm gonna provide a grid calls of I think one or two for the small one. We can make this small grid calls of two, and by default I want to make it grid column of one. And here after that partitioning, MD should be grid calls of 3 and LG should be grid calls of 4. I'm going to make a gap of 6. Now you can see we have the all the value layer. And of course we want to show a certain kind of parameter here which going to be loading indicator for the infinite scroll. After the div here we're going to pass that if we have the hash more and it's loading there, also the reference is going to be coming for the more reference. If having the loading more, we are showing the lower modding icon, and if we have no results here, means we doesn't have any results, we're passing that an empty, no items found. Now of course there would be result because as all are fetching to directly like that. So if you go here, if we're just reloading that, if you go at the menu, you can see we have the 12 products. Go bottom, you see how it's loading. It's very faster because the first call is in server side, so this is a faster menu manipulation here. So now in this way you are also happen to have your menu page is done. So quite impressive. What do you think? So we did almost the entire configuration here. Now we want to go, you can create the restaurant, you can also create the blog post parameter and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and make those things. Now here there is another page. If I go in the home, if I go anywhere, you can see how the page not found is creating. I want to provide you that code so that it will be a very, very flexible manner to go and create. So you can see in that it will be automatically on that app itself here. So this is going to be the not found. So I'm going to just pass that to you. Let me just getting the alignment here. So let me see where I'm getting the error here. So in the 404 page, as you can see, there is some kind of classy effect which is going by here. You can see we can simply use that and oppose here to be outlined on that issue. Okay, done. So we're good. And also, as you can see in the class name, we can just simply passing that gradient to the linear so that it would be simple configuration. If you go right here, I go on the restaurant, you can see this is the page not found of the page you are looking for seems to have been eaten or something, let's get back on track. So back home or browse menu, you can go with the other page categories, about us or contact. So you can just roll back to the home. This is a very good scenario here. So makes everything good, having a simple pizza icon here, then passing the page not found and all other text, and then providing the button here or the other quick links parameter. This is a very, very solid background to create and start. So as you can see, we have the home, we have entire configuration done here. Even you're gonna try with the sign in. Let's say I'm gonna go with John here. So John, I forget the password yet though, and then we're gonna use that. Okay, account has created. There is something. Okay, anyway, I will go with that because I forget the password and other parameter. But these things, as you can see, this all our other segment is working, so we have nothing to worry, and this is very, very good. So I think this more flexible. So now we're gonna go to export to bring back our card and others. So for our card, first what we need to do is to create a card page where we can do all the actionable things. To create the card page, I'm going to go in my client setup here, and I'm going to create a new file which is going to be card, and the file should be pages.page.tsx or fce. So that would be our card page. So now whenever we're going to go or incomplete to go with our card segment, we will just go to here, and this is our page segment. So now what we need to do, we need to align everything so that it can be looks better and clean. And to implement the other setup, first of all, as you know, if we doesn't have a user, we should be happen to have some state mutation, the one which we want to show. Because even it doesn't have the user, you can see right now, if I just simply logged out from here, as you can see, we can go over here and we can see, but we'll do all the action, just this button layer, which gonna be coming with the sign in require and do the other format. So everything gonna be okay till then. Now, as we have the user here, we need to grab the user, and of course, we're going to do it in our server segment. So I'm going to make it as an asynchronous way. There should be const should be the session is equal to await, and we're going to simply get it from the auth, and from the auth we can have the session. If we simply log and just try to see the session, we will be able to see our session value in the command J. You can see session user, we have user also in our server side. So now we can do all the actions what a server can have. Of course, if we doesn't have that, right? So first of all, we will make things in a very decent way. See, something like that. So first we're gonna make that like fetch user addresses if authenticated, because right now you can see if we doesn't have a user, we're not fetching the user address, because first it's gonna go alongside with the authentication for the login, then it's gonna require for the user address. So first of all, as we doesn't have the user login authentication, so if we have the user, only then we will go and fetch that. As you can see right now how we can fetch it, we will go with that user. I think you can see it very clearly. So first of all, what actually we are doing right now is we are just making it very compatible. As you can see, we have the, if we have the session user dot email, then we are making that user with addresses, and we're using the client to fetch, then type is equal to user, email should be the first email to be handled with, and if has addresses, then the addresses count and others. Then we are just, you can either, if we use the state, like if we want to make a variable, we cannot call that in the, like in the first parameter, we cannot call it in server side. So that's why we need to use a variable, not an state mutation like a user state or other things. So if we just log now about that, let's say log, and here if we just get that has address, or okay, so it's getting the gas, so has address, let's say, and you can see we are calling that. So if you go simply get that, you see has address false, means it doesn't have any address yet. Of course, with that combination, if we have the has address, we'll get the address, otherwise we will ignore it. There will be a lot of other things. So in the deep, we're gonna go and do a lot of very unique features should be as that to get our breadcrumb done, right? So this will be our breadcrumb. Of course, the breadcrumb you can work a bit over here, because what we did, we're passing the label and other directive which is not dynamic. There is a room for make it dynamic, like whenever anyone go in the breadcrumb, what it gonna do, it gonna read every single time all the route, because most of the time I'm keeping the breadcrumb as the server side, but that time it will be client side, and this will render whatever the route and whatever the segment it will handle by itself. Okay. Now after that, there should be another tab called the main tab. In the main block, we should be happen to have a container. So we're going to maintain that container here. In the container, we're going to have, let's say, I'm going to provide first one going to be, let's say, page header, right? So whatever the header data going to be consent for, that's very simple. You know, we already did it. So there will be a title here, which going to be H1 coming passing with the shopping cart, and then review your items and proceed to checkout. So this is going to be combination over here, H1 tag, which coming text 3XL by default getting the 4XL parameter and others. For the class name, padding Y should be 8, and whenever I'm going to hit in the MD devices padding Y, I want to make it 12, or you can either keep it 10. This depends whatever the scenario you are looking forward to have it. Now after that segment from this div itself, we can also create, let's say, I'm going to make it separate, because as we have that, we make it as a server side setup. So I'm going to make that responsive grid layout. Okay, so that should be not item but layout. And what I'm going to do in our components here, I'm going to create a new folder which going to be, let's say, card, and in the card, or you can simply make that card components. Okay, that's the way you want to feel it better. So it will, even you keep it card, it will not be concat with your card, because it's out the boundary. That's the beauty. Even you are using Next.js, the same name, and it will not be providing you any kind of error or haphazard. Now from here, I'm going to create a new file called that one. It will be named as the card layout.tsx rfce. So that would be our new card layout, where we're gonna keep two layouts. One layout is the left side, where you can see all the shopping items. In the right side, where you're gonna have the order summary and like for the address bar and others. Everything gonna be aligned right here. Let's go back to in our card layout. I'm gonna just import it here, card layout. And that's it. You can see the card layout here. Now in the card layout, I'm gonna provide some more things, right? What kind of things I'm going to pass in here? This could be coming just like a props. First of all, is the things is authenticated or not, because we are authenticating it using the server. So that's the very good thing. So we can get the user instantly, no more loading is required. So now is if it's authenticated or not. So if we have the session, means we have authenticated. I'm just putting a double notation. You can use the simple one that also will work for you. We are getting the username, getting the user email, and getting the has address. So these three, this all four, we are checking in the server side. Because why we're doing that, our entire card and address, it will be server side, it will be client side. So that's why we are predefined everything. If there is no address, we'll call. So everything we want to catch in the server side. So that would be a pretty much simple and easy way to go. So first of all, as we have the interfaces, again, I'm very much sorry, so many things I'm typing and just copy pasting, which I really don't want to do it, but it's just to consume, just saving some more times for it. Because if video is getting more than 10 hours, so many people, you will not touch it, which I don't want. So you can just post the video, and I'm really sorry for that. And let me know in the comments if you don't want in that way, or you want the previous old way to explaining each and everything. And still, if you're with me, you like the video, subscribe the channel, view the buy me coffee link. Either you can give me a purchase me a coffee, or if you just get the project, that will be a much more helpful for me. So let's go back there. And by the way, there is some more things happening in reactmedia.com. If you are looking for, we changed the official page here, and here you can see, you can find the, like this project here, you can find the modern food delivery platform. You click on it, you can see right here all the details about that. You have the live link which gonna be opening on that interface here. You have a very good explanation, and like you have all the preview and others, and systematic way you can go by live. You can go with the GitHub profile here, and then you can see the features here. There's the client side, you can see the admin side, and also our foundational value here. And if you have any FAQ questions about it, you can just simply go here and ask anything. And there is something more, because we are in every day-to-day life, we are having so many problems to converting so many other things. So we created some of the converting tools, which is coming for, like, say, transform your documents from MDX to PDF. So here you can just get the MDX to PDF. You can just simply download it, which I'm using my API to concat that one. You have other tools as well. Then there is another, which you already have been know for the tool sections. So in the tools, we are giving a lot of like a bunch of tool segment. One of my favorite, which we modify, is that image converter. So that's gonna coming for reactmedia.com/tools/image-converter. Here you can convert multiple images. Like I have those images I want to convert. I can add everything at once. Then I can check the height, I can check the cover, I can make the costume, or I can fill it. Then like I have the cover ratio, right? This looks good. Or I can go with this square ratio, I can make it fill. You can see right here, now I can convert all together. Then I can also download the zip. So now you can see all file is downloaded. And also you can see I can use the grayscale to just see, to enable on the grayscale parameter. So this is very, I'm using it every day to the life. So it's up to you. I created for myself, and you can see there is no add nothing, which I revoked all the ad rights for my reactmedia.com. So you can just directly come here. You can explore. There is a project here, services here. There is a lot of packages which I built for you people. Tools is right here. Everything is for you. You're welcome to visit here. Okay, so roll back here. Now, as we did right here, so first of all, in the layout, we will, as you think, we get to the setup right here. And now everything I'm gonna go get from my, as the props value, it's gonna come in, and that should be card layout props. All right, you can just simply name it as props. We have is authenticated, a boolean value, username is a string if it's available there, user email if it's available, it will be a string, has address, which is gonna be a boolean value. So now we want to make something good. And the good thing is that, what do you want? We want to get our items for the card, right? So if we get that items is equal to use card store, and now I want you to think what is gonna happen. Like, is my things gonna be popping up? Is I'm gonna get any error? So what do you think? Did you think that? If I just save, you can see I can't use any server specific convention right now, because why we say it, we did a separate card page, separate layout page, because all those things data, all the data gonna fading from my state, which is a client set library, right? That's why we're taking the user, server, everything as much as possible in the server impact. So what I'm gonna do at the top, I'm gonna make it as that use client flag. That's it. So now I have my all the items right here. If you just make the log over here, let's say items, you can just simply open that, you can see all the items. It will be available here, not in here but in the client, because as we are no more in the server, now you can see all our products item is right here. So we can now do the work in a very, very good way. So first of all, how are we going to start? To start on that, we should be happen to have something. If we doesn't have items, I want to like you see, if we have if the items.length is equal to 0, okay, so means if the card is empty, show full with empty state. So actually that gonna be showing the empty card. So actually I think instead of this variable, because all the things gonna be coming as an empty variable, so I don't need this one, right? So this is just an extra caution the way you can fill, because if we doesn't have an item, we will show that item parameter, like we will show that a very, very clear cut view at all in proper way. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to have a layout which gonna concate with the two versioning variable and others. So I can make this in the same page in the single connotation, but I'm gonna make it, I think, yeah, I can make same page, but there's a lot of code, so it's better to make a different, a multi layout here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have a div here. So in that div, I'm gonna have a, let's say it's gonna be a card items, right? Of course, I'm gonna create that component here. Better to create that one right now. So it should be card items.tsx items, okay, rafce. That would be our beloved card items. And after card items, also there should be another one. There should be card summary, let's say wrapper, okay, .tsx rafce. That would be our, let's say, I'm going to simply pass that card summary. Okay, so this is the two layout which I'm going to create. So that first going to be our card items, and here just I'm going to keep it like that. So this is the card items here. We will see what's actually we are needing that. And then within the parameter of another, this is going to be the right left column. There should be the right column over here, and in the right column we should happen to have to see that our entire product summary statement, we're going to get that is authenticated or not, username, email, and address. And as you can see, we have the LG call spin 1 and LG sticky top 24, because whenever you're coming here in the LG, you see it's sticky, but in that small screen, it's just coming side by side, no error, nothing, everything working perfectly, right? So now, as for the design, we're gonna do those things as well. So I'm gonna go at the top layer of the div, put a class name. I'm gonna make it a grid, and grid calls of 1, and MD should be in LG screen, grid calls should be, let's say, 3, right? And also I'm gonna put a gap of 6, but in LG gap should be an 8. Now for this one itself, I'm going to put a class name, LG call span should be 2. So it's going to have a 2 separate. You can see the conditioning right here. So right now what we need to do, as we need to first provide the initial behavior of the item and others. Now, of course, you can get we can simply pass the items, right? We have the items, we can simply pass the items here. That's it. So we can get the items. But if we get the items, we need to pass the props. But anyway, we can I think we don't need to have any items variable here yet. I think so. Yeah. If it doesn't need any items variable here, we can still make it as a server side, right? If I just pull it back, yeah. Okay, that was my fallback. I was thinking, actually, we don't need to have that. This we can actually do that here, right? In the card layout. so actually this is a subsidiary part which is actually we can ignore. Now this is your tax here. Remove this one, remove the card layout, and put that things right here. It's up to you. Better to keep that one, because we can do a lot of other things like the client side interaction or others. But as we prefetch right here this one, now we can simply make this one as a use client, and still we have the server side integration in our layout. So now you know what actually you can do. So that's up to you. I'm keeping that room for you. If you want to make that happen, let me know in the comments. And also let me know how you did that for sure. So now I have this two separate variable statement. Now I'm going to use that our favorite is mounted, set is mounted value. This is really needed. Otherwise, you're going to get a minor error, which can be sometimes very much tricky, because sometimes because there's a lot of extension there. Better to maintain that use effect property just to till the mounted, it's going to be using that effect. So now you see the error is disappear. Now, what actually you're doing, we have mounted view, we have the new the clear dialog and short set clear. We have the items, we have the update quantity function, remove item function, and the clear cut function. And by the way, you can take it everything. You can see we have that state.items, state.update quantities. You can get from the state, right? And this is pretty simple. You can get it within a single object. You can try it, but I told you, you can do it. Okay, let me see. Now, if my application is not in mounted yet, I can pass a simple parameter here, which gonna passing that. If you just remove that, you can see that just gonna show you a simple loading here just to make a very good glitch, so it will not providing any error. So now this is a very simple way to create. It's up to you if you want it to or not. Now I'm gonna just go directly on my card view to provide and pull the details and the others. So let me go start building those things. Now we will show the card items, and of course we will make something like the empty value. Now you're gonna pass that if item, like let's say if item dot length, items should be items dot length is equal to 0, means it's empty, or you can put any kind of notation here. Now we want to show a simple card statement, right? Either I will better make it return value here, so that would be in the first statement. So here we need to provide the shopping bag icon. Again, I'm saying this is just some of the style of the CSS. So you can just simply make that design the way you feel it better, because all the calculation and other part, which I want to go one by one, like the API and others, so we're gonna go in a very short way. So now over here, as we get the button and others, you can see right now we have a view, right? And the view is that if I just make in double notation, you can see, okay, we have the cart length, but it's not is equal to 0, right? You can see that would be there. Of course, the summary, this button and the other button, it will not be there at all. It's gonna be removed. So of course, no worries about that. So now even you go here for like whenever you have no item, you can remove the item and you can see how the way it's gonna be look alike, kind of similar of this, right? And of course, that's one for the summary. You're gonna return null if we have no card item, and of course, you're gonna do it in the segmentized way, which can be really better instead of going further. So now, as we see, we have a simple view. Your card item is empty, so I'm gonna just roll back here. And here we're gonna simply passing that a card and the card content here. As you can see, we are putting the border and border text and shadow algae, and the card content is coming for the shopping bag icon. And H2 saying that your card is empty, and the P tag, which gonna be passing the message, and a button to browse the menu item. Okay, so as we are passing, so this is the legitimate state scenario which we are happen to have there. Now, what either you can do it here or you can also do it indirectly here. That's up to you where you want to show. Now we're gonna have our items, so that should be items.map. We're gonna simply grab the item from here, and then we're gonna return from there as simply as a card again. So in the card, we're gonna have our card content. So in the card content, we're gonna have to have a div. And on that div, I'm gonna put a link, and that link gonna have to have our image, right? So if we have the image, okay, fine. If it doesn't have the image, that would be fine too. So this would be kind of simple as it is. As you can see, there is the div are gonna be coming as the flexible way. Then we are going to render this scenario here. Of course, we need to provide the key first here. The key should be item dot, that should be ID. So we need to provide that key. Then we will also grab our image from our next image, and I don't want to make loading lazy or unoptimized. That would be good way. So that's it. Now what actually is doing, you can see we have that image. Now how and what we are doing, we have an item, so we render within the items, right? And of course I'm gonna make a class name here, which gonna be space y, and I'm gonna make a space y of 4 to make it in a very rippling effect. Now over here we're mapping with the entire items property, and in the every item gonna have a card properly value here. And also in the card, I'm going to make some of the class name which will make our card unique. That should be a shadow of, let's say, shadow of MD, and then hover, the shadow will be LG. And of course, I'm going to make that width should be full, and it's going to happen to have our hover effect. That's it. So this is going to be something like that. And then we have to have our image in the card content here. So we're going to also make the card content a bit of better. So put a class name. And in the cart content, we're gonna make a padding of, let's say it's gonna be a 4, and LG padding should be a 6 number of padding. You see there is room a bit to make it looks good. Now you can either design the way you feel it better. For the div itself, put a class name would be flex and gap should be 4. That's it. Now here we are putting the image. If we doesn't have the image, of course we're gonna just showcase that package icon. Again, there is a room for you to design, so make it happen. Rewrite it, or you make it the way you feel it better. So after the link here, so this is the link we have been done. We want to get our item details. So should be item, let's say details, right? So in the item details, I want to make a div here, then another div, then another div, because we should have some kind of strategical link property here. So over here on that, we're going to have a link parameter by which we are showcasing our item of the name of the item. Now here, the same thing where we are clicking on the image, we're getting that particular food slag item food, which we didn't create it. That should be a single page where we're going to show the details here. We didn't have it, but we're going to have it for sure. Now we have item image, and then we have that item name, and of course the div here we're going to make a class name should be flex as 1, and min weight should be 0. So it that should be min weight should be 0, so it can be situated in a particular way. Then for the div, class name should be flex, item should be start, and then justify should be between, and also gap should be 4. So the details is going to be pouring something like that way. Okay, so that should be a 2 particular div scenario. Now over here, the first one, the first div, which is going to be take a properly entire class as division as a flex. And of course, we should be happen to have another div here where we will show the price and quantity, because as you can see, there is one and there is one. So this is the div going to contain everything. There is the div which actually contain the other part, which is the price and quantity, which we're going to come very soon. Now for this one, so after that link parameter here, so here after link, we're going to have some more items. So I'm going to pour in that item that, as you can see, we need to get the badge icon, badge from UI badge. So then we are happen to have the category within the badge. We are providing the badge as the secondary variant, and we have the item size, we have the variety, and here you can see the variety if the variety is available, right? And also we are going to have a remove button. Now this remove button, it will not be here. That remove button is going to be particularly here. Okay, that should be a trash to icon. That's it. Okay, I think we can see it. Yeah, trash to button, we have that. So now this is the entire fragment. I think the price and quantity, I'm going to keep it here, not there. So now, as you can see here in the item details, within that div here, we have our entire segment for this purposes, what we are actually looking forward to. And then also for the particular in the norm parameter where we can make the price and quantity, that would be going to looking something like that. I'm going to just grab that plus icon here, also the minus icon here, and that's it. So now you can see, okay, I'm going to reload that one. So this is the things which is coming for. This is the 2 div, particularly flex between here, also the flex between. And if you just move further, like going to the small devices here, you can see how it connect together in that particular behavior. So now for the price and quantity, same way, we are making the flex item center justify between parameter and margin top as 4. Then we're having the button for the increase the quantity, the minusing the quantity or providing the value of that item quantity, and you can see everything as similar as the card, like the product card of the value here. So that could be a particular scenario. Then the other parameter. I think now we have a very good sense to go over there. Now there should be 2 more parameter which need to be coming below that particular portion, and that one is going to coming for our this 2 particular segment. One is that continue shopping, another is clear card. I can see there is some kind of glitch is happening on the clear card. I better okay, we can simply make that one as, let's say, 110%. Okay, so that it's gonna disappear. You can see now it's cool. So we have 2 buttons. One button is gonna showcasing that continue shopping within the shopping bag icon, and another is showing just clear card icon, right? And then there would be an alert property here which gonna popping up the alert instances, and that gonna be coming just keeping anywhere here. So what actually the alert gonna think? You can see the alert dialog gonna coming from our UI alert button here. So this is typically everything we are just rendering just itself. And now again, that is a very structurable data to make a particular design, which can be really good to start with. So I'm going to also make that one as, let's say that would be the title. Let's say our title gonna be here, our description gonna be here, our footer, we need to grab the footer. Oops, it's my bad, should be footer. And then also the alert cancel, like that. Also the alert dialog actions. Okay, so now this is kind of alert button, and in the alert you can see we are happen to have a function which gonna make that set dialog is false. But whenever you're gonna click that an alert cross icon, and it's going to open once the show clear dialog is available. You can see once you click, that's the things it's going to happen. So now it's just have a cross icon view to close it. Then we have in the alert triangle button to go with that, and we in the alert header we have the clear alert header text. Then also you are able to about to remove and the items count that from card this action cannot be undone. And then keep items gonna just clear the remove the enter C, and clear card should be clear the icon. So this is the one gonna be client this side, card this side. Now we're gonna start pouring that card summary details.